Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Dunkeswell in the southwest of England for finals day, event 3 of the 2025 Wera Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. It's the second round of the year for our 4 ROTAX categories and KZ2 as well, all of them in action here today. My name's Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box once again is Nicole Sutherland. She's got a lot of laps in her racing history round this circuit. Henry Burdett sends his apologies. He's a bit unwell at the moment, so yeah, he's had to go home. We do wish Henry all the best and a speedy recovery, and to be back with us later on in the season. Here's the circuit that we're racing on today, just over a kilometre in length, 10 turns. It's almost your classic British karting circuit. We're alongside an airfield, so it's pretty flat here, and there's been racing here for pretty much 50 to 60 years. It's been much regenerated though in the last couple of years since new ownership in 2023. This is the first time that the Wera British Kart Championships have been here since 2021, and it's been a fantastic return to Dunks here for event 3. Nicole, yesterday, heats, what did you think of them?
Well, I think we had some really good racing going on out there. You had a lot of first lap drama going on, and then things kind of die off in the mid stages of races. But I think today, being the finals day, it's going to heat up if the rain doesn't fall on us. We've got the weather radar out there, so clear skies currently, but potentially looking at some rain for about 12 o'clock, but I think that's going to all add into the excitement, Andrew, and actually I hope it does rain. I know when I used to race here back in probably about 2016-17, it was a bit of a classic one. If it was going to rain, it would only be on the track. Paddock would end up being fine, but you'd go down to Hangar and you'd hit, just all of a sudden
a little localised spot of
exactly
rain.
That.
There's your radar. Yeah, I think the radar speaks for itself there, ladies and gentlemen. There is a lot of rain coming in from the southwest, from the sea. So, I mean, we'll keep our fingers crossed that it won't hit us, but that looks a bit nasty, doesn't it? So, yeah, hopefully everyone's going to be ready for that one. As I say, we've got the super heats first for the ROTAX categories. We've got KZ2 starting their racing as well. We had their timed qualifying later on yesterday afternoon. The first heat for KZ is our first race of the day, and KZ2 put on a great show for us at Warden Law. We've got some new drivers in for this weekend as well. We've got a really intriguing title fight still in its early stages. What are your thoughts of KZ2 today? What
I'm really liking about the grid this year is that you've got returning faces, the likes of James Glenister, Charlie Turner, who have been in the class for quite some time now. Then you've got the likes of Nino in there, who's not actually raced in a British Kart Championships or in karting for a very, very long time, and a driver that's got very limited experience in the wet and hasn't actually done a wet race since he was 13 years old. You've also then got within this grid, you've got the returning vets in there against the young guns, the likes of Ralph Jungling, who's new to the grid this year. You've got Jessica Edgar, who's come back into karting for 2025 after a stint in Formula 4, and so is Oliver Stewart. Did some single-seaters and has come back into karting. So I'm really liking this setup of the grid where you've got really varied levels of experience, racecraft. Yeah, I like this grid.
Let's go with an onboard lap from earlier in the weekend with the birthday boy, Charlie Turner, 31 years of age today. He's going to take us around a lap of this 1 kilometre Dunkeswell circuit on the KZ2 layout. Turn 1, same as we will have for the ROTAX drivers. Big speed into turns 2 and 3. Very tricky part of the course. Got to get down the gears for that section. Out onto the back straight. This is turn 4. We saw a lot of overtaking in the ROTAX categories here yesterday. Then the sweeping turns of 5 immediately into 6, 7, and hard on the brakes into what's the last corner for the KZs, turn 8, because they don't do the dogleg. It is a straight run here. Drivers telling me that they are pretty much hitting 100 miles an hour there just before they hit the brakes into turn 1. And there on your screens is the driver who's going to be starting very much towards the front of these grids. Ella Stevens was your fastest driver in option 2 style qualifying yesterday, where it is just the single lap that decides the grid for the heats today. There's your timetable. Screenshot it, send it to your family and friends so you don't forget. 11:10 for the first heat in KZ2. Minimax kick off the superheat section, 11:30 for the first one, 11:50 for the second one. Then it's the seniors at 12:10 and 12:30, juniors at 12:50 and 13:10. KZ2 go at 13:30. I'm just going to check there. Where's our Micromax one? Yes, we have got our Micromax. Actually, Micromax is at 13:30 and then KZ2 at 13:50. On the official timetable, so apologies for that one. Finals then after a repeat of the Paddock show from last night, but the finals kick off from 2:30. Minimax out first, 3 o'clock for senior ROTAX, 3:30 for junior ROTAX, 4 o'clock for Micromax, and then KZ2 wraps us up for the weekend here at Dunkeswell at 4:30. Scenes down in the pre-grid ahead of the first heat for KZ2. Charlie Turner, mechanic, just setting the Kart down there, the number 2 seed from last year. It's a decent record round this place. The last time we came, as mentioned, was 2021. That was a KZ2 round as well, and Turner was on the podium that day 4 years ago.
Charlie then maybe didn't have the Warden Law that he would have liked to. They were still getting on with the development of the karts because obviously Rush Performance have jumped over to the Formula K for 2025. But actually yesterday, Andrew, we saw some big progress from Charlie within sat in the Formula K. Just looked like, you know, they managed to put things, when it comes to the engineering of the kart, they managed to get it together a lot better here at Dunkeswell compared to Warden Law. There on your screens, we have Ralph Jungling, brother of Timo. Timo, obviously Grand Finals champion and is over in the KZ2 category over in Valencia for this weekend. But Ralph is here and is at the front end of the field, sat in the Sodi kart on the screen. And, you know, what's quite interesting, I think, between the Ralph and Timo setup is they both are in the Sodi kart for 2025, both doing slightly different things. Timo's out in Europe, but I think having that experience of Timo and having the comparison of European tracks compared to UK tracks is working really nicely for those two drivers. They're probably communicating quite a lot about kart setup and racing styles, driving aspects of things. So actually, I think it's really helping Ralph to have Timo out there as well. Definitely so.
Just behind Ralph on that side of the grid will be Oliver Stewart, kart number 22. Oliver made a stunning return to racing action in these Wera Tools British Kart Championships last time out at Warden Law, and is very well positioned. With Timo Young not here, Oliver Stewart is effectively your championship leader of those present here today, second in the official scores, but as I say, he will inherit, will at least go past Timo Youngling through this phase of heats. 2 chances for points here today. The final intermediate classification will be ordered off the back of the 2 heats that we'll see in this earlier part of the day. Winner of that will get 65 championship points, 62 for second place, 60 for third, etc, etc. And then, of course, it's another batch of points when we have the final later on at 4:30 today. 15 drivers in total, gearing themselves up for KZ2. Their first heat is next. For the first time this weekend, we go racing for KZ2. Here's how they line up for the first heat, determined by best lap time qualifying yesterday. Ella Stevens starts on pole position for Jade Racing Team. Ralph Jungling alongside on the front row. Charlie Turner will start third with Oliver Stewart fourth on the grid. Miles Murphy with some new developments, running the new aero kits on the Moore Racing number 5 this weekend, starts fifth. James Glenister returning is there 6th on the grid. Ashley Lewis and Jessica Edgar are 7th and 8th.
Going from row number 5, we have Bailey Rigglesford alongside Dan McCown. On 11, we have Nat Thomas for Rush Performance with Derek Morgan, privateer driver, going from 12th. From row number 7, we have Lee Ward and Bryn Kinch. And rounding out your grid is Nino Piccoli, who, let's note again, Andrew, Nino hasn't raced in the competitive kart championship until 2025 for a long, long time. And he said to you as well, he's not raced in wet conditions since he was 13 years old, and we have got some rain forecast potentially shortly.
I think these drivers will be okay, but yeah, that was something that Nino handed to me earlier. We've also, very important news, ladies and gentlemen, because it is Charlie Turner's birthday, Rush Performance have provided us with cake, so it's all going to go well today. No commentary cursors, nothing of that description. But as the drivers get themselves in the zone now for this first heat of the weekend for them, they've had a lot of practice runs, those TQs yesterday as well. Of course, there'll be 10 minutes plus one lap to decide who's going to take the early lead in the intermediate classification. Ella Stevens lines up on the left-hand side of your screen there. Slightly different grid format, of course, for a standing start for KZ2. So it's actually a front row of 3 going from left to right. Stevens, Youngling, Turner. Then that second row of Stewart and Murphy. Glenister, Lewis and Edgar form up row 3. Pulling into position there, Bailey Rigglesford and Dan McKeown, Nat Thomas, Derek Morgan, Lee Ward, Bryn Kinch and Nino Piccoli will complete the grid. There's just a little moment there of the 2 Rush Performance drivers on row 6, just getting themselves into position. Green flag in the air for the first heat in KZ2 here this weekend. Round 2 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. KZ2 in 2025 is go. Very good start for Charlie Turner, who immediately takes the race lead. Not a good one for Ralph Youngling, who's getting involved with Miles Murphy there through pits. Ben, I think there's been a problem for Derek Morgan as well towards the back of the field. Tight through turns 2 and 3. What a great start, though. It's that experience of Charlie Turner. We say he's got a good record round this place. And Nicole, he was off the line like a rocket.
Absolutely was. Bit of pushing and shoving at the back of the grid then between the likes of Edgar and McCown, but a pretty settled start as we head through the third sector and out of the final corner for the KZs. Charlie Turner then continues to lead the way ahead of our previous pole sitter, Ella Stevens. Ella choosing a slightly different approach into the pit bend, tightening things up just to defend from James Glenister, who is sat behind her. Into the chicane section then, Charlie Turner has been caught up by Ella Stevens just slightly, and they'll head down the mini straight. Looks like Ella Stevens then, despite that Achilles heel of that race start, has lit things up, but take that back because James Glenister goes down the inside after the mini straight into the tight right-hand hairpin. We've got Ollie Stewart at the back of your screen having a fight there between him and Ashley Lewis, and takes that position for 4th place.
So it's the top 2 from 2022. At the front of this field, it's a Rush Performance 1-2 with Turner and Glenister looking to take control of this race. Here comes Ashley Lewis as well. Lewis down the inside of Ollie Stewart. That's a move that's good for 4th place. And all of a sudden, Rush Performance are on form. We didn't see this at Warden Law. They've been getting to grips, quite literally, with the Formula K chassis. Stewart has a little go, gets caught in 2 minds perhaps, not able to find a way through past the number 4 seed. Ralph Youngling still there in the Sony Vitesse machine. The orange, white and black livery. It's been running very, very well, of course, out in Europe in recent times. This is a bit of a different prospect, though, on this this short gearbox circuit.
That hesitation between Ollie Stevens previously when he tried to go in on Ashley Lewis looks like it's just cost him a bit of time to the likes of Ralph Youngling. They were having a bit of a battle going into pit bend, and we'll see if he has lost those positions. He hasn't, and now it's Youngling that's being hustled by Miles Murphy in that Demon Tweaks branded livery. Is he going to get overtaken after the mini straight? Yes, he is. So on that exit of the sharp right-hander then, it is Miles Murphy that's overtaken Ralph Youngling for that 6th place. Your order then, it's Charlie Turner that continues to lead the way from James Glenister. So like you said, Andrew, our 2025 top 2 are your race top 2 currently. Ella Stevens is your fastest driver out there. She's chasing down James Glenister for that 3rd place. And it's really a 4-kart breakaway then in the early stages of this race between Turner, Glenister, Stevens and Ash Lewis 4-car train then heading through that chicane. And really, to me, Andrew, I'd actually say Ash Lewis on the back of Ella Stevens is in quite a good position here. If I was him, I'd be reading what Ella does when she attempts to move on James Glenister, because she will go for it. But I'd quite like to be Ash Lewis in this circumstance, where you can sit back and just kind of watch it unfold, and definitely in the KZ make the most of it. Is Ella Stevens going to have a look when it comes to pit bend? Heads down the start, finish straight. Can just kind of see her time after time. She breaks that racing line slightly. Just wondering, is that maybe mechanical related? Is she trying to cool the engine down and not stay too close behind someone? Open up a bit more of a hole in the air for herself. But quite interesting to see Ella do that. Yeah,
we've seen the straight line speed for Ella Stevens and the Jade Racing team be very, very good. It's been a typical kind of characteristic of a heat race for Ella, that in the second half of the race she can be very, very strong indeed. James Glenister, of course, is on 0 championship points because he didn't race at Warden Law, but we know his capabilities. Remember back to Shennington last year, where Glenister took a very, very strong result, of course, on that day. Charlie Turner starting to stretch things a little bit at the front. There was a new fastest lap that went in a while ago. Miles Murphy there in 6th place. All the experience in the world in this category. He's been a seeded driver in every single final standings in the modern era of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in KZ2. There he is in the Demon Tweaks more racing machine, running in 6th place, trying to find a way past Oliver Stewart for 5th.
Well, we said Charlie Turner stretching away, but actually, Andrew, him and James Glenister lapping very, very similarly. Only 100th of a second between the number 2 and the number 37. And now it is James Glenister that is just starting to take that 10th away from Turner in the race lead. 0.07 splits the two now, and it's still between these top 4, that battle for the race lead. 4 minutes and almost 45 seconds to go. Head back down through the mini straight and into that right-hander. Are these drivers now, Andrew, starting to back each other up a little bit? There's been no attempt from many of them. It looks like Ella Stevens is maybe starting to trip over James Glenister for that 2nd place, because Oliver Stewart now and Miles Murphy, who is your fastest driver on the circuit, looks like they're just creeping up to this top 4 in this second half of the race. Yeah,
and I think that momentum's actually coming from behind. Ralph Youngling's just done a new fastest lap of the heat so far on a 40.65, so the Sodi is right there on the tail of Miles Murphy, and he's pulling Bailey Rigglesford with him as well. We had a little chat with Bailey and his dad last night during the Paddock show. That's a really good effort from the privateer, who wasn't here on Friday, had exams, so yeah, to be in amongst it with a day short of practice, right on the tail of the front runners from Warden Law, because again, Rigglesford is one of the drivers that we didn't see for round 1 of the championship. As they're down the inside, that is indeed Rigglesford having a go at Miles Murphy. So has Ralph Youngling got through? Yes, Ralph Youngling has got through and passed Miles Murphy for 6th place. Oliver Stewart's new fastest lap of the race, 40.58 that last time around.
Well, I think it was a change from Murphy in front of Rigglesford, I believe, Andrew. So it is the number 5 in front of the 192 now for that 7th place. Rigglesford and Miles Murphy then heading out of hangar, and Miles then has just pulled that slight gap. Change for the race lead then, James Glenister down the inside of Charlie Turner through pit bend, really nicely set up then on the entry to that corner. Bit of pushing and shoving going on between the top 5 now in the chicane section, and that's brought Oliver Stevens into the fight. Stevens has overtaken Ashley Lewis for that 4th place, is now the 2 Jane Racing teammates in that 3 and 4.
And this is what we say, that the Jade Racing team prepared Birrell ARTs can be very quick in the second half of these races. 2.5 minutes to go. End of lap number 11. Charlie Turner, still your race leader after that great start, but Ella Stevens is all over the back here of, in fact, no, James Glenister's taken the lead, hasn't he? So yeah, Glenister has gone through, taken the lead of this race, and it's now Charlie Turner ahead of Ella Stevens. Ollie Stewart is flying now. This is the kind of pace that we saw from Oliver Stewart back at round 1 at Warden Law. This is going to be a really, really intriguing fight for the remaining 2 minutes of this race. Further down the order, just to report, Rigglesford still there in 8th place. Dan McKeown's having a decent run as well, the third of the Jade Racing team in 9th. And Derek Morgan's come back after that slightly slow start. Is back up into the top 10 as once again Turner has to defend down into Pitts Bend. You've got to think here that Ella Stevens has got the better pace at this stage of the race. Oliver Stewart's going to have a little bit of a go at Stevens into turn 2. Stevens covers it off, but Charlie Turner needs to find some pace here if he's going to win this race. Because if he's going to stay at this kind of rhythm, Nicole, I would not be surprised if Stevens is going to find a way through.
Stewart really looked like he had to back out of that through the chicane then when he got really close to the back of Ella Stevens. That has then dropped him a little bit of pace behind Ella Stevens and made him vulnerable to Ashley Lewis. Is Lewis going to have a look down the inside at Pit Bend? We've got 3 carts wide going into Pit Bend. That's opened the door for Ralph Jungling then, and he promotes himself in front of Ashley Lewis for that 5th place. Oliver Stewart given a little bit of breathing room for that battle for 4th, but that, battle between 4th and 7th really the one heating up now as we hit 35 seconds left on the clock. Ashley Lewis making a move down the inside of, I believe that's Miles Murphy then, so Murphy within the fight now as well after battling it out with Rigglesford. Eyes on your screen there at this top 3, which is James Glenister, Charlie Turner and Ella Stevens. Glenister really has dropped the rest of the pack in these late stages and is now your fastest driver out there on the circuit.
Ashley Lewis and Miles Murphy fighting here over 6th place. Murphy's had a couple of goes on the last lap or so through turn 2 again. Very close quarters racing there through turn 2. Still Ashley Lewis holding on here. I think the most impressive thing for me with James Glenister's race, Nicole, is that he's breaking the trend of the other Rush Performance winners as through goes Murphy past Ashley Lewis. Lewis, Turner, they had a very quick start, but they all seem to be fading or have faded across the course of the last couple of laps. Glenister, meanwhile, is continuing to put in good lap times, 40.77 last time around. We are on the final lap then. Glenister leads from Turner. Ella Stevens hasn't yet been able to find a way through past last year's runner-up. Oliver Stewart there in 4th, Youngling, Murphy, Lewis, Rigglesford, the top 8. I wouldn't be surprised if we come home in that order. At the end of the day, this is a heat. It's not the final yet. Nobody wants to give themselves too much work for the rest of the day. But out of the final corner, James Glenister takes heat 1. And that is going to be a very pleasing result for Rush Performance. A 1-2 for them. Glenister from Turner. Solid points for Ella Stevens in 3rd. Should note, though, Ella Stevens is under investigation from much earlier in the race. I'm not sure what that is for, so we won't speculate any further than that. But we should note that that is a notice that came up on our screens. Oliver Stewart in 4th, ahead of Ralph Youngling in 5th. Miles Murphy comes home 6th ahead of Ashley Lewis. Good effort there from Bailey Rigglesford in 8th place ahead of Dan McKeown. And then Derek Morgan completed the top 10 ahead of Jess Edgar, Nat Thomas, Lee Ward, Nino Piccoli and Bryn Kinch.
Good start to the day then for Rush Performance. A 1 and a 2 for Glenister and Turner, up by 5 places for Glenister, which is good news after maybe not qualifying that he would have wanted, but just actually shows the gain these drivers in the KZ category can find so quickly because of the gear changes and the level of how easy it is to make a mistake when you're sat in the KZ kart and how easy it is to capitalise off of the mistakes of other drivers. Birthday boy Charlie Turner then finishes in P2. There he is on your screen with the red bright helmet. Like we said a couple of moments ago, new kart for the team for 2025. 2 teammates just discussing the race then through that one. But actually, Andrew, a bit of a Paddock thing that I've noticed. One of the mechanics out there, he is working for, I believe, Nat Thomas, who's also in Rush Performance. James, his name is, previously a mechanic for a KZ driver called Dan Gould, who competed in this championship. Yes. So James is a local to the circuit, has a lot of Dunkeswell knowledge. So actually, I've just kind of clocked something. Maybe that's what's coming into Russia's, gain in pace this weekend is having a bit of local knowledge in the awning and giving that advice on how to set the karts up. Just something that I kind of noticed in the paddock that could be helping them out this weekend.
Absolutely. Well, whatever it is, it's clearly working. A 1-2 there. First time that we've seen the Formula K branding on top in 2025. But as I say, that's heat 1. We've still got another to go. And then, of course, the final later on this afternoon. That second heat is the last race of the morning and early afternoon section. So that'll be 1:50 for the second heat. Drivers will head to scrutineering, go through the required mandatory checks, be over the weighbridge as well to make sure everything is fine and legal. I'm sure that it is. Keep your comments coming in as well. Let us know where you're watching from. Hello to Isaac Barker. He's cheering on the DHR boys and girls. We'll see them shortly when we go to the ROTAX categories. Hello to Michael Burke, of course, who's watching from Bathurst, Australia. Fraggy asking, what speed do the shifters hit on the straight? I mean, I've heard 100 miles an hour said to me. I know a lot of the teams have been focusing on straight line speed because it is a huge, huge factor, of course, here at Dunkeswell, but very quick indeed. What we will say is they're passing our commentary box with enough energy that we can feel the vibrations from the track running up through the ground. Very exciting stuff indeed. We'll see the KZ2 drivers again. Let's actually have a little look at the highlights if we can before we go to an ad break. This was the start. This is where it was all crucial for Charlie Turner. A brilliant launch from the outside of row 1 there.
Yeah, Jungling just missing out in that early race start and got caught on the outside of the circuit. There's a bit of pushing and shoving at the back of that grid between the likes of Jessica Edgar. We then had Ella Stevens just fight her way back through after maybe not the race start she would have wanted. It was the two Jades of Edgar and Oliver Stewart really hustling some of the other drivers. Oliver Stewart almost got caught out with a moment with Ralph Junglin. Ralph then did go on a bit of a redemption drive after that poor race start and got himself back up in the order. And then we had battles going on between Ashley Lewis and Miles Murphy down in Pit Bend. James Glenister did take the race lead and it backed the rest of the pack up as they headed through the chicane section. That then left Charlie Turner in that second position for the rest of the race. Ella Stevens and Oliver Stewart tried to push forward on the likes of Turner, but it wasn't quite enough and they did end up in that third and fourth spot. As I said, Ashley Lewis and Miles Murphy really giving each other a run for their money, and they finished down in that 6th and 7th spot. James Glenister, though, was your Heat 1 winner for the KZs, and it was a 102 for Rush performance.
Very good question has just come in regards some of the aero kits that from Liam Crabb, I believe, asking about the bodywork on the Formula Ks. And yeah, that's the KG. You don't see it as much in our paddock for the ROTAX classes because, like example there with Edward Haynes, lots of OTK products, so they run the OTK bodywork, kind of colloquially known as the Batman. And then with the other product that we see a lot within our chassis within these categories is the Kart Republic. So if it's a new bodywork, they tend to run the Kart Republic. That's the old Kart Republic spec of details there. So yeah, no, good question there. Keep those questions coming in. But we will shortly have the ROTAX categories out. It will be Minimax first. So we go towards the superheats. I like these superheats, Nicole. Replichargers are fun, but in a way, I like the jeopardy in a way of knowing, right, you've got to do it in these superheats. You've got to do it now to get into the top 34. We're going to find out who's going to be going through in Minimax 950. Superheat A for them is next. So, let's step things up a notch. Superheat A out on track for Minimax 950. Edward Haynes had a perfect day yesterday. TQ, pole, and then 2 heat wins. Can he continue this form from pole position? He's got Austin Oman for company on the front row. Max Jolly and Ryan White go from row number 2. It's Joshua Griffin and Aidan Hammond starting on row 3. Ollie Spencer and Benjamin Lawn are on row 4.
Going from row number 5, we have Sebastian Behrman alongside Tom Reed. From 6 is Christian Sanguinetti with Josh Cormack. And going from row number 7, we have DHR's Arthur Farrow with Maximilian Aberhart. 8 is James Devereaux with Luke Millward, and then shortly behind on 9 we have Jensen Walker with Soren Gallagher. Rounding out your grid then of 19 karts, and on row 10 for Superheat A for Minimax is Harry Radcliffe.
37 drivers have to be whittled down to 34 for the final. We are going to find out across the course of the next 2 races who they are going to be. Superheat A is go for Minimax 950, and it's a decent start. Looks like we've got all 19 runners still in the mix here. It's been a very good start for Edward Haynes. Early stages, Nicole is continuing the form that we saw from the Strawberry Racing number 7 yesterday.
Stellar start for Oliver Spencer then, who's jumped into 3rd position and has Joshua Griffin shortly behind him. Griffin at the race start looked like he just forced Max Jolly out wide in pit bend, and Max has now dropped down the order slightly and finds himself within that mid-pack. Warning flag going out early on then to Arthur Farrow, the DHR driver of 124, as they head out of hangar and down through the dogleg for the first time within Superheat A. Over and under the start-finish gantry then, it's Edward Haynes that continues to complete these race leads. It's Austin Oman in P2, Oliver Spencer, Joshua Griffin, and then Christian Sanguinetti is your 5th driver, up by 6 places within that opening lap.
And continuing to show vast improvement in terms of performance here in these British Championships in relation to what we saw from his debut at Warden Law. Really good to see the Canadian stepping forward for Strawberry Racing. That's a gain of 6 spots for the 120 in the early stages of this race. Behrman up 3, Reed up 3 as well. Luke Millward's on the move as well. Last year's Micromax champion is up 6 spots into the top 10. As we stated earlier, it's the bottom 3 who go out after these superheats. So for the likes of Harry Radcliffe, Jensen Walker, Soren Gallagher, they need to be moving forward. James Devereaux, Luke Millward, as mentioned, they need to be moving forward as well, or just defending their positions within the top 34 overnight. Change for second place there, Nicole. Spencer through past Oman.
Is it going to be a birthday weekend success for Oliver Spencer then, because he's looking like he's having a stellar start to this race? Like you said, Andrew, it was a change for that second position, and now it's Austin Oman that sits in 3rd. Joshua Griffin couldn't quite capitalise off of that change for second place, but he is right on the back of Austin Oman now as they head out of hangar, and looks like he could be down for having a look as they head more towards Pit Bend, which is an overtaking hotspot round this circuit. Warning flags out once again now, but this time for Luke Millward, the KR Sport driver. Change then just further down the order. I think that's Christian Sanguinetti overtaking Tom Reed into Pit Bend. Tom Reed back with Strawberry Racing then for this weekend, was previously with SFR, but has changed back to join the Straubs livery once more. Edward Haynes continues to lead the way. I don't think there's been a single lap so far this weekend that Edward has raced where he's not led things, Andrew. No,
he's looked very good so far this weekend as Edward Haynes. Very focused, very efficient in how he's getting on with the job. Was on the podium at Warden Law last time out for the ROTAX categories. That was at event 1 of the back-to-back events at Karting North East. So he's already got a good haul of points, 2nd in the championship standings heading into this weekend, but we know it's going to be a long season here in Minimax. Very, very competitive field. In my view, arguably the most competitive field for the championship in any of the categories that we've got here this weekend. And we've got some pretty close battles in junior, senior and micro as well. 8 minutes and 15 seconds to go then. The lead gap is 0.3 of a second. Who else is on the move? Max Jolly, if we've not mentioned already, has set the fastest lap of the Superheat so far, 48.9. Harry Radcliffe is on the move as well. That's needed. Radcliffe, 37th out of 37 in the intermediate classification overnight. A gain of 7 places in this race so far. That's the kind of performance that you need. Now the maths all shake out over these 2 races. If you're gaining 7, 8, 9, 10 positions from the back of the field in one of these, you're giving yourself a very, very good chance of making it through and above that 34th place cut-off for the final. Into turn 4, the leaders go. Spencer and Oman trying to close down Edward Haynes at the moment. And good to see as well the spread of different teams in the top 4, Nicole. Got Strawberry Racing leading this race in the hands of Edward Haynes. KR Sports second with Ollie Spencer. Sam Pollitt Racing third with Austin Oman. And then Joshua Griffin on his return to Wera Tools British Kart Championships action after missing out last time through injury. From a club meeting before Warden Law. Global Karting up there in the top 4. They can be very pleased with that effort so far, Nicole.
Absolutely can be, but on the back of this train, Andrew, it looks like the two Strawberry drivers of Max Jolly and Tom Reed really trying to push each other ahead to catch up to Joshua Griffin, who can there be seen checking over his shoulder to see what the gap is to the drivers behind, because he's aware that they're definitely working together within this one to try and catch up and get themselves back into that top 3 position. Oliver Spencer, your driver in second, is your fastest driver out there on the circuit, sets a 48.76, so just tenths faster than Edward Haynes. He's really closed that gap up now on this lap. Andrew really looks like he's caught up to Haynes in front. Is he going to have a look coming out and down towards pit bend? No, he doesn't. Drops a little bit of pace out of the dogleg then. That corner, we said it a couple of times this weekend, varied lines for drivers.
Yeah.
Some prefer to clip that entry curb, some prefer to clip the exit curb. Some drivers do both, some drivers do none. So wondering there, Ollie Spencer really did catch up to Edward Haynes and then dropped some time again going through the dogleg. Did he clip a curb and maybe get it wrong? And that's why that gap went back up to 0.2 of a second.
I'm going to ask you another one of my, well, you being the Dunks expert with it, this will be my first time here. These races being a bit longer, Nicole, than the 10 minutes that we saw yesterday, are there any specific things that, in a longer race you have to think about around this place?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those circuits, well, in racing, just in general, you've got to try and gauge how close to you the drivers behind you are. Leave it as long as you can to try and pull away from the rest of the field and then battle it out with the driver in front. But it will get to a stage for these drivers where they're going to be aware, I can't get any further ahead of the driver behind me, I'm just going to have to go in now. But then some drivers go for approaches as soon as the move is on, they'll absolutely go for it and they won't even think about what's going on behind them. Because at the end of the day, if you don't go in on the driver in front, you're getting overtaken from the driver behind. 5
minutes to go then. Still very much up in the air who's going to take this first superheat of the day. Just to note, I think these were from earlier in the race. Arthur Farrow and Luke Millward have both had warning flags. Yeah, that was from, I think, back on lap 1 or lap number 2. Edward Haynes hasn't quite been able to break away, but I don't think that's going to be a massive problem for Haynes. He's been in this kind of position before in this weekend. Did a very diligent job through the heats yesterday. Spencer right there in second place. Oman, Griffin, Tom Reed, Max Jolly, they all want to try and move themselves further up. We know we talk a lot about the 34th place cutoff, but for these guys at the front, they've got to think about it in terms of where they line up on the grid for the final. It's a good opportunity, this superheat. The slightly wider stretch of intermediate points for these top positions. A win or a second place in these kind of races can really make the difference. And, of course, there's championship points to be awarded after this race. The results from yesterday, the 2 heats for each individual driver, and the results from this superheat will set the order for the first haul of points here this weekend. Oliver Spencer's having a little go there at Edward Haynes into turn 1. Haynes was sharp to it and didn't give Spencer the opportunity to get through. He's trying to back it up now, but Spencer's had a good exit out of 3. It's going to be down the inside. He's going to get an assist from Austin Oman as well. Spencer takes the lead. Good stuff there from Ollie Spencer. Edward Haynes has now got to fight and get his elbows out, otherwise he's going to fall to the back of this group. He's managed to stabilise things there in 4th place. Tom Reed has come through as well. The farmer, the number 10 seed from last year, could see how agitated Edward Haynes is now, saying, come on, let's work together to try and get this lead back. There's still plenty of time to do that. 3 minutes to go. Spencer confirmed as your new race leader.
Joshua Griffin was the driver at the back of this train that's really been caught out by that move that was done by Ollie Spencer. Austin Oman then in that Kart Republic, still continuing to push Spencer around the circuit. There's been no change between those two drivers since that early on move for second place, and it just looks like Austin's hesitating slightly to try and find an opportunity to overtake Oliver, the number 5 for KR Sport. Max Jolly is within this pack again. He's your fastest driver out there on the circuit, sat in 5th. hasn't really done much during this race after losing a few positions at the start. But what will he do now with his teammate of Edward Haynes, with his teammate of Tom Reed that are in front of him, because it is a Strawberry 3, 4 and 5. Joshua Griffin then in that global kart at the back of this train, just looking like he's watching what's going on ahead of him. Now, are we going to have a change for that third position, for that second position? Edward Haynes pushes himself into third. Is Tom Reed going to get caught out? Edward Haynes now lost position going out of the chicane, and that's brought Ryan White into the fight as well now, Andrew. Yeah,
really impressed with Ryan White's progress this weekend, the former Honda Cadet champion there in the Hunter Motorsport team. It's up to 6th place now, but it's starting to get a little bit tough at the front of the order for Ollie Spencer. Austin Oman stepped the pressure up a notch. He's starting to get in the peripheral vision of the number 8 seed from last year. Out of the dogleg once again to complete lap number 13. Spencer feels the need to defend hard to drivers right on the run into Pitts Bend. That's not a bad job there. You can see the encouragement from the grandstand, from the mechanics gallery there. Spencer to the inside again, holds the line. Haynes is trying to go around the outside and gain some positions. This has not been the kind of race that Edward Haynes would have expected after those 2 heat wins yesterday. Into turn 4 once again. Oliver Spencer did a lot of overtaking last time out at Warden Law. He's got to keep his wits about him here, Nicole. This defensive work is good at the moment from Ollie Spencer. There's still going to be another 2 laps of this race to go if he's going to take Superheat A.
Still no attempt by Austin Oman to try and overtake our race leader, but like you said, 2 more laps to go, so keep an eye on that Kart Republic SPR driver who looks over his shoulder to see the gap. So now as Austin Oman is actually deciding to defend from Tom Reed going into Pit Bend. Is he going to lose the position to Reed? No, he doesn't. Continues to lead from Reed going into the chicane. That's going to bring Max Jolly into things. It's now a fight between those 2 Strawberry drivers. Now it's a fight between the 3 Strawberry drivers who head down the start finish straight in that 3rd, 4th and 5th once again. Edward Haynes down the iron side of the O-plate of Max Jolly going down into the tight right-hander. So now it's Edward Haynes that's picking up positions after having a little bit of a difficult second part of the race. Breathing room has been gifted to Oliver Spencer now coming out of the hangar bend and towards dogleg. He's got a little bit of time to think about things because Austin Oman isn't quite on his tail anymore. Let's take you through your top 10 order then on this final lap of the race. It's Oliver Spencer from Austin Oman, Tom Reed, Edward Haynes, Max Jolly, Joshua Griffin, Ryan White, Harry Radcliffe, Josh Cormack and Aidan Hammond, the rookie driver, now is within your top 10.
Very good stuff indeed. Harry Radcliffe's progress up 11 spots now in this race. Can hold on, can bring this to the end. That should see Harry Radcliffe go from the outside of the top 34 rather, to inside and make the final. Still not done at the very front of the field. Austin Oman's had a very good last lap so far. Is he going to be within range as they go down into hangar turn? No, not quite. Spencer's just got to get off the corner, thread it through the dogleg, and is going to win this first superheat of 2. Very good work from Oliver Spencer. He takes it from Austin Oman. Tom Reed finishes 3rd.
Going from 4th then, Edward Haynes was your race leader for the first half of the race, but has dropped down into that 4th place. Max Jolly finishes in 5th position ahead of Joshua Griffin. Ryan White is up there in your top 10, as is Harry Radcliffe, Christian Sanguinetti and Josh Cormack. Birthday weekend then for Oliver Spencer, who is your race winner, up by 6 positions for Ollie within that one. Definitely the result that he would have been looking for during Superheat A.
And of course, still looking for that breakthrough victory. He had one on the road that then fell away at Warden Law after a post-race penalty. Could this be the day that Ollie Spencer breaks through and goes into the winners column for these Wera Tools British Kart Championships? Good effort there from Aidan Hammond in 11th, Sebastian Behrman, Maximilian Abrahart, Soren Gallagher and Benjamin Lawn all in the top 15. Luke Millward, Jensen Walker, James Devereaux and Arthur Farrow may have some nervous waits now to see, do they make the final? There is no repechage with this superheat format. We will wait and see. And of course, we've still got another race to go with Riley Moreau, James Roots, Lucian Smith, Joshua Cook all looking for opportunities. But I think what that race result kind of, again, summarises for us, Nicole, is you can't predict Minimax this year. This next race is the same for it. That off the back of the form that we saw yesterday, you'd have thought, yeah, Edward Haynes, he's got this under control. 2 wins from pole position, just do the same again. But all of a sudden, it's still a good result for Haynes there in 4th place, but other drivers mixing it up. We saw it at Warden Law as well, with Emerson McAndrew-Wren having really good form up to this point and then it not going well in the final. It's really going to keep the drivers on their toes, I think, this year. Absolutely
is. And I think on Sunday's racing as well, for Oliver Spencer, your race winner, who was given that penalty in the final at Warden Law and dropped him so many positions, I think that's been a bit of a fire in his belly going into today's superheat to really try and grab that race win. We said it on the Paddock show yesterday, Andrew, didn't we? Expect big things from today's racing where drivers start to change their strategy and know that they've got to put in a little bit more work. And, risk means reward, especially around a circuit like this. So, trying different things within today's racing, which we've definitely seen from our first Minimax Superheat of the day.
There's your winner. Ollie Spencer takes Superheat A. May well be on the front row for the final later on this afternoon. Let's have a look at some of the highlights and see how he did it. This was earlier on in the piece. It was a decent start for Edward Haynes, looking to continue the form that we saw from him yesterday. This was a key move. Spencer down the inside of Austin Oman just gave him that progress and that track position, Nicole, to be the guy to pounce and take any opportunities that may befall him if Haynes was to make a mistake.
Absolutely was. Austin Oman was challenged by Joshua Griffin, but Griffin couldn't quite get that move done and later went on to finish in 6th place. 2 Strawberry drivers of Max Jolly and Tom Reed did work together to catch up to the rest of the pack, and it very much benefited them later on in the race as they finished in 3rd and 5th with their teammate Edward Haynes in that 4th spot. Haynes was challenged then by Oliver Spencer going into pit bend, but couldn't quite get that move done. It wasn't until this stage going into the right-hand after the mini straight that Oliver Spencer got that race lead, and then Edward Haynes dropped back into the pack and later on had to do a bit more work than he has done previously in this weekend, where he's had those lights to flag wins. Oliver Spencer then wasn't challenged by Austin Oman, who later finished in 2nd place. Oman decided more so just to chase him round rather than go for any risky overtakes. Like we said, though, battles between those Strawberry drivers in that mid-pack of the front end of the field. And it was all going on more so in the late stages of this race, where Max Jolly went down the inside of Tom Reed going into the chicane, but couldn't quite get it done. And Tom Reed took the position back on the exit of the corner.
And I think for Austin Oman as well, there may be a question, well, why didn't he go for the move? Got to remember that he had a lot of bad luck at Warden Law. And yes, there's drop scores that will come into play later in the season. And I think back to 2024 and how close Austin came to the Micromax title. Maybe just looking at that race of going, do you know what? 2nd place in a superheat. This is going to convert into good championship points. Let's take them and move on. Right. Superheat B for Minimax 950. It's next up after this. Second of the Superheats for Minimax 950. Here's how they line up for Superheat B. Riley Morrow, 2nd in the intermediate classification overnight. Takes pole position for this one with James Roots alongside on the front row. Lucian Smith and Joshua Cook form an all-KR Sport row number 2. Logan Rolfe and Alfie Mayer start on row 3. It's Leo Livings and Achille Giannone on row 4.
Row 5 sees Emerson McAndrew-Wren alongside Elijah West. On 6, we have Thule Motorsports' Fraser Anderson with George Swire. And going from 7, we have Alfie Ward with Maria Roberto. Shortly behind on row 8 and starting from 5th is Nelson Taylor with Stanley Stafford. And then on row number 9, we have Eddie Duncan with MLC's Jack Fulbrook-Harmer.
Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, the only driver in this field outside of the top 34 overnight. Field coming round turn number 8 through Hanger Corner. And need to get into formation fairly quickly if we're going to go to green this time around. Riley Morrow there for Sam Pollitt Racing. Global Karting's James Roots alongside on the front row. And those two KR teammates, Lucian Smith and Joshua Cook, on the second row. And with the mixed up order from Superheat A, they know that there's going to be some opportunities to move up the intermediate classification in this race. We are green at the first time of asking. Good start for Riley Morrow. Can they all make it through? There was a few drivers running wide. There's a challenge for the lead from Lucian Smith, but Riley Morrow has dealt with that very, very well indeed. Great start for Emerson McAndrew-Uren, the bright yellow, the details of pink on the helmet there. The number 3 seed from last year is already from the middle of the pack, started on row 5, Nicole. Now they're in third.
In both heats then we saw Emerson get caught out at race starts, but within this one, stark contrast to yesterday, and he sat there in that third position with Logan Rolfe sat behind him. Good weekend so far for Logan Rolfe, probably one of the best weekends we've seen from him so far in this championship since he first started competing. Sat there in 4th position and as they head out of the dogleg for the first time. Riley Morrow then, different from what we saw from him at Warden Law, had some really bad luck in the final, but has really lit things up so far this weekend at Dunkeswell. Is your current race leader, but being chased down by Lucian Smith as they head through the chicane. Early stages, to me, Andrew, it looks like Emerson McAndrew-Uren is the fastest driver out of these through on just confidence-wise. Look at the way he approaches the sharp right-hander after the mini straight, really on the tail now of Lucian Smith, and I'm sure he'll be hustling him very shortly to go for that second place, because he's going to be aware after that bad luck in the previous 2 heats he needs some points, he needs a good result within this Superheat B. Warning flag is out then for Maria Roberto, the 113. She is down in
18th place, yeah.
So maybe a bit of an incident going on out there on the circuit for Maria.
Down the inside, Emerson McAndrew-Uren takes second place away from Lucian Smith. Nice clean move there. It's probably not going to be a repeat of the final intermediate classification P1 that we saw for M at Warden Law. But again, as you've mentioned there, Nicole, a big result here. Moves him further up that classification here today. That will convert into championship points. Already knows that if he's going to add the Minimax title this year to the Micromax title that he took in 2023, that final at Warden Law will need to be a drop score. He needs to get the championship points tally ticking over pretty quickly. That was a good run through the dogleg for McAndrew-Uren. Is he going to have a go for the lead here on Riley Morrow? No, Riley Morrow had good pace off of the dogleg. Oh, now who's out there? Is that Eddie Duncan, who's just fallen down the order and is climbing to safety over the barrier? If it is, that would be a real shame for the 157 for TH Corsa. That may mean that we don't see that kart progress through, or that driver progress through into the top 34, because Eddie Duncan was right at the edge overnight in the intermediate classification. Meanwhile, back with the race leaders, 9 minutes to go. So the incident's just coming out of turn number 8. Leaders going through and past it now. Most important thing is you can see that Eddie is okay. He's walking behind the barrier. He's done a good job there getting to safety as quickly and safely as possible. But Morrow continuing to lead. Morrow upping his pace as well, Nicole. That's a good response.
Looked a little bit rattled on the previous lap to Emerson McAndrew-Uren, but we've seen from him now, like you said, fastest driver out there on the circuit, has picked things back up in that race lead and looking more settled. Going to be aware that Emerson will be trying to go for the race lead very shortly. He is up by 7 positions so far within the race. We've also got big movers in that mid-pack of things. It's George Swire has gone up by 6 places. He's hustling the back of Alfie Mayer, the 2 SFR Motorsport drivers, working together to try and catch up to the likes of Logan Rolfe. But we have really had a 6-kart breakaway within this stage of the race. It is Morrow, McAndrew-Uren, Smith, Rolf, Mayer and George Swire there in your top 6. I believe, I think there's been a change for that 4th place, yes. So Alfie Mayer now has overtaken Logan Rolf for 4th.
Good stuff there. There's been a problem out at turn 2. I just saw out of the corner of my eye for Josh Cook and Fraser Anderson. They've fallen down the order, Nicole.
We've had a change for the race lead now, but Riley Morrow has something to say because takes it back from Emerson. We missed where Emerson took that lead just previously, but now Riley Morrow promotes himself one more. You know, quick response by Morrow then. Just a bit of a strategy, maybe because he's going to know to keep Emerson away from him, he's going to need to back him up. He's going to need to bring the likes of Lucian Smith into things and make it harder work for Emerson.
The trouble is, though, if he does that too much, he's going to bring Alfie Mayer into play, and Alfie Mayer is on very, very good form at the moment. Bit of a wobble there for Morrow into turn 1. Alfie Mayer's just set the fastest lap, or was the fastest driver on circuit. That's just been taken by Alfie Ward for MLC Motorsport. But yeah, Alfie Mayer had a very good run at the ROTAX Euro Trophy of Ackersdorf a few weeks ago. It's down the inside, strikes Emerson McAdoo-Uren. Has he gone too quick, though, through turn 4? No, he's got the move done off of turn number 5. Again, this is all work that will move Emerson McAdoo-Uren up the order in the intermediate classification. He's still on the live points at the moment, outside the top 8. The question is, though, Riley Morrow, who was the leader at the last count in the FIC, is he still going to be the leader in that tally? No, of course, 4 points for second place in a superheat. Opens the door for Edward Haynes to take pole position. Meanwhile, back on track, side by side, tyres rubbing there through. Goes Riley Morrow back into the lead of this race. This is a pulsating one, 3 wide through turn 3. And we said watch for Alfie Mayer. Brilliant move there from Mayer down the inside. Oh, now gets together with Lucian Smith. Smith goes through in a robust manner there, and here comes Logan Rolfe in the 132. The Synergy colours there up into the top 5. This has allowed Riley Morrow to break away, Nicole. Potentially with this move will take pole position for the final, but it's anyone's guess who's going to take P2. Emerson
McAdoo-Uren then getting really hustled within that lap. Riley Morrow now has a bit of breathing room as they head down and through pit bend. 0.6 of a second is his race lead. Alfie Mayer then, like you said, really has been written an invitation within this race to make up those positions, is up by 3 and is all over the back of Lucian Smith as they head down and past the airfield, down the mini straight and into the right-hander. Mayer there still sat in 3rd position, really trying to have a look on the KR Sport driver in front of him. Emerson McAdoo-Uren looking more settled now. He's there in that 4th position. Was a little bit wobbly on that previous lap after being demoted down to 4th, but looks like he's picked things back up again within this last sector. They'll head through the dog leg once more. What's the gap that the race leader Riley Morrow has got as they go under the start-finish gantry? It has been reduced by Lucian Smith. It's now 0.4 of a second, was previously 6th. Joshua Cook, the 175 KR Sport, is now under investigation. Joshua is sat there down in 16th place, so has really dropped it down the order. Battle is on then between Emerson McAdoo-Uren and Alfie Mayer. It looked like to me there, Mayer just pointed through McAdoo-Uren then, just to say, you know, have it. Bit of a different tactic from Alfie Mayer then.
This is the point of the proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, where I become the least popular person in the tyre park. We've just had reports, I know it is very sunny at this top end of the circuit. We are starting to have reports from our camera operators, thanks for the message from Alpha Live. The rain is coming, spots of rain starting to fall in very, very specific areas, possibly down at the far end of the circuit. There is a look at the weather radar. I think that was from a little bit earlier, the bands of rain rolling in over Plymouth and towards Exeter. I think for these drivers it's going to be fine. They've got heat into their tyres. They'll be okay. And if it is spots, it's only spots. Nothing on our commentary box window at this point. Riley Morrow continues to lead this race. And right now, this result would give him pole position for the final. He's only got a 3-point gap in the FIC over Edward Haynes, so he's got to win this race. Second place would not be enough to surpass Edward Haynes' overnight lead. 3 minutes of this race to go. Smith closing in once again. There's a move, though, from Emerson McAndrew down the inside, takes second place away from Lucian Smith. Gains himself a couple of points in the right direction. Alfie Mayer still there in fourth. The wider spread in the top 8. Murrow has mentioned. Oh, it's off. Now is the rain down there? This is where I ask you again, Nicole. You said it rains at specific points of this circuit. It is looking a little bit grayer down there at the far end of the circuit. Is that an area where the rain tends to come in from?
Well, I said to you earlier, from my experience at this track, you do get it in random spots of the track. It's really, really bizarre, and I wouldn't want to call it because we can't see on the cameras if it is raining or if Emerson just overcooked it down through the mini straight and missed the corner, because we didn't see any other drivers making a mistake down there. Emerson, though, picks things back up again and overtakes Lucian Smith once more through pit bend. So that mistake potentially by the driver previously hasn't made too much of a difference. We'll watch what the approach is from these drivers as they head back down into this corner. Emerson defending from Lucian Smith. Is he going to get the corner right this time? Yes, he does. So to me, Andrew, I'd maybe say it was
a little bit light rain, yeah?
Is it?
I think so. What I'm hearing in my ear, and just doing it the old-fashioned way as well, looking out towards turn 4, it is a bit hazy over there. Lap times across the whole field have all dropped. We were in the high 48s for the best laps in this race. We're now in the 51s. So, if it's rain, it's the lightest of rain down there at the far end of the circuit. Number 643, one of the wild cards, Stanley Stafford, is under investigation. Lap time's a bit better that time around, back into the 49s for Murrow and McAndrew. 50s for everybody else. This is the area of the circuit. As I say, if it is rain there, it's so fine. That's looking a bit better this time. Maybe it was just a couple of spots. Yeah, I'm hearing in our ears now that the rain has now stopped. The drivers have dealt with that little situation, but my, that'll have been a bit of a scare for some out there.
Yeah, a little bit of nerves, I think, from McAndrew. Then as he headed down into that corner, the lap after that almost off happened for him. I think he would have approached it with a little bit more caution than the previous lap, but it's not put him off in this second section of the race, because he is sat there in second place with the fastest lap. Now, still, it was a 48.72 that McAndrew had earned himself previously, so is your fastest so far within Superheat B. Battle going on then a bit further down the order between George Swire and Alfie Ward. This is the battle for 5th place, so it's Swire, Ward and James Roots that are really going for it. Roots started on the front row of the order, has had a really difficult race within this one, and has had to fight back up to get himself into this battle for 5th. Previously, he had lost about 10 positions, so has really put in the work, really hustled the drivers in front of him to get back up the order in that 1-2-1 kart.
Has indeed. At the moment, we were talking about the final intermediate classification, weren't we, before it started raining a little bit. Murrow, Haynes, Oman, Smith, Jolly, Roots, Spencer, White. That's the top 8 as things stand. It could all change here on this final lap for Superheat B. Riley Murrow, what a job this has been by Riley Murrow. He's really had to dig deep to get this result. Didn't have a good time at all in the final at Warden Law. Was strong through the heats. Was on the second row for the final at Karting Northeast. Here today at Dunkeswell, Riley Murrow coming towards the final couple of corners now. He's got the dog leg to go. He's going to have pole position for the final. A brilliant job by Riley Murrow and Sam Pollitt Racing. They take the race victory in Superheat B. Emerson McAndrew reminds us why he is still a factor here this weekend. P2, a gain of 7 places, the equal biggest mover in that race. Alfie Mayer won a couple of weeks ago at Wackersdorf. If he's going to do it again here back in the UK, he's going to have to come through the field, but a decent run there to 3rd for SFR Motorsport in Superheat B. Lucian Smith and George Swire both in the top 5. Rounding out the top 10, it was Alfie Ward, James Roots, Elijah West, Achille Giannone and Leo Living. Stanley Stafford 11th, but under investigation from earlier in the race, a gain of 5. Logan Rolfe down to 12th in that one. Nelson Taylor's 13th. That should see Nelson through into the top 34. Good drive from Maria Roberto. I think Maria will be through into the final as well with that 14th place. Tough race for Joshua Cook. Started on the second row, falls down to 15th, will comfortably make it into the top 34, will be further down the order on the grid than perhaps he was expecting. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, I think he's still in that nervous weight zone. 16th, did go forward in that race, but he's going to have to hope that others don't beat his final intermediate classification score. Fraser Anderson, 17th, I think should be fine with results early on in the weekend. Eddie Duncan, though, may well, unfortunately, be out after that one. Started this phase 34th in the intermediate classification and went backwards with that retirement. May well drop out of that top 34. And hopefully we will see Eddie, of course, again later on in the season. Those cones all being checked, of course, for front fairings, making sure they are all attached and positioned correctly. Race leaders going over the weighbridge. That was a really gutsy drive, I thought, there from Emerson Makanda-Uren. Nicole, before we discuss that further, let's have a look at some of the highlights for this one.
Good start by the likes of Lucian Smith in the early stages. Almost challenged Austin Oman for that race lead. Emerson Makanda-Uren down the inside of Lucian Smith through pit bend to take that second position. Did have a bit of drama later on within the race, but did manage to pick things back up again. Bit more settled by the Minimax drivers for this Superheat B in the first half of things, but it did really light up in the second bit, and this was the point that Riley Murrow, not Austin Oman, it's Riley Murrow was overtaken for that race lead. Didn't want to give it up to Emerson Makanda-Uren, the number 3 for DHR. They had a lot to say to each other through the mini straight and down through the tight right-hander. Lucian Smith was brought back into things for third position, and then it was all going on through the chicane as they headed through at the midpoint of the race.
Yeah, good stuff. This was brilliant. 3 wide through turn 3. Alfie Mayer gaining out of that one. Lucian Smith with a very close moment there went back through. This phase was really what gave Riley Murrow the victory. He was able to just break away, get that good gap, and not have to worry too much about what was going on behind. Mayer and Makanda-Uren again had a good fight for third place. Makanda-Uren then went on the attack for second place. This is when the rain came in. Very short shower, very light shower, and it only really seemed to be turn 4 where things were affected. Lap times went down by 2 to 3 seconds, then came back. Riley Murrow took the race victory. With it, will be on pole position for that Minimax final, which will be at 2:30 later on this afternoon. Seniors out next after this. Back here in the southwest of England, getting ready for our next set of Superheats for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And next down on circuit, Nicole, it's the seniors. It's been an intriguing story so far this weekend, hasn't it, in the seniors?
Definitely has. It's 2 out of 2 so far for DHR's Matthew Higgins, but he will get challenged within this one by the likes of Freddie Ingram and Lewis Gilbert, who start alongside and behind him. Gilbert, your Warden Law winner, great results, experienced at this track most definitely. So watch these two drivers really hustle each other within this Senior ROTAX Superheat A.
We'll take a time with this one. 2 formation laps is what we're hearing is the decision from race control. Matthew Higgins starts on pole position for Superheat A. Very simple scenario. If Higgins wins this race, it'll be pole position for the final. Trying to stop him though, Freddie Ingram on the front row. Lewis Gilbert on this rich run of form starts on the inside of row number 2. Has Lizzie Mentier for company on that one. William Antrobus and Archie Walker, they go from row number 3. It's Kai Beach and Jack Lilly going from row 4.
From row 5, it's Neo Clark and Guy Cunnington. And from 6, we have Teddy Pritchard Williams and Cian Geraghty for Strawberry. Going from row number 7 is Tyler Harris for Hunter Motorsport with Charlie Cox. And then we have Hugh Moulton alongside Miles Roby on row number 8.
Row 9, Luke Bate is alongside Henry Gregory. Sam Marsh returning to the sport after 10 years away in a racing capacity is on row 10, joined by Jack Gillingham. Row 11 won't exist because there's only 20 runners in this race. What are you seeing out there, Nicole? How are the conditions looking?
Well, I'm seeing on the timing screen potentially no Sam Marsh within this one. It does say he is still in, and I can't see him out of the commentary box window. We'll see if he appears on the back of the live stream. Is supposed to be starting down the order on the 20th.
Yeah,
on the
19th
10th
on the grid.
row. Can't see him there, Andrew.
That will mean that Marsh won't make the final because he's one of 3 drivers in this race outside the top 34 overnight. The other 2 are being, of course, Henry Gregory and Jack Gillingham. So those are the 2 in particular who need a good race here. They need to drive through, get a bit of delta in terms of positions going, and move themselves up that intermediate classification order. Of course, again, as well, for those at the front, they'll be focusing on their positions for the final and the first haul of championship points from this weekend. The scores from yesterday's heats carry over into this one for the final intermediate classification. Higgins 2 wins yesterday. Can he make it 3? We are green light and racing here at Dunkeswell. Good start for Higgins. Freddie Ingram trying to fight round the outside, has lost out in second place to Lewis Gilbert, winner of the first round of the year in this championship, won at Wackersdorf as well a couple of weeks ago. It's in the finest form. I've seen Lewis Gilbert in for a good couple of years. Through turn 4, oh, that's all going to get a little bit close, and round goes the 354 in the middle of the pack there. That's Henry Gregory. That could be end of weekend then for Henry Gregory. We said he needed to come through the field and gain positions. Out of the race, Cian Geraghty. Not a good weekend for Cian Geraghty, who's out of contention now. Who else was in there? Was that a Coles in there? If it was, it might have been Hugh Moulton out of this one. Higgins leads at the end of lap 1. Gilbert, Ingram, Antrobus, Walker. Kai Beach has had a decent start there in 6th. Teddy Pritchard Williams up 4 places as well. Nicole to P7.
So it was Geraghty and Hugh Moulton in the barrier together after the right-hander, after the mini straight. So those 2 drivers are out, and that has caused a yellow flag as the race leader Matthew Higgins heads down into that section. So no overtaking allowed within that part of the corner until that incident is cleaned up, until the Coles driver Kart has been moved out the way. Gilbert then heads out of hangar ahead of Higgins heads out of hangar ahead of Gilbert, Ingram and Antrobus. Antrobus promoting himself into 4th position within the start of this race. We've got a few moves within that middle pack by the likes of Walker, Veach and Teddy Pritchard Williams, up by 4 places now in 7th.
Geraghty started this race inside the top 25 in the intermediate classification, so I'm hopeful for him. I think he'll be okay of not slipping out the top 34. For Hugh Moulton, bit of a different story. He's going to be on the bubble here in the danger zone. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Higgins having to work really, really hard here to hold off championship leader Lewis Gilbert. Freddie Ingram still in there as well, P3. William Antrobus has lost 4th place to Archie Walker. Walker, who won the club round here at Dunkeswell, which a lot of the drivers the drivers not competing in Euro Trophy, a lot of them came here 2 weeks ago to practice for this British Championships round, and of those who were here 2 weeks ago, Archie Walker was your winner in senior ROTAX, so we know he's got Sunday race pace. Charlie Cox is moving pretty quickly, 45.95 last time around. He's up to 12th place in this race. Meanwhile, there's been other changes. Jack Lilly up through past Neo Clark for P8. Lizzie Mentier trying to recover back through after that difficult start. He's got P13 off of Guy Cunnington.
No changes then between Higgins and Gilbert for that race lead, and it has turned things into a battle between the top 10 drivers. There's really nothing in it between Higgins at the front in first and Tyler Harris down there in 10th. It really is a snake of karts that's heading down the start-finish straight. Driver in third then, Freddie Ingram, just trying to tighten things up from Archie Walker, sat there in fourth. Antrobus hot on the heels of the KR Sport driver Walker, but is in a bit of a sandwich between the two KRs because he's got Kai Veach right there as well. Kai Veach this weekend, supported by Aidan Neate, the Lotus GT4 driver. That is his mechanic, and I'm sure Aidan would have been giving him some support to push him into the sharp end of the field, which he's definitely doing for one of the first times within this championship so far. Leading the way, though, is still the DHR driver, but Lewis Gilbert is right there in second place, really trying to suss out where he's going to go for that race lead. No change between Freddie Ingram and Archie Walker, who are heading out the dogleg. Is Freddie Ingram going to have a battle? And the battle is on between those two drivers. Really close and tough stuff going down the start-finish straight. And Archie Walker gets the move done, really capitalises off of that lack in pace by Freddie Ingram by trying to defend too much and gets himself into third. But that has given Gilbert and Matthew Higgins a bit of breathing room. Higgins now heading down the mini straight and defending from Lewis Gilbert, trying to back him back into the pack now. Probably saw the gap that those two drivers had pulled away and thought, no, actually, I want to bring everybody else into this.
And the funny thing with that, that's the Gilbert tactic. That's what we saw Lewis Gilbert do at Warden Law, and did so absolutely brilliantly.
Well, probably sat there thinking, say as I do, not do as I say.
Out of the race is Lizzie Mentier. It's not been the superheat that she would have wanted. She'll make the final, but it's again going to be a case like we saw with Joshua Cook now. The tyres being looked over there.
Is that a front left issue for Lizzie? We can see scrutineering team just having a look at things. Looked like the rim was potentially being looked at. It didn't look like there was any air gone out of the rubber. Here we go then. The tactic by Higgins has worked because the pack have backed each other up now, and this train of karts forms once again. It's not a front two breakaway. Another race retirement then. That is Keane Geraghty, who we saw was out at the very start of this race. Tough stuff for Geraghty so far this weekend. Had that early retirement yesterday in his second heat with potential engine issues. Didn't even complete a lap. Archie Walker now there in third place, really piling on the pressure to Gilbert and Higgins. Everybody going defensive into that chicane section of the track, and it really is a 10-kart train that is driving around together. Your race leader, though, Matthew Higgins, is the one that still holds the fastest lap. Lewis Gilbert deep into that right-hander there after the mini-straight. Yeah,
nearly got that one wrong, but gathered it back up together again. 6 minutes remaining in this race. Higgins still at the front of the order and is keeping things pretty close through the course of this superheat so far. Still in that position where if he wins this race, it'll be pole position for the final. 4 points is his advantage over Harry Bartle. Again, remember, if there are any tiebreakers on intermediate points, we go back to TQ on Saturday morning to sort out the tiebreakers. It's not needed at this moment. Other drivers in this race, what are they doing in the final intermediate classification? Well, Gilbert will be moving to 14 points and down to 6th place right now, but that is with a number of drivers like Bartle, Bishop, Hingley and West, all still yet to race. Freddie Ingram would be still in the top 8 on 15 points, so it'd be guaranteed at least a row 4 start for the final. 5 minutes and 10 to go. No other changes further down the order. Tyler Harris has had a good race. Just looking further down the list, Nicole, up 4 places into P9. Henry Gregory, I was casting out of the top 34, but actually with these retirements, he's now back up into the top 15. He's just got past Jack Gillingham as well, so maybe there's a reprieve for Henry Gregory and the MLC Motorsport team there. We'll wait and see what happens in the second of the superheats, of course. Nicole, you've been watching on, seeing how the top three getting on, starting to break away from Freddie Ingram there in fourth.
These top three then just mirroring each other. Actually, as they were going down the mini straight, all three of them turned their head in unison exactly at the same time to try and look at what the gap was to the driver behind, because it does look like these top three of Higgins, Gilbert and Walker pulling away from your second pack of karts, which includes Antrobus, Veach and Freddie Ingram. Potential change for that second position now. Archie Walker challenging Lewis Gilbert for that P2. Lewis Gilbert, though, defends into the chicane section and continues to sit there in second place. Walker, though, really trying to have a look. Is he going to have a look down the inside at the tight right-hander? No, he doesn't. That allows Matthew Higgins a little bit of breathing room, but does bring Freddie Ingram and William Antrobus back into things as well. Really see then, Andrew, when these drivers defend quite quickly, the packs behind them catch up. Matthew Higgins heading down to the dogleg section, looking over his shoulder at Lewis Gilbert. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, so plenty of time to go within this race for a change for the race lead to happen. But at the minute, it has been a race lead for Matthew since the very start. Gilbert, though, still right there in second position and towing round Archie Walker. Are they maybe going to work together? Is Walker maybe going to have a look at pushing Gilbert through on your race leader?
Maybe so. Maybe so indeed. Archie Walker looking to get his season going, really. It's a set of results from yesterday. I think it was 12th and 5th for Archie Walker. There's Kai Veach, the back of this group, another KR Sport driver improving on what they achieved yesterday. Solid results for Kai Veach. Something seemed to click in the second half of the second heat as he moved back into the top 10. Changes further down the order. Tyler Harris has got through past Jack Lilly. Neo Clark has followed through as well. Good to see Neo up in the top 10. Is comfortably going to be making it through to the final here today. Track conditions still looking good in the 45s right now. But those clouds are rolling in. The skies look a little bit grey out of our commentary box window and over the back of the mechanics gallery. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Matthew Higgins continuing to control this one. A couple of warning flags have been out, by the way, from earlier on in the race. 312 has received 2 of them. That's Charlie Cox in 12th place, the 366 as well. Earlier on has an investigation flag. That's Jack Gillingham. That's not good news for one of the drivers looking to move themselves forward in the points.
Higgins then looking a little bit rattled as we head under the 2-minute marker, really looking over his shoulder to the Scotsman of Lewis Gilbert in second position. You just see his head turning time and time again to see what that gap is, and is starting to defend and sit closer on that white line now. Really wants that race lead to continue the charge that he's had this weekend. Currently on 0 points within the intermediate classification, but is Lewis Gilbert going to change things? Archie Walker still there in third. Freddie Ingram still in fourth. No change between William Antrobus and Kai Veach either. And
the other thing for the drivers that they're probably thinking through as well is knowing that there's a second set of drivers, still to race. They don't want to open the door for the others in the race yet to come.
Which includes the likes of Macaulay Bishop.
It does indeed, yeah.
So, you think, am I going to open the door to the second group of drivers, like you just said, Andrew, which are potentially those ones that everybody kind of watches out for?
Indeed, 50 seconds to go. There has been a split in this top 6, so it's a 3 and 3 now. Higgins, Gilbert and Walker, Ingram, Antrobus and Veach into Hanger turn once again. Gotta say, Matthew Higgins has done a very good job controlling this race, and now he's starting to pull away. Now he's hit the hammer. 2 laps to go then. The number of drivers immediately behind, not as big now. Is this the point at which Matthew Higgins has decided, right, let's go back to the full racing line, start to bang in some almost like used tyre quali laps in for the end of this one and break away from the rest of the field? He's not going to need to defend at all down into turn number 4 from Gilbert and Walker. Good scrap going on between Ingram, Antrobus and Veach. I'd say I've been impressed with William Antrobus this weekend. He's taken the step from juniors up to seniors across the course of this year, and in terms of just the way he's driving, the racecraft, the decision making from William Antrobus, he's got it. It looks like he's got what you need. And what are those differences, Nicole, when you're looking between juniors and seniors? We'll come back to that. We are now on to the final lap. Gilbert had a little look there at Higgins into turn 1. Nothing doing through the second or third turns. This is closing things back up for Archie Walker as well. They're all checking over the shoulders. Gilbert now feels the need to defend down into turn 4 from the KR Sport 391. Surely that is job done for Matthew Higgins. He's got his gap. He's got his lead. He's not going to need to defend down into turn number 8. It's all onto Lewis Gilbert now. If he can hold position there, guarantee himself at least a row 3 start for the final, potentially more depending on results in Superheat B. But what we do know is no one in Superheat B will be able to take pole position away from Matty Higgins. He wins it. That is 3 from 3 now for the Welshman. That is a very good set of heats. He will be on pole position for the final, looking to finally win a round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships once again. He had a good run at Warden Law. This time, he doesn't have to work his way through the field. Lewis Gilbert will have a chance, I'm sure, once again of taking another victory. At the moment, 6th in the FIC, but with West, Hingley, Bishop and Bartle all still to run, that could improve for Lewis Gilbert. Second place in that one. Archie Walker reminding people why he's in with a shout this weekend with that third place. Freddie Ingram, William Antrobus, Kai Veach, Teddy Pritchard Williams, Tyler Harris, Jack Lilly and Guy Cunnington all in the top 10. Neo Clark, Charlie Cox, Luke Bate, Henry Gregory, Miles Roby and Jack Gillingham, the last of the 16 finishers in that race. 4 retirements: Cian Geraghty, Lizzie Mentier, Hugh Moulton, actually 3 retirements because Sam Marsh, of course, did not take the start. Tense one there, Nicole. Not bags of overtaking and moves everywhere, but a very controlled performance from Matthew Higgins.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, lights to flag, not a toe out of line within that one, but I think things might change within the final as things heat up. And of course, we've got our second group of seniors still to go, which include some big names. Of course, as well, I think Lewis Gilbert really using his head within that race, more aware of, you know, points mean prizes, and you don't have to get everything done within these superheats. It's about starting at the front row within the finals and then putting everything on the line within that stage of the weekend instead.
So the drivers will head into scrutineering, go through all of their checks, of course. We will see those who've qualified through to the top 34 later on today at 3 o'clock. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one. Talk us through it, Nicole. Well,
it was lights to flag win for Matthew Higgins, then led right from the very start and through pit bend. Good start by Lewis Gilbert just to hug that white line through pit bend. There was a few drivers getting caught out on the outside of things. Lizzie Mentier got pushed over the curb in the chicane in the first lap. We later saw her retire, so potentially there was a bit of a car issue that was caused during that. We lost Cian Geraghty in the opening lap alongside Hugh Moulton. They were both in the barrier going out to the sharp right-hander after the mini straight. Things got heated between Archie Walker and Freddie Ingram through the start-finish straight and through pit bend, but they later finished on in 4th and 3rd position. Lewis Gilbert was later defending from Walker, did try and have a look down the inside of Matthew Higgins, but there was no opportunity to go for that race lead and get anything done. Good moves by William Antrobus made within that one. Did end up in the 5th position where he started from, but strong stuff from him within the race. The biggest mover within the whole Superheat A was Tyler Harris, up by 5. Teddy Pritchard Williams made some good progress as well to go up by 4th, but a bit of a steady start from Teddy within the race. Matthew Higgins, though, was your race leader, and he was gifted that one as Lewis Gilbert in the later stages of the race really defended from Archie Walker through the 3rd sector, and they gave it to the DHI driver in the end, the GP plate champion there on your screen with Teddy Pritchard Williams.
And good to see Super Ted moving forward as well. It's been a bit of a tough start for the number 4 seed from last year, but a gain of 4. It feels like things are starting to move in the right direction for that newer Origin Motorsport team.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we head into our second round of Superheats, let's hear from some of our championship partners. back for more action then, but this time with Senior ROTAX Super Heat B. We're started on the front row of our grid by Harry Bartle alongside Macaulay Bishop, and then on row number 2 it's Matty Hingley with DHR's Jack West. Joshua Graham and Kai Hunter, the O-plate, go from row number 3, and then going from 4 we have Strawberry's William Pemble alongside Hunter Motorsport's Ewan Jarman.
Next set of the order, Charlie Smith and Joshua Turnbull go from row number 5. Adam Wooden and Pearson Bullock Carter start on row 6. Deacon Russell, Lewis Goff go from row 7. It's Joshua Whitcomb and Jack Baker up next. Rachel Robertson, Harrison Crowther and Mikey Walker complete the 19 runners in this one. So it's Crowther and Walker looking to go forward, in particular outside of the top 34 overnight. Looking to avoid the cut-off, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Conditions continue to be dry here, air temperature 17 degrees. Harry Bartle on the front row. Bishop just a little bit back at the moment. And it's still a decent amount of metres of this course to get them all aligned. So pole position for the final is gone. That's locked in for Higgins. If Bartle wins this race, he will secure second place on the grid. Bishop at the moment defending third place in the FIC on 7. Matty Hingley well positioned as well with Jack West. They're all trying to stay ahead of Lewis Gilbert, Ingram and others for their spots on the grid. 12 minutes plus 1 lap are underway. Second superheat for the seniors. Bartle leads down in and through turn 1. Good start for Matty Hingley as well on the inside. Has got past Macaulay Bishop for second place. Through turn 2, looking relatively clean right now. That's a steady start for this group of seniors, and already, Nicole, a breakaway of 3 drivers. Steady
start for Hunter then, that's just going round the outside at the sharp right-hander, having to take the long way around. Like you said, though, Andrew, it is a 3-car breakaway right at the front of the pack, but a bit of a settled race start for the rest of the field. We have got all drivers out there turning wheels, a bit of a different thing from what we've seen from our senior grid and some of the previous races, where it all gets a little bit busy. Take you through your top 10 though as they head under the start-finish gantry for the first time within Super Heat B. It is Bartle that leads from Hingley, Bishop, West, Joshua Graham, William Pemble, Kai Hunter, Charlie Smith, Adam Wooden and then Deacon Russell. Matty Hingley then really being worked hard by Macaulay Bishop for that second place. Harry Bartle heading down the mini straight, looking over his shoulder to see what the gap is to Hingley. Hingley, quick driver around this circuit, quick driver in general, returned to the 2025 British Kart Championships after a short break for last year. We didn't see too much of Matty previously, but we know from his results in history he's a quick driver, gets the job done for the Ultimate R team, led by his brother Ben. Through the dogleg section, then it's still Bartle that leads the way. These drivers, the seniors, preferring to clip these curbs on that entry and exit corner. And like you can see on the screens now, Andrew, things are starting to get a little bit darker out there. These clouds look like they're starting to cover the track. Are we going to be in for some light rain like we saw in the Mini-Max Superheat earlier on? Bartle then still continuing to look over his shoulder at the 2 drivers of Hingley and Bishop behind him.
I fear that maybe more than a bit light. What would you say, Nicole? I'm looking out again over the back of the mechanics gallery. I think I can see a wall of rain starting to come towards us. A warning flag went out on that last lap as well to the race leader. So we'll note that for Harry Bartle. Just a warning flag at this stage. 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go. There is your weather radar. Weather actually moving from the east to the west at the moment. But yeah, it does feel like the rain is starting to come in. Higgins, Bartle, Bishop, Gilbert. That would be your top 4 at the moment in the FIC. So if Hingley can get through here, he'll go from 5th in the standings, the intermediate standings, up to 3rd. He'll go past Gilbert and he'll swap with Bishop as well. That's why Hingley's trying to fight so hard at the moment. He's trying to contain Macaulay Bishop there in 3rd place, Nicole. Once again, it's a more tactical affair this weekend in seniors.
Absolutely is, and it's so close within this Super Heat B. The whole field really are in a long train together. It's less than 5 seconds that splits Harry Bartle in first and Mikey Walker there in last. So, you know, technically, if Bartle was to get a nose cone penalty, he would actually end up last. It really is that close within this stage of the race. Bartle, though, has broken away slightly from Matty Hingley in that second spot. Hindley there really being worked by Macaulay Bishop, but there has been no attempt to go for that second place just yet. Hindley there going onto the defence into the right-hander after the mini straight. Really thinking more about Bishop than he is about Bartle. A bit of a funny tactic there by Matty Hindley. You'd think, considering we've got 8 minutes left, you'd actually be more trying to push forward than trying to back people up. But, you know, these drivers play games with each other.
They do. And I think for a lot of drivers that they're very conscious that Macaulay Bishop on his return, you almost don't want to let him get too much momentum going. Because when he's on a roll, as we saw in his run to the 2024 championship, he can be unbeatable. Is the weather continuing to close in? Yes, we're hearing in our ears the reports of rain from out on the circuit. Again, it's down at turn 4 where those reports are coming in from. The grip looked good on that occasion, but lap times at the moment in the mid-46s. That is a tiny bit slower than what we saw from Superheat 8.
Theoretically then, Andrew, what we were just talking about with Macaulay Bishop, if these drivers, no matter what the team are, if they were to work together to really try and make things difficult for Macaulay Bishop, gave him a difficult round 2, theoretically his championship fight would not be over, but he's got no more drop scores anyway after missing round 1. So if he has, you know, a poor one in round 2, you know, the rest of the year really would become extra difficult. So maybe that's something that's going on within these drivers' minds. Warning flags are out then for Lewis Goff. As we head through this section, that right-hander, we're getting more reports that the rain is heading down heavier and heavier within that part of the track. Where is your O-plate driver of Kai Hunter then, Andrew? In 7th place, Kai had a difficult Heat 1 yesterday. Things got better for him in Heat 2. So just wondering, you know, what's been going on with Kai this weekend? Because normally we'd see him right at the start, and we can see now those flags are going out to really notify us of the rain, and you can even see it in the background of the cameras then. That drizzle is now rain. And
the old way of doing things, it's on our commentary box window, and it's more than just a couple of spots here. So this is going to be a real test of the mettle of these senior ROTAX drivers. This is the part of the circuit where it's worst. Oh, Bartle nearly went off there, went deep through turn 4 and has lost his advantage to Matty Hindley. For Harry Bartle, arguably this is the trickiest of all. He's the first driver to reach all of these corners. He's the first driver to sample the conditions and how much grip is there side by side. Graham's involved there with Pemble. That may give Kai Hunter a chance to get through and gain some positions. This is going to be a real battle now for the remaining 5-6 minutes of this race. Who's got grip still? Who's got temperature in their tyres? They're all going to be doing different lines now as well. Jack West's had a warning flag.
Watch Kai now, Andrew. Watch Kai, because he's a driver that I think personally is good in these conditions. Rachel Robertson getting it wrong then into the complex section, had to cut the track and ended up in the middle of things. 5-second time penalty out there for Ewan Charman. That drops him way back down the order, and it's all getting really busy as we head into the right-hander. These drivers really struggling with those conditions out there. Some drivers preferring to go and tag that tighter line, others going a bit deeper into the corner. Harry Bartle, though, that race lead that he gained himself has really dropped now after battling with those conditions. Still leads the way from Hindley, but look how much closer it is now. And I said keep an eye on Kai Hunter, and look where he is. He's right on the tail of Jack West now. Is he going to get a move done through pit bend? Heads down and overtakes in a straight line, I think, there, Andrew. Really got it right out of the dogleg section and ends up in, I think he is now in that 4th place. Yes, he is. Yeah,
they're all dealing with it. No one's falling off the road. This is very good driving from the best pilots in the senior ROTAX class in the country. Look at that wide line from Macaulay Bishop. He's got 2nd place. He's going to have a go at Bartle here into turn number 4. Bartle takes the inside line. It's all square as they come out of turn number 4. Kai Hunter, as you mentioned there, Nicole, up to P4, has lost P4 now. Back has come Jack West. Adam Wooden's having a really good run here in these tricky conditions. He's up 5 places to P6. There's a 5-second penalty. It's for Ewan Charman, who's in the top 10. 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Nicole, from your experience around this circuit, what will the drivers be thinking as they're approaching lap number 10 now?
Avoid that racing rubber line because it's just going to hold all of that water. Rubber and water, very famously, don't mix. Now we've got a change for the race lead then. Matty Hingley leads the way. Macaulay Bishop is down there in third. Harry Bartle is in second, really fighting with that Tony Card. Straub's Kart going through the complex section. We've got a battle going on for the fourth place between Jack West and Kai Hunter. It does look like Kai Hunter has taken that back from West. Retirement there by the 223. That's the Evolution Kart parked on the grass then, potentially caused by a spin within these conditions. Bartle now dropping back into the clutches of Kai Hunter. Really has fallen off the back of Macaulay Bishop, who sits there in second place. Investigation flags are out for Pearson Bullock Carter, the 3-1-5 for Jack's Motorsport. Matty Hingley then looking over his shoulder to see where Macaulay Bishop is. So much rain going on out there. And like you said previously, when Harry Bartle was leading the way, the toughest bit for the driver out there is going to be for Matty Hingley, who hits all that water first. The benefit that Macaulay Bishop has got there sat in P2 heading round pit bend is that he can see where Matty Hingley is going wrong, where that grip doesn't exist at all, and can then drive based off of that. Kai Hunter then giving Harry Bartle a tough time, heads through the complex section and gets himself into third position. Hingley looks over his shoulder at Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop trying to take that outside line to generate more grip and stay off of that rubber. Cuts back and V's off the corner to clip the curb and give himself some traction, hook the kart round through that section of the track. And that's worked for him because he is catching up to Hingley through turns 7 and towards turn 8.
Trouble is, can he find a way through? This has changed things in the intermediate classification as well. Higgins and Bartle still hold the front row. Hingley's now up to third. Bishop fourth. Gilbert, Ingram, Weston, Walker would be your top 8 runners if, and it's a very big if, things stay in this order for Superheat B with 1 minute and 30 seconds to play. Warning flag for Joshua Whitcomb. Just to confirm, it was Jack Baker out of the race. He's in the DHR tent this weekend on the Evolution setup. Bishop's having a go at Hingley again. Hingley's controlling things well, and keep an eye once again on the O-plate holder, Kai Hunter, who's really come on song in this race, up 3 places to third. Bishop again trying to go wide initially to then get the exit out of turn 4. Hingley doing the opposite. They're both making it work pretty well at the moment. Out of 5 through 6, sweeping through 7 and 8. You can see the level of standing water there through turn 7. These drivers on slick tyres, if you're just joining us, doing a brilliant job to keep it on the island here at Dunkeswell through the dogleg. There's going to be 2 more laps. Kai Hunter, is he closing in? 1 minute 3.5 last time around, but that was whilst he was doing some overtaking. Yes, he's quicker. Kai Hunter is quicker than the 2 ahead. He's got double the reference that Macaulay Bishop has, of course. Kai Hunter's not out of a race victory chance here, Nicole.
Well, I'd say these top 3 are more so thinking about trying to keep it on the road rather than about the driver in front, because these top 3 have already got those points to get themselves into the high end of the field in the intermediate classification. Macaulay Bishop, though, once again trying to go the long way round. Lets Kai Hunter through then, that takes the tighter line. These 2 drivers then tag each other going through the left-hander. Who's going to come out in that second place? It is Kai Hunter. Kai Hunter then makes that tighter entry into the right-hander work for him and promotes himself into second position. I actually think Macaulay Bishop really wouldn't have anticipated the O-plate to have done that. That was impressive stuff by Kai, to also control that wheel spin when taking that tighter line.
Yeah, that was one that Kai Hunter will have really enjoyed. Superheat B on its last lap now. Matty Hingley leads here at Dunkeswell, but Kai Hunter is the driver to keep an eye on here. He's had a very quiet championship season so far. Started the whole Motorsport UK season very well indeed, of course, taking that O-plate back at PF International, but his home race at Warden Law was decent, but not quite the shining heights that he would have hoped. He's got a chance here of really getting his weekend going at Dunkeswell. He's on the rear bumper now of Matty Hingley in these wet conditions. Matty Hingley checks over his shoulder and thinks, where on earth have you come from, Kai Hunter? This has been a brilliant drive by both of them. Hindley now potentially on the front row because Bartle's gone down the order a little bit as well, down to 4th place through turn 8. Chances are running out for Kai Hunter to get through, but it'll still be a fantastic result considering where he started. Matty Hindley is going to get himself on the front row of the grid for the final as long as he can hold Hunter off, and does. Matty Hindley wins Superheat B in wet conditions on slick tyres. Brilliantly done. Ultimate R take the race victory. Kai Hunter second place, and if the conditions stay this way for later on in the day, Kai Hunter is back in the picture for sure with that result. He'll still need to overtake quite a few people, be outside the top 4 rows. They can be very happy with that one. Macaulay Bishop will be on row 2, having finished 3rd in that one. That'll convert through to a FIC result that will go through in the top 8 in full in a moment. Harry Bartle will also be on that 2nd row alongside Bishop with that 4th place. Ewan Sharman 5th, but remember has a 5-second penalty to be applied. Jack West, Charlie Smith, Joshua Graham, Joshua Turnbull and Harrison Crowther are all in the top 10. Lewis Goff, William Pemble, Mikey Walker, Adam Wood and Deacon Russell all secure top 15s. Pearson Bullock Carter, Rachel Robertson, Joshua Withcombe all come home. Brilliant driving by the whole field there, Nicole. Only one retirement.
Brilliant driving, also being recognised by Nigel Edwards, who stood just above the drivers coming into the pit lane, giving them a bit of a round of applause, just to say to all of them, you know, that's impressive stuff to go out and do that and keep it so clean out there on the circuit.
There'll have been some people maybe asking, my goodness me, wet conditions, dry tyres, this race needs to be stopped. There was never a need to have that race stopped. I've watched Nigel officiate many, many races and red flag many, many races in similar conditions. For me, there was never a feel during that of, whoa, this is getting a bit sketchy. They were all driving in difficult conditions, but all driving within the conditions. That was the key thing there for me in terms of safety.
We've still got a driver out there on the circuit there. That's Mikey Walker, just parked round pit bend, so not quite in the pit lane just yet.
Harrison Crowther there, up 8 spots. That may be, well, more than enough to get through to the top 34. And the driver's just waiting for the moment to pull through. Yeah, it's now stopped raining. The clouds and the skies, I can even see blue sky again here at Dunkeswell. My goodness me, how things
just you
can
wait,
change.
because it will start raining again in 10 minutes. From my experience,
from your expertise,
I wouldn't say expertise, but experience at this circuit, it really does come and go around here, and we're quite high up as well, which, you know, I think tends to affect things. There used to be a little bit of a, I don't know how you word it, but if the trees in the distance disappear,
yes,
it's going to rain.
Oh, okay.
So the trees on the far end of the circuit, past Hangar,
and over the runway.
Yeah, if they disappear, you're in trouble.
Okay, that's good to know. Juniors will be out next. They're two superheats. That will, of course, be a real battle to get through to the top 34 because we've got over 50 drivers. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that pulsating 15-lap race. This was the start. Look at the circuit. It was beautifully dry. It was grippy. It was fantastic for Harry Bartle heading through turn 1. Speeds were good. Kai Hunter had a decent start. It was up to around P6, P7 there, but all the while we were looking behind those clouds in the background, dark and looming in. Matty Hindley had a go for the race lead. Not successful on that occasion. Macaulay Bishop as well up there in 3rd place. Continuing to have a good weekend. I think Macaulay is probably looking at this and going, yeah, need to make sure that it's a clean weekend to get scores on the board. He's doing an efficient job, isn't he? Yeah,
keep himself out of trouble, and that's what we've seen from him so far. Got a bit busy between the likes of Kai Hunter and Joshua Graham heading out of the hangar bend as the rain started to fall, but this was the stage where we really saw how challenging it was for the drivers. Rachel Robertson, the Wera driver in the Radical Championship, who's appeared here this weekend back in karts, had to cut the track through the complex section. We had a battle going on between Harry Bartle and Macaulay Bishop for that second position. Later on, though, both drivers lost that. We had the Evolution driver and Pierce at Bullock Carter get themselves into trouble together. That was Jack Baker, who's pitting with DHR this weekend, but with that Evolution branded suit, really get himself caught out and ended up on the grass. Macaulay Bishop then taking that wider line to try and get the cut back on Matty Hingley. Wasn't quite enough because Hingley did take the race lead later on. Kai Hunter, though, really fought his way through the pack, and this was the stage. They overtook Macaulay Bishop almost unintentionally, you could say. It was just a variation in racing lines that those two were taking. Hunter, though, did make it hard work for Bishop out of the left-hander, pushed him out wide, and took that second position.
I'll say another thing as well. Kai's got his new suit on. New suit gives him a new performance. I said the new suit.
Commentators curse.
Is worth 3/10 a lap, that new suit. Right, juniors out next, and obviously everybody is on wets. It's the first time we've seen the wet tyres in action this weekend. Jacob Ashcroft will have pole position for this one. Very close, though, in the intermediate classification. Ashcroft on 2, Nelson on 2, Denham 3, Love at 5. It's all to play for. We get ready for Junior Rotax Superheat A. Superheat A for Junior Rotax. Dramas already down there for Charlie King in the 274. Let's take you through the grid, though, of 28 runners for this one. Jacob Ashcroft will be on pole position. Cole Denham alongside on the front row. Charlie Wolford and Noah Barham start on row 2. Ryan Gandor and Luca Holmes-Ballack start on row 3. Ellis Bell and Matteo Palazzo going from 4. Finley Buck and Leon Hasty completes the top 10 for the start of this race. Ewan House and Zane Quaker start on row 6. William Archer and Sebastian Luch on row 7. Benjamin Baker and Charlie King are due to go from row 8.
Going from row number 9, we have Lillian Scarborough joining us from the USA alongside Sam Pollitt, Jack Collinson. Going from 10, we have Hani Sadiq with Archie Rogers-Tyler. And shortly behind on row number 11, we have local driver Eva Morris with Shane Chandaria. From 12, we have Daniel Hartley for Ultimate R with Strawberries Connor Large. And going from row number 13, we have Sam Mott with Sam Mayer Poole. 14, we have Kieran Stewart with John Buchan, so it's an all-Scotland row number 14, and that rounds out your grid of what is supposed to be 28 karts. But we've only gone and lost one already. Ellis Bell has got no rear left-hand tyre, and I'm wondering where they've changed the tyres, Andrew, because it's wet. Has maybe there been a bit of a mistake on the wheel nuts and something's not been tightened because, you know, the axle's not snapped there. It looks like...
Now, hold on a minute.
Hang on, let's have a look.
We've got a chain guard from not Ellis Bell. The wheel off of Ellis Bell's. Is that finger trouble with the tyre, or has there been a further incident?
Well,
and who's missing that chain guard?
Have they been panicking and haven't done those wheel nuts up properly for this race start? Are we going to go for this race start? Yes, we are. Lights are out then. Jacob Ashcroft takes the early race lead. Tricky conditions as they head into pit bend, though. Varied lines for these drivers, some of them trying to go wide to try and get that traction out of the corner and control that wheel spin. Jacob Ashcroft, though, is your current race leader, goes off from pole and continues to lead the way, using the curb on the exit of the complex corner to try and hook himself round, really getting that kart rotated. We've got Noah Barham there in second position, so it is a DHR 1, 2 and 3 with Cole Denham in the fight early on as well. They'll head out of the left-hander, and it's all going on between the drivers at the front. The DH drivers, because Noah Barham and Cole Denham almost catching each other out then. We've got MLC drivers in the fight as well. They'll head out of hangar for the first lap of racing and into the dogleg. Then Andrew will take you through your top 5.
Yeah, good stuff at the moment from Jacob Ashcroft at the front of this field. There's going to be a lot of changes in this one. Anyone from row 9 down at the start of this race need big results to make it through to that top 1:34. So Barham's taking the lead. Ashcroft P2, technical flag for the 211. I thought it was an ultimate R chain guard. Didn't want to say it. Well, Zane Quaker's race is going to be over because he's just been shown the technical flag. And maybe getting 2 and 2 and getting 5 there, but I imagine that is where our missing chain guard that we saw alongside Ellis Bell, who had rather larger problems in terms of losing stuff, is going to be out of this race.
Change for that race lead then. Noah Barham, the 2-2-3-4 DHR, leads the way ahead of Jacob Ashcroft, who started off of pole. 2 drivers then lead from Cole Denham, the other DHR driver, in the top 3. All 3 of these drivers really having to battle those wet conditions. You can see the spray being pushed into the faces, all the drivers going around. And let's not forget, these drivers probably wouldn't have had much time to change that setup on the karts to jump into those wet race suits, so really battling the conditions out there. The rain has stopped, but track looks really greasy out there, Andrew. They're really going to be having to avoid that rubber line that would have been, set into the tarmac after all of our dry heats yesterday and some dry superheats this morning. Through this section then, the tight right-hander, we can see Leon Hasty being challenged there by Matteo Palazzo for that 5th position. Hasty then has overtaken Palazzo, but Palazzo right there really trying to push himself back into position.
Yeah, good stuff there. 9 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. Noah Barham edging away from Jacob Ashcroft. Cole Denham there in 3rd. Leon Hasty having a good bit of speed in this one. Not a surprise to see a Scotsman flying through the field in the wet conditions. He's up to P5 now, side by side. Ashcroft and Denham, the 2 teammates. The moment this result would move Cameron Nelson up into the lead of the final intermediate classification, but is yet to race, of course. Black flag has now been shown for the 2-1-1 of Zane Quaker. That'll be because he's completed 3 or a couple of laps without serving the technical. Cole Denham through there. Nice little move on Jacob Ashcroft. That's going to change things in the intermediate classification again, Nicole.
Cole Denham, that move into 2nd was really set up from that complex section. Did a completely different approach to the corner, took the wider line in the entry and cut back and V'd off the 2nd part of the complex, and then really set himself up going down the start the mini straight and overtook into that right-hander. So actually, we said it, we were discussing it yesterday, Andrew, this kind of track, you can set things up from the corner before, and of course in wet conditions you see that a lot. So it is Cole Denham there in that 2nd position. Yellow flags are out then into the complex area, so watch for these drivers. No overtaking allowed going through there. Barham now being chased down by Cole Denham, who is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. You can see Cole Denham there taking that wider line through the right-hander. Charlie Wolfett then and Leon Hasty getting a little bit busy with each other as they head through the left-hander. You can see Leon Hasty just putting his hand up to say, why are you battling with me? Let's chase the driver in front, which is Jacob Ashcroft, the 242, your ROTAX Grand Final winner for 2024 when they appeared at Sarno. Wolfett then on Hasty, change once more for that position, and both now communicating to each other to say push forward. So wonder what Charlie Wolfett will do now that he is behind Leon Hasty. Cole Denham, we have on the timing screen a change for your race lead. We didn't see the change, assuming it was into pit bend, but Cole Denham now, the Scottish driver, has overtaken his teammate of Noah Barham for that race lead. Yeah,
Cole Denham also moves himself up the order in the intermediate points with that. Now is in 2nd place, has got past Ashcroft both on the road and in those points. Here's a scrap on your screens between the 228 and the 295. This is Luca Holmes-Ballock having a good race, moving up the order. Past Charlie Wolfett and the 216 there of Matteo Palazzo. Matteo will be looking forward to the next round, I'm sure, up at Lark Hall. It's a bit of a replay through the chicane section. The field, the different lines. Oh, now, who was spinning off there? That was that one of the ultimate R's? Yes, it was. It was the 263 of Daniel Hartley going for a spin, has rejoined. He's currently running in 23rd place.
Cole Denham then really starting to push away from the rest of the field. Leads from teammate Noah Barham by just under 0.8 of a second. Leon Hasty now down the inside of Jacob Ashcroft through the complex section. Will he hold on to that overtake? Yes, he does. Down the mini straight then, Ashcroft just tailing off within this stage of the race then. We can see Zane Quaker, the 211 for Ultimate R, has retired in the pit lane. He is out of this one, and such a shame because he was having a really, really good run of things yesterday.
He was, and I think that was one of those cases of a driver so focused, so in the zone with everything that's happening out there. It's probably been driving going, why have I had a black flag? And then the scrutineer's come in there and gone, your chain guard's missing, mate. And he's gone, what? And it's a bit of a silly one, that, to pick up a black flag for.
Andrew, let's talk about Leon Hasty out there, who's driving around in third. He's now your fastest driver out there on the circuit and is chasing down Noah Barham. He's out there for Kraft. A thing for me that I'm watching as he's trying to make the overtake on Barham and does get it done through the complex section. Leon Hasty, compared to all the drivers around him, when he jumps out the car, and even when he's in the car, he's a much taller, bigger driver, probably stronger than some of the drivers around him, and I think that is what's really benefiting him in these conditions. Where he's heavier and he can shift his centre of gravity around the kart a little bit more, really helping him in these slippy conditions to stick to the surface of the track and, you know, really generate that grip, generate that temperature in the tyre, and I'd actually say that is contributing to why he's the purple driver out there on the circuit.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it's Leon using his skills to his advantage. He's made some very good progress in this race. It's now 8 positions gained. This is where it gets tough now. 2-second lead for Cole Denham at the moment. So Scotland 1-2. Who else is coming up through the field? Lillian Scarborough having a good run here. Up 6 spots to 11th. Up 10 as well is Shane Chandaria, Conor Large, John Buchan up 9 and 12 spaces respectively. Warning flag, latest note from race control. It's Benjamin Baker. Has just gained 19th place but has now got a warning flag.
Lillian Scarborough, the driver joining us from Georgia in the USA, I think she's probably out there laughing to herself a little bit because the last time she raced last week in Portimao, she was at an FIA event where the conditions were pretty torrid. So I think she's probably carried some of that momentum over here. She's dealt with the rain only a couple of days ago and she's out, you know, doing it again, familiar with it and familiar having to do it, you know, where it's really unexpected. These drivers would have done very limited wet changes to the karts because the rain came down during our previous senior superheat, so they're limited probably in what they've changed mechanically, most likely having to try a bit of a dry setup just on wet tyres.
So what we're saying is Lillian's good in the wet and you've been in commentary boxes 2 weekends in a row and the weather's been rubbish because it was fine at Portimao the week before when I was there.
You can't blame it on me, it's not my fault.
I can absolutely blame it on you. Ashcroft and Barham having a good scrap for third place here, going through the technical section and now down towards turn number 8. Jacob Ashcroft still in a good position in the intermediate classification here, and for championship prospects, has got to keep that in mind. It's got to stay focused. He's been so relaxed across the course of the weekend so far. Been very impressed with Jacob Ashcroft, looking to continue the heavy point scoring that we saw from him at Warden Law, and he's doing so right now. He'd be 4th in the intermediate classification, but again, remember, Cameron Nelson, Archie Lovett, both currently ahead in the FIC, yet to race. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. What have you spotted, Nicole?
Well, 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go then. Just looking at the lap times between Denham and Hasty. Previously, Hasty was 0.4 of a lap quicker than Denham. Now this lap it's 0.2 of a second. So wondering actually if he's got enough time to catch up to our race leader. We've got a battle going on then between Noah Barham, Luca Holmes-Palak and Matteo Palazzo. That's for the 4th, 5th and 6th section. Noah Barham and Jacob Ashcroft are battling it out. Then we've got Luca Holmes-Palak, Matteo Palazzo and Charlie Wolfett all getting involved with each other. But like you can see there on your screens, it's still the two DHR drivers in that 3rd and 4th position. No change yet between those two. But just watch the way they drive, see if Ashcroft will maybe make a mistake, which will open things up for Barham.
And really good for Luca Holmes-Palak as a driver. You know, we always talk about it, the step from mini to junior being a big one in terms of the technical platform changes. But like you noted earlier with Leon Hasty being a bit taller, a bit older than the rest of the drivers, for Luca, you know, in these conditions, for those mini to junior transitioning drivers, these conditions are a nightmare because you're a bit younger, a little bit shorter. You've not got as much experience in these conditions as well as perhaps, say, you know, an Ashcroft or someone else like that.
But
yeah, he's up there fighting quite nicely in the top 5.
You could also argue where the drivers actually do their transition period in the winter, where they jump from mini karts to big karts.
Good point, yeah.
Actually, they're more used to the wet racing than they are than the summer racing, because they've not hit those hot conditions just yet. So maybe that's something that's coming into play for Luca Holmes-Ballack. I think a bit of a commentator's curse has come into play now, Andrew, because Lillian Scarborough is now under investigation. She's down there in 12th position with a gain of 5 behind Shane Jandario, who's got a gain of 11. So just wondering what Lillian is under investigation for. Yeah,
15 seconds to go. Not long for drivers to make progress. Shane Jandario, I'm going to mention again, really, really good run. It was one of the drivers outside of the top 34 overnight after those 2 rounds of heats. He's gained 11 places in this race. That could be enough. That could be enough for the Kenyan to scrape through and be on the grid for this afternoon's final. We're on the last lap of this one. Cole Denham leading this race. Hasn't got it won yet. Oh, out is the 260 of Hani Sadiq. Hani Sadiq, who's had a really, really good first stab at these championships, had a good run in the club meeting 2 weeks ago, was just outside the top 34 overnight. That retirement will sadly be the end of his weekend for KR Sport. That is a real, real shame. But for Cole Denham, this isn't going to secure him pole position for the final yet, but it is going to put Cameron Nelson in a position where he has to win his superheat to hold off the charge of the young Scotsman. Cole Denham checks over his shoulder, sees another Scotsman approaching, but too late. Checkered flag out. Denham wins the first superheat. Leon Hasty, another good result for the O-Plate holder, P2 in that one. Jacob Ashcroft, a very good third. Puts him at least on the second row for the final. Could still be the first row if things don't go well for Cameron Nelson and Archie Lovett in their superheats coming up in a few moments' time. But still, it's going to be a good haul of points for the championship leader. Noah Barham P4, Matteo Palazzo up 3 spots to 5th. Luca Holmes-Ballack there in 6th, ahead of Charlie Wolfett, Ryan Gandor, William Archer and Findlay Buck. Brilliant drive from Kenya's Shane Chandaria for Pro Train. Biggest mover, sharing biggest mover actually, 11 spots gained for Chandaria ahead of Lillian Scarborough. Jack Collinson might have got through to the top 34 with that effort, was just outside before this one, gained 5 in that race. Connor Large is hoping for a late reprieve as well with that move up 10 spots to 14th. Sebastian Lusch 15th, Charlie King and John Buchan. John Buchan, the other of the 11th place gainers, that was your top 17. Benjamin Baker, Avon Morris, Sam Mott, all in the top 20. Archie Rogers-Tyler, Daniel Hartley, Samir Paul and Kieran Stewart complete the 24 finishers. Hani Sadiq retired, 2 laps to go. Zane Quaker was black flagged after not serving a technical flag due to a lost chain guard. Ellis Bell lost a wheel on the formation lap. Ewan House also didn't go out there. Bit of a question mark. What was happening with Coles there? That they have one kart lose a wheel on the formation lap. Could possibly have been finger trouble in the tyre bay, you know, swapping dries over to wet. And Ewan House didn't make it out either. They both should still make the final. But yeah, problems there. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that superheat. This is going to be the moment once again. Yeah, there it goes. For Ellis Bell. And the other moment that was where was Zane Quaker going to lose his chain guard, which again could have been finger trouble, Nicole, from the changeovers of setup before the rain came down.
Absolutely. You know, a lot of these drivers, it gets really scrappy within the pre-grid when they're trying to do those last-minute changes when the rain comes down. So probably expect that Ellis Bell losing that tyre was a bit of a mechanical mistake.
K-nut missing or something like that.
Yeah, when in that chaos of the pre-grid. Back to the racing, though, we saw a spin by one of the Ultimate R drivers. You just see how difficult these conditions are. Heads down this section, and we lose the rear end of one of the karts as they come around. There we go. Clips the curb and just gets snapped away from that driver. That is the 263, but did continue to circulate for the remainder of the race. all got a bit busy between the Pro Trays and KRs as they headed through pit bend. And this was a stage within the race that we saw Leon Hasty, our O-Plate winner, really light things up, used his height and his weight to his advantage, really shifting that centre of gravity around and getting the maximum out of that craft kart that has been given to him by the likes of Lewis Gilbert, who is his teammate for 2025. Overtake was made on Jacob Ashcroft really late and hard into the chicane by Leon Hasty. Went in quite deep and then just caught it back from himself. Tried to get things done on Noah Barham using the curb, but wasn't quite the right timing for Hasty. Did later get it done through that chicane section where he had previously overtaken Jacob Ashcroft. Jacob Ashcroft used that to his advantage and also overtook his teammate of Noah Barham. We had all drama going on out of that section, the right-hander where drivers were forcing each other over the curb. Cole Denham, though, was your race leader, really just drove away from the rest of the field after he took the race lead earlier on from his DHR teammates. So it was Nelson ahead of Leon Hasty for the end. We've got more excitement coming up, though, with our junior grid. Superheat B will be up shortly. But before we go into things, let's hear from some of our championship partners.
Superheat B for Junior ROTAX, race number 19 on our schedule here at Dunkeswell. Cameron Nelson starts on pole position. A win will give him pole position for the final, but a win only in that regard. Archie Lovett is alongside on the front row of the grid. Albie Lapper and Kai Clark form up row number 2. Harry Freeman looked quick in warm-up this morning. Will start on row 3 alongside Jared Fox-Whiteley. Kian Bernard and Albie Friend are on row number 4.
Going from row 5, we have Alfie McBain with Sebastian Clark, and from 6 we have Ethan Griffiths alongside Sam Pollitz and Louis Radcliffe. From 7 is Riley Cranham with Oliver White, and shortly behind on row number 8 we have Harry Taylor and Jake Flewitt. From 9 we've got Harry Holland with Matej Kobahidze of Georgia, and from 10 we have Vlad Tomanchuk with Joel Dixon-Cohen.
Back of the field, Henry Cameron and Elliot Surtees form up the 11th row of the grid. James Kell and Jensen Chalk are there on row 12. Pierce Wade and Sam Kohler on row 13. DeJean Bennett and Thomas Harper complete the 14 runners. There was a kart that I saw on the grid there as the rain has started to fall again. You were absolutely spot on with your prediction there, Nicole. I think Joel Dixon-Cohen is not making the start here. I did see a kart breaking down on the formation lap whilst we were reading the grid out, and Joel Dixon-Cohen's number 267 is the only driver as showing is not active out on circuit. We are green and racing for the first time. Are they all going to get it stopped into the first couple of corners in these wet conditions? Solid start, very good start for all of the juniors. At the front of the field, change for the lead. Archie Lovett through from second on the grid, has taken the early advantage in this one, Nicole. Archie Lovett, good amount of experience, stepping into the ROTAX categories for this 2025 season. Oh, as the 276 of Kai Clark gets a little bit out of sorts there. There's a yellow flag out, I can see out of our commentary box window, Nicole. For, I would presume, something that's happened down at turn number 1.
Good start then by Harry Freeman, who tried to take the long way round through pit bend right on the opening stages. That is Joel Dixon-Cohen, the Thule driver then who had retired before we even went off for racing. He is out within this one. Going down the start-finish straight, then it is a challenge for that race lead between Harry Freeman and Archie Lovett, and that brings Albie Lapper into things. Albie Lapper down the inside of both drivers in front of him to get into the race lead, and he takes it. goes into the complex section, the 229 as your race leader. Now we've got a change for second position. We've got more SPR karts coming into the fight. That's Kai Clark really trying to take a look as they head down to the mini straight and into the right-hander. Albi Lapper then just getting tagged going into that right-hander and loses the race lead to the 76.
It's Kai Clark coming through there. Oh, and through comes Archie Lovett again. Brilliant switch back there from Archie Lovett to retake the race lead. Kai Clark's now going to go down the inside out of turn number 8. How many lead changes have we had on this lap? I think we're up to about 4 or 5 as we come through the dogleg there over the line. End of lap 2. Harry Freeman is your new race leader again. So another new leader to the front of the order. Oh, a bit of a tag there between Clark and Lovett. They both go a bit deep through turn number 1. Who do we need to keep an eye on? Who's flying through the order? Riley Craddock. Oh, Jensen Chalk up as well, up 11 spots. There was a tag there between Clark and another one of the leaders. This, again, it's juniors. I mean, it's to be expected to a degree from juniors as Kai Clark takes the lead now from Harry Freeman. They've all got their elbows out at the moment for this second junior race. We've been saying this all weekend.
Absolutely does. And now it's Archie Lovett who has overtaken Harry Freeman as well. So it's the two SPRs out there in the front. Kai Clark and Archie Lovett really not wanting to give up those positions, going straight in on the drivers in front of them as soon as the opportunity arises. Curbs being clipped them through the dog leg really to try and get the maximum out of the corner and not slide around too much. Kai Clark then sitting on that defensive line, trying to avoid that rubber as well as they head through pit bend. Harry Freeman getting all involved once again, gets tagged by a DHR driver of Cameron Nelson, who really jumps up the order and gets himself into the fight now. He's now sat there in second position, and I take that back as Archie Lovett returns the favour through the complex section. Cameron Nelson then heads out the complex in fourth position, slots behind Harry Freeman, who's now trying to take a look down the inside of Archie Lovett, takes that position back. Cameron Nelson back into the fight once again. This is the battle for second position. Kai Clark being gifted a little bit of a relaxation couple of sectors there. Lovett, Freeman, Nelson getting all involved in each other. Freeman getting it a little bit slidey through the final sector of things. Harry Taylor now jumping up in the order as well, having a look over his shoulder to Albert Friend, who sits there in ninth. But it's still Kai Clark that leads the way. Is Harry Freeman going to have a look as they head into pit bend once again? 290's
got a mechanical flag. I think it's Ethan Griffiths running around with no front fairing. It's a very, very quick glimpse through the pack, but the 290's race is going to be over. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Kai Clark trying to break away. Harry Freeman going for the wild one round the outside. He's got good speed down this little back straight into turn 4 once again. Tidy line there from Nelson. Remember, it's a very simple situation for Cameron Nelson. He needs to win this race to get pole position in the final, and has wrestled his way through into the race lead. Kai Clark demoted down to around 5th, 6th position into the clutches of Jared Fox-Whiteley in the green and white Jack's Motorsport prepared machine there. But Nelson has not kept the race lead. Harry Freeman now back to the front of the order, Nicole. This is going to be one that'll run and run for the next 7.25 minutes.
I think we've seen a driver coming down the pit lane.
Yeah, Ethan Griffiths.
Is Ethan Griffiths, then the 290 that's come in without that nose cone bolted to the cart. Harry Freeman then really pushing things hard. He's kind of slipping around the place, but I think the drivers in the wet that are the quickest are those ones that look like they're really on the limit of things. Albi Lapper now jumping into that second spot, but it's going to be taken back once again, I think, by Cameron Nelson. We'll see what happens between those two as we head back to the cameras, and there they are. So it is Albi Lapper that sits there in second position. It's all getting a bit busy between these drivers, and as it's a domino effect, bumping into each other's back bumpers with those nose cones. You know, it's a concertina effect when you're in conditions like this, but it is Albi Lapper that is in this second train of karts. It's given Harry Freeman some breathing room then out of the front for KR Sport. Currently leads by just under 0.4 of a second, but what will that extension of the gap be as he heads under the start-finish gantry? It's actually reduced to 0.2 of a second then on the timing board. A mistake by the timing. It's 1.7 seconds now that Freeman leads by. Albi Lapper through the complex section, just trying to keep Cameron Nelson behind him. Nelson has a look down the inside on the exit of the corner and gets the move done, jumps into second place.
Drivers coming through the field. Tomanchuk up 10 to 9th. Chalk up 14 places to P10 as 3 wide.
Whoa.
And into the wall there for Riley Cranham and Albie Friend. 7th and 8th places at the start of this lap. They'll drop down from there. I hope they're okay, because that was a very, very quick stop. I never like to see drivers go into a wall with that kind of jolt. That's how you have injuries, like little broken wrists and things like that. But I hope Friend and Cranham are both okay. Other drivers coming through the order. DeJean Bennett up 10. James Kell up 5. What have you spotted, Nicole?
Jared Fox-Whiteley then really trying to push around Archie Lovett. Just does get himself in front of Lovett for that 4th place. That's made Lovett vulnerable now. Then he loses position to Kai Clark. So it's the 2 SPR teammates battling it out, going down the mini straight then. Almost trying to cut across each other as they head down. Archie Lovett almost getting it wrong as they head through the right-hander. Of course, there's karts out there, so no overtaking within that section as those yellow flags are out. That was a bit of a dangerous moment there for Lovett, who almost got himself out of sorts. Riley Cranham then, your GP plate winner for SPR. He's out of this race. Retirement after that incident with Albie Friend out of the right-hander after the start mini straight. Going under the start-finish gantry then, once again, Harry Freeman continues to push away from the rest of the field, continues to push away from the likes of Cameron Nelson, who now sits in 2nd position ahead of Albie Lapper. Fox-Whiteley on a good charge within this one, up by 2 positions into 4th. Really, really good stuff from him within this superheat.
Yeah, no, it's been a really good run for them there. 4 minutes of this one remaining. At the moment, Cole Denham would be taking pole position for the final. The rain coming in again. It's going back and forth at the moment in terms of intensity. We haven't changed things too much for the drivers because they're all on wets, of course. There's Jensen Chalk. He's flying through the order. Had a tough day yesterday. He's gained 16 places in this one, so the MLC Motorsport team have definitely got their set up right. James Kell, the 252, is coming through the order as well. Now, I think it's going to be a bit of a long shot for James to make it through to the final. Started this one, I think, around 46th, 47th. There's a 5-second penalty, by the way, for Alfie McBain in the 215, who's just behind James Kell at the moment. As I say, Henry's not with us in the box today, but he has kept just drip-feeding little stories. He was telling me one about James earlier on in the season. Was the winner of the Kart Scholarship event, and got some racing to support a team, to support a driver with a little bit less budget, as through goes Archie Lovett into and gaining another position. That's in the fight with the 273 of Tomanchuk and Jensen Chalk. But yeah, Henry was telling me this great story about James Kell racing in the Kart Championship, racing for Kart, on that scholarship. Wouldn't have been there without that scholarship. He's having a great weekend. Was going to win the race. As through for the race lead goes Cameron Nelson. That changes things for the intermediate classification. As again, that's going to put Cameron Nelson back to 2 points from 6, and again, that puts him into first position. Remember, he could only take pole position with a win because Cole Denham's on 3 points. That's locked in. If it's a second place for Cameron Nelson, that would be a 4-point score. Again, we'll put him on 6, but that was a nice move. Harry Freeman's not going to give that one up. We've seen a lot of good aggressive driving, aggressive overtaking from Harry Freeman so far this weekend, and he's trying to hold on to a spot on the 2nd row of the grid. We'll come back to that story with James Kell. Hopefully we can get a shot of him as he comes into the pits. 1 minute and 35 seconds to go.
That changed the race lead then, Andrew. I reckon actually Harry Freeman was caught a little bit off guard because he did have quite a big race lead a couple of laps ago. But Cameron Nelson for DHR, your fastest driver out there on the circuit with a 54.6, really did do big things to catch up to Harry Freeman and jump into that first position. Battle is going on then between Jensen Chalk and Archie Lovett going down the mini straight. No change just yet between those two drivers. This is your battle for 6th place. Vlad Tomanchuk also in there for KR Sport, but it really is on between SPR, MLC and KR, and that's bringing the DHR driver of Harry Taylor into things as well. We'll head into turn 8. The hangar bend, called hangar bend because it is obviously, we're in the middle of an airfield.
Just next to the hangar.
Yeah.
I like a corner name like that. 40 seconds to go in this one. Over the line once more. This is a good scrap again between Lovett, Chalk, and Tomac. And is that Cian Bernard? No, it's not Cian Bernard joining the scrap. It's another one of the DHLs. Is that Harry Taylor? That's what's confused me. Oh, I love it when drivers do this. Harry's got his old lid on. So he's got, oh, it's too wet. I can't use my pretty race helmet for this race. And it confuses us poor old commentators.
I'm not old.
Well, not yet. No, it's been a good drive from Harry Taylor up through the field. Where did Harry start? I think 15th place. So has gained probably about 8 positions now. He normally runs one that's the purple and yellow, isn't it? Akin to Sir Lewis Hamilton a few seasons ago. But that one's been put to hopefully for a sunny final later on this afternoon. Time is up. We're not quite on the final lap yet, though, because Harry Freeman got to go over the line with Cameron Nelson a few moments ago. Apologies that our timing tower is not fully operational at the moment, but your eyes aren't deceiving you. Cameron Nelson is in the lead of this race, ahead of Harry Freeman. And it's been a good run from Cameron Nelson as we go round onto the final lap in a few moments' time. Down in around 5th or 6th place earlier in this race. That could have been a situation, Nicole, that could have seen a driver lose their head. We are on the last lap now. Checkered flag is now out. Apologies for that. And Harry Freeman and Cameron Nelson come across the line. Nelson first, Freeman second, Nelson on pole position for the final later on this afternoon. And that will mean as well, of course, 65 championship points, Nicole, for Cameron Nelson. And Cameron needed that. Didn't have the best of Warden Laws in terms of championship. Hopefully, this gets him back into his stride. Absolutely
does, and it's good news for the DHR team as it means a front row lockout for Denham and Nelson and 4 DHR drivers in that top 8 of the final intermediate classification. So good news for the team in blue and yellow. Cameron Nelson, though, good job to take that race lead. It does say on there, I think Harry Freeman is a winner, but I think could be a timing issue. Yes, it is. Cameron Nelson takes that race win then. Stellar stuff by him in the second half of things to really pick himself back up in the order. So it is Nelson from Freeman, Albie Lapper, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Kai Clark, Archie Lovett, Harry Taylor, Vlad Tomanchuk, Jensen Chalk and Cian Bernard as your top 10. We've then got Sebastian Clark, Louis Radcliffe, Mate Kobahidze of Georgia, Dijon Bennett and Oliver White as your top 15. 15 to 20 includes James Kell, Jake Flewitt, Alfie McBain, Elliot Surtees and Sam Collar. And then we have Henry Cameron, Thomas Harper, Pierce Wade and Harry Holland. 4 drivers not to finish that race then, which include Albert Friend and Riley Cranham that were caught out after the sharp right-hander. And then Ethan Griffiths and Joel Dixon-Cohen. Joel Dixon-Cohen not completing a lap within the heat.
There we go then. I just want to finish the story about James Kell that Henry told me this morning. So, because I'm not sure whether we're going to see James in the final. James was basically in a race for the Kart team. Had got the scholarship from them. It was what allowed him to race. He was dominating a race, but wasn't going to win the championship. He pulls over and lets his teammate through, who needed the points to win the title. Coles Racing have then seen that and gone, do you know what? We like this kid. We're going to give him a go. That's why he's been here for the first time this weekend. And I think he's given it a really, really good go. Questionable as to whether we're going to see him in the final, but has finished on a high if that is his last race, up 7 places to P16. So just wanted to say that before we move on to our next set of races. They will, of course, be our Micromax drivers coming out after this. Ready for Micromax UK, just the single superheat for these drivers. A grid of 20 out on track for their first of 2 formation laps. Alfie Garrett, great day yesterday. Starts this one from pole position. His SFR Motorsport teammate Benedictas Masiokas, championship leader, alongside on that front row. Watch out for Ralph Martin on the inside of row 2 with LBJ Stubbs there in 4th. Harris Barber and Dimitar Uznov start on row 3. It's Otto Amy and Albert Ferrer on row 4.
Going from row 5, we have Dax Farah alongside Dian Pahal. From 6, we have Sebastian Crawford for Origin Motorsport alongside Arlo Gamble for Sam Pollitt. For row 7, we have Chloe McGill and Charlie Page, and then on row number 8 is Freddie Walker with Ansel Murray. Going from 9 is Will Wainwright with Oliver Woodall, Ethan Lloyd, and then we have Archie Gupta going under and the start-finish gantry for another lap. Archie Gupta joined us this weekend for one of her first appearances out in the UK. He's only done a few races over here, and I think she's having some fun out there.
Absolutely. All drivers will make the final in this one. 20 drivers, so there's no need to do a top 34 cut-off for these. The news from overnight, Garrett, as you see there, 0 points. 2 race wins yesterday for Alfie Garrett, and a big step forward. Was in the top 10 at Warden Law, but in around 8th place in terms of results from the first round, so a big improvement there. Masiokas and Martin and Stubbs all tied on 6 points, so that's a situation where we go back to TQ on Saturday morning that's currently deciding the order there, so that's going to be a tight battle in this race. Barber's on 11, Uzanov 13, Amy and Pharaoh on 18. So we're all set for 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the last time in this phase of the day. Last of the superheats for the ROTAX categories. We are ready to go racing, lights out, and those 2 SFR Motorsport runners stream towards turn 1. Masioka's trying to go around the outside. Garrett's holding that inside line and holding the lead. Good stuff from Alfie Garrett there. Through into second place again comes Masiokas. There was a bit of a challenge in there, I think, from LBJ Stubbs in the 99. So 2 O-plate winners in this 2025 Motorsport UK karting season, going wheel to wheel there. Stubbs took the Miami Waterswift restricted O-plate at Wilton Mill earlier on in the season. 11 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Good start for Dian Pahal as well. Nicole, Dian up to P4.
Good start, like you said, by Dian. Was quite far down the order after some challenging heats yesterday, but jumped up quite a lot to be on the tail of the driver ahead of him. Now Dian in that 3rd position, so he's now got to think about the 2 SFR teammates in front of him who sat there in 1st and 2nd. It is your round 1 and O-plate winner Benedictas Masiokas that leads the way for SFR. We then have Alfie Garrett is leading the way, so timing issue out there. Alfie Garrett is leading the way ahead of Benedictus. We then have Dian Pahal there in 3rd place, catching up to the 2 drivers ahead. We've got battles going on through that complex section, but we've got all 20 drivers still turning wheels out there on the circuit. Good start and good stuff from our Micro Maxes so far. As I say, commentator's curse comes into the play in one of the strawberries. That's the 35 of Dax Farah getting turned around, going into the right-hander. Continues to go round then and gets himself back onto the track. Heading out of hangar then, we've got Alfie Garrett that continues to lead from Benedictas Masiokas. O-plate winner, round 1 winner, really strong driver this year in the Micro Max category. SFR then pushing away from RCE. Are they going to work together within this one, Andrew? Then we saw it yesterday, bit of team tactics going on, really trying to work together to get away from the rest of the field and then battling it out in the later stages.
Well, I think the biggest challenge is these conditions that, you know, when it's nice and dry and there's plenty of grip and you can give each other a bit of a bump draft and encourage each other along, that's a fairly safe strategy. But when the grip is at so low level of availability, it doesn't take much for a Micro Max to go round. If they are going to be doing any of the shake and bake, as it were, they're going to have to be a touch careful with that. There's Harris Barber in the number 12, in 7th place at the moment. She's lost a few positions in this the early phase of this race, but still 9 1/4 minutes to go. Barber still on for a row 3 start as things stand. And right on cue, down the inside of LBJ Stubbs, through goes Harris Barber into 6th place. We'll now set about trying to catch up to Otto Amy, first of the rookies. The rookies are those on your screen denoted with the black background to their race number. Those are drivers who have not competed in any class in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in a full season before 2025. They may have had the odd wildcard appearance here and there, but they've not done a full season. Otto Amy doing a good job there for Coles Racing, up in 5th place.
Archie Gupta then up by 3 positions within this one to get into 17th. So good stuff so far by the young female Indian driver there for MLC Motorsport. You know, always pushing forward and trying to make that progress. Obviously, you want to be up the front, but this is all about learning and opportunities for these drivers to achieve, you know, just lap by lap improvements, you know, just in skills and how they approach corners. And I think Archie has definitely achieved that so far this weekend.
Yeah, Charlie Page is also impressing me in this race, Nicole, as we've got a change potentially for the race lead. Masiokas down the inside of teammate Alfie Garrett. Alfie Garrett's transponder is having a couple of issues. I've seen that on our timing screen as a note from race control that's not functioning. So don't worry, anyone. If you're following Alfie in that number 47 on the timing screen, you see him tumble down the order. He's fine. Still there at the front of the order. But Masiokas through. We'll see whether that is the big move in this race, because we've still got 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock. That won't change things totally in the FIC. The 6-point lead that Garrett had in the intermediate points overnight, that'll be cut to 2, but it'll still be more than 0. So Garrett will be fine with this. And maybe that's a bit of a tactic by the SFR team. You know, these young drivers have a lot of racing brain up there. They get talked through, right, how are you going to approach this race? What are we going to do? If we can manage the point situation, how should we do it? You know, Masiokas' need for that 0-point score is actually probably a little bit bigger than Alfie Garrett now. This is a good way for them to run around to secure another front row for the final.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well, these drivers will have mechanics and team managers on the side of the track signalling to them, maybe to give the position up, you know, telling them in some sense what to do. We saw Alfie Garrett when he got overtaken for that race lead. He did give it up and he didn't challenge Benedictus at all, let him have it, and is now pushing him around the circuit and hasn't tried to take that position back just yet. So there is still that teamwork going on for this stage of the race. Of course, we've still got a long way to go, so expect that maybe to change after a couple of more minutes. Changes being attempted then by the likes of kart number 32. That is Ralph Martin trying to overtake on Albie Stubbs. Albie up there in 7th position, the 99, having a good year so far in 2025. On a bit of double trouble for Albie this year, on double duty in both ROTAX and X30 in the British Kart Championship. So a lot of racing going on for that driver. Change then going through the complex, that's for 4th position. That's going on between Harris Barber and Damitar Uzanov, 62 and the 12. Harris looked really quick within practice this weekend, but hasn't quite managed to put things together so far within the heats. Obviously, we've got finals coming up, and all of these Micro Maxes get themselves into the finals, so watch what Harris does as the weekend progresses. Here on your screen, we've got the 32 and the 99 really going for it. That is Albie Stubbs and Ralph Martin, who we previously were talking about, really trying to suss each other out as they head through the dogleg section, and that's bringing Charlie Page ever closer as well. Charlie Page doing a good job to sit in that top 10. Bit of bad luck in his first heat yesterday with a retirement, but has brought things back up now later in the weekend. Yeah,
Charlie Page for me, one of the, I think, my biggest improvers year on year compared to 2024 and 2023. You know, second in the final at Warden Law. Charlie Page has really picked up a head of steam so far. And yeah, across the long season, you're going to have the odd bad day here or there, or, you know, more unlucky day here or there. The key for me is how a driver responds. And Charlie Page is responding very well indeed. Similar for Harris Barber. I think the positives of the season so far, got a podium at Warden Law and moved forward to get that podium at Warden Law as well. So it's kind of there's that belief there. It's like, okay, yeah, didn't have the perfect Saturday. Do it. It's the same again as we saw at Karting North East to gain results here on Sunday. Here's an attempt down the inside. Ralph Martin through past Otto Amy. Well, that's a hold on to 6th place. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Masiokas leads from Garrett. Dean Pahal in 3rd place. Dean Pahal does a lot of training away from the circuit. Enjoys the swimming.
Benedictus really pushing away from Alfie Garrett now there in the race lead. We've not seen them on the screens for a couple of minutes, but Benedictus really has strung together a good couple of laps previously and has got quite a strong race lead now. They're out in front of his SFR teammates. So, you know, really made the most of that clean bit of track he's got in front of him, really concentrated. You know, even though he's not in a chase, he's really sticking it to the track and putting in some good sector times out there. Going back to Dean Pahal then, that what you were saying, Andrew, does a lot of work away from the track, like you said, into a bit of swimming, and also a lot of work on the sponsorship side of things. Dean has a big media pack that he's put together to really, you know, push himself forward. It was a great read, and looking forward to seeing Dean hopefully getting some sponsors and pushing forward in his racing career.
Oh, absolutely, and working as well. You know, the Pahals as a family aren't one with a previous racing background, so it's really getting stuck into supporting Dean's young racing career. He's moving up at the moment to 7th place in the intermediate classification as well, so I think the pressure's a bit off for Dean so far this weekend. Normally we've seen Dean be really, really good on a Saturday, you know, trying to break through, get that first top 5, get that first podium, and it's not always quite gone his way. I think, again, when you sometimes have not your optimal day, it can kind of go like, oh, okay, well, anything that we gain from here is a bonus, and it takes that pressure off from a driver. 2 minutes to go, though, and still more opportunities for them to gain points. This is the fight for 3rd place between Pahal and Barber into turn number 2 now, past the new Mechanics Gallery. Barber drawing alongside with the number 23 there, might try and do a little bit of a switchback. That's well covered off by Dean Pahal. Didn't need to fully attack turn 3, did so correctly, not just to make sure that there was no undercut on there for Harris Barber. It's nicely controlled this time through and towards turn 6 and 7. Now Harris Barber has taken that position. That will move Barber up the order in the FIC as well. I think that will give Barber 3rd place back from teammate Ralph Martin. And at the moment, it doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to break this 1-2 formation of the SFR drivers, not only in the race, but in those intermediate points as well, Nicole.
Just as you said, Ralph Martin's name previously, Andrew, really caught the entry curb off the dog leg and got all 4 wheels almost off the ground, so really pushing things around there on the circuit is the Strawberry driver. Harris Barber now has pulled away slightly from Dean Pahal after making that overtake to get himself into 3rd. We said it previously, looked like he struggled a little bit in the racing yesterday, but has picked things back up again today. Change then between Charlie Page and Otto Ame. Otto, rookie driver this year for Coles. Charlie Page, though, taking that position back once again, but Otto still right there, still going to try and take a look. We haven't seen many moves go into hangar just yet. It's quite a fast corner and it's quite tight on the entry into there, so quite often there is no opportunity for drivers to overtake. There could be an opportunity, though, on the final lap heading into pit bend, because Otto is within the right space to Charlie Page to try and get something done. Chloe McGill there in 14th position. She was the driver just heading out of the dogleg section. Chloe up, but lost 1 position within this race and is following round Dax Farah. There, though, is your race leader, Benedictus Masiokas, who's got a 3.6 second race lead within this one. Your O-Plate champion, your Warden Law winner. Really strong stuff for him within Micromax so far in 2025. He's on the final lap of racing for the final time. We'll head through the hangar section. down towards the dog leg, really in his own air and concentrating out there. Will head in, clips the curb of the dog leg, will just kiss the second part and the final, and meets the checkered flag to be your Micro Max Superheat winner. It is a over 3-second race win that he takes from his SFR Motorsport teammate of Alfie Garrett. It's 4.2 seconds that he wins by. We then have Haris Barber there in third position ahead of DM Hal. Dimitar Uzunov finishes in your top 5 as well.
Good stuff from Benediktas Masiokas. Not the first time this season we've seen Masiokas win by a number of seconds, but on pole position for the final will be his teammate Alfie Garrett. That second place more than enough to secure that position at the front of the grid for the final later on today, and it will be another SFR Motorsport lockout of that front row. Haris Barber up 2 spots to third ahead of Dean Pahal, who was one of the biggest movers in that race, up 6 positions. Dimitar Uzunov in 5th, Ralph Martin 6th, Charlie Page, Otto Amy, LBJ Stubbs and Ansel Murray all in the top 10. Ansel Murray supporters, don't go anywhere, because if you've not seen the Paddock show yet, Ansel and Dad Richard feature quite heavily in it. That's all I'm going to say right now. Sebastian Crawford P11, Albert Farrow P12. Dax Farrow recovered to 13th place after that earlier spin. Chloe McGill and Freddie Walker complete the top 15. Arlo Gamble, Ethan Lloyd, Will Wainwright, Archie Gupta and Oliver Woodall there in the top 20. Benediktas Masiokas. The job will be to do the same again in the final. We'll be again starting on the front row, but on the outside, second on the grid, with a real opportunity to continue extending his lead in the championship here this weekend, Nicole. The drivers now just waiting for their turn to go onto the weighbridge. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one. This was the start into turn 1. Masiokas had a really good getaway from the rolling start. Alfie Garrett holding the inside line, retaining the lead in those early stages. Bit of a spin from one of the Sam Pollitt drivers there, but was able to recover. Dax Farrow has had a good weekend so far. That's probably the first problem that we've seen for the number 35 so far here at Dunkeswell. Dax Farrow would in the end recover back to 13th place. Side by side between Haris Barber and LBJ Stubbs. Haris Barber with some good progress there would in the end finish third. Move for the lead. Masiokas would take the lead. That shored up the SFR Motorsport lockout of the front row. Ralph Martin in the red overalls there. The black helmet had another strong run there in the top 6. LBJ Stubbs falling down a little bit. Struggled in the second half. Perhaps a tiny bit for Sam Pollitt Racing in the end, came home in 9th. Another good run as well for Dean Pahal, moves up to 7th place in the intermediate classification. That was a good scrap with Haris Barber for 3rd place. Pahal would come home 4th in the end, behind Barber, Garrett and Masiokas. The FIC, oh, that's a good place to watch the racing here today.
Henry is.
Oh, he's up there.
Slacking
off. No, Garrett's on 4, Masiokas on 6, Barber 17, Martin 18, Stubbs 21, Uzunov 23, Pahal 30 and Amy 32. All of those results are, of course, provisional. Right, we move to another race. This isn't a super heat. This is the second qualifying heat for KZ2 coming up in a short few moments' time. They will have this one, the results from Heat 1, combined with it. That is how we set the grid for the final later on today. And once again, Nicole, Ella Stevens on pole position, solid result earlier on this morning.
Well, solid result in her first heat, but was given a penalty.
Ooh, okay.
So a 5-second time penalty for Ella was given for
False
jumping
start.
the start.
Which you had a look at. You learned not to say it, not to get yourself in trouble.
I didn't want to toot my own trumpet.
Hang on a minute. Hot laps on here. Richard Locks on the wagon. Thank you once again to all of the hard-working Motorsport UK team members. Sorry, we had to mention that.
Yeah, didn't want to I didn't want to say it, but we did point it out, didn't we, when we were up here, Andrew?
Yes.
I just kind of pointed with my finger at you, because we do have a bit of communication in here that between us, and said she looks a little bit far forward. The nose cone was just, to me, it just looked slightly too far over the painted line. Yep. So obviously that was picked up by Nigel Edwards, stood on the start-finish gantry, and I'm assuming that was that jump start infringement, and that was the penalty reason for Ella.
This is a reminder, commentators are not officials.
No.
That's why the officials are out there, and they've got even more eagle eyes than us.
That's why I didn't want to say it live earlier either, because it's like, oh.
Miles Murphy there. Miles has had a good day so far. We'll start on the second row. Looks racy in the early stages. And the other question, sorry, it's just pinged back into my head. We've got a wet race for KZ2, a fully wet race for KZ2. I don't think we've had one in a while for that. We've had some. Remember, we had some mixed races at Warden Law last year. Yeah, look, the front tyres forward, so you were absolutely spot on with that one. Oh, just creeping forward a little bit more there was Ella Stevens. So. Yeah, didn't get away with that one.
We were just talking about the rain then, Andrew.
We were.
And I just said Nino's name because Nino Piccoli, who's starting on the back row of the grid, hasn't competed in a wet race since he was 13 years old. Let's find out how he's going to get on then for the second heat for our KZ2s.
KZ2 time, their second and final heat. Ella Stevens and Ralph Youngling start first and second. Charlie Turner and Oliver Stewart up next, third and fourth. Completing the top 5 on the grid is Miles Murphy. James Glenister had a very strong run earlier on today on the road, starts P6. Ashley Lewis and Jessica Edgar start in the top 8.
Going from row number 5, we have Bailey Rigglesford alongside Dan McCown. From 6, we have Nat Thomas for Rush Performance alongside Devon Morgan, who's a privateer driver. And from 7, we have Lee Ward alongside Bryn Kinch. Nino Piccoli then rounds out the rest of your grid. He's starting from 15th position on row number 8. He's on row number 8 alone, but will line up on the grid alongside Bryn, because obviously standing starts.
There goes Mr. Burdett. He's off to get his tonsillitis sorted. He's had the medicines. He's been to the medic room. He's done some wing walking to clear himself out, and he's off back to South Wales. So you made the good point there about Nino Piccoli. Hasn't done a wet race since he was a young teenager. There's another one that's a little bit of a bigger challenge for me. Nino's never driven a KZ2 kart in the wet. He's not even tested one in the wet. So yeah, that's a prospect in store for the dad and lad team who've been out of the sport for 24 years. So say we had some mixed races, some like dry to wet, wet to dry races for KZ2 last year at both Warden Law and at Three Sisters. I may be wrong, and I'm sure the comments will correct me. They've already been correcting me a couple of times today. That this is the first time in a while we've had a fully wet race in KZ2. Have we got everybody formed up? No, I think we're missing one.
Ashley Lewis, who's supposed to be starting there right in the middle, is not in there. So no Ashley going from 7 then. Green flag will be shown then. Lights, are they going to go out there? Off, are they going to be racing? And they are. It was a hesitation then from Charlie Turner. Charlie Turner then looked like he was going to go and had to back off of things. Ella Stevens, great start off of pole then, hugs round the outside and really takes a strong race lead. Jessica Edgar looked like she had a good early start to things, as has Oliver Stewart, who is heading through the complex section. Jessica Edgar has had a really great start there.
Yeah.
She's following Charlie Turner then down the mini straight. Will hug that white line to defend from Oliver Stewart in the Jade racing cart shortly behind her. But it is Ella Stevens, your pole sitter, with Charlie Turner, and then Jessica sat behind her. So it is the two formula drivers of Jess Edgar and Oliver Stewart that are chasing down Charlie Turner, birthday boy Charlie Turner, in second position. We've got it all going on further back down the field between the likes of Bailey Wrigglesford and Dan McCown. Let's take you through your order then. It's Oliver Stevens from Charlie Turner, Edgar Stewart and Ralph Jungling then is in your top 5. Not too much commotion going on so far yet, considering it is really greasy out there. You'd expect them to be sliding around a little bit more than they are, but really controlled stuff by our KZ drivers. Are we going to have a challenge now by Jessica Edgar? No, we're not. Backs out of things, heading down the mini straight. Really thought she was going to try and get a move done on Charlie Turner, but Charlie just covers himself well, heading out of the exit of the complex section.
So if the replay machine is working, I'd like a look at the start again, or more specifically, just before the start again, as the lights were holding before they went out, because I'll stick my neck out here. There might have been another false start in this one. We'll keep an eye on that should it come through. But right now, 8 minutes remaining. Turner at the moment would still hold the advantage in the intermediate points with 4. Stevens, because of the move down the order, at the moment will be second with 5. Right. On the right-hand side, Charlie Turner had a hesitation. Oh, move there. Now, the question is, did he get it stopped? Did he break the line? Did he break?
I don't know if we can request it again. Sorry, James, but yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? Did he actually, get back on the brake quick enough to not cross over that painted line on the track? That's a question.
Before the lights went out. Now, so that's after the incident. Miles Murphy also didn't get a good start at all. So it's just before the lights go out. Is Turner still within his box? Race control and those with the CCTV will be looking at with more angles than we've got here, to be clear. We just have the one angle here in the box. The team in the CCTV room will know if they're further looking at it if something comes up for the number 2, which at the moment hasn't come up, to be clear. We haven't seen any notification on our screens for Charlie Turner.
And as we've been focusing on that, Andrew, we got a bit distracted there. We've got a change for 3rd position. Dan McCown up by 7 places within this KZ2 Heat 2. So he's sat there in 3rd, chasing down Charlie Turner, who is chasing down Ella Stevens. But Ella really out there in a bit of clean air now. 7/10 of a second she leads by. Dan McCown, the driver that's gone up by 7 places, is also your fastest driver out there on the circuit. All over the back of Charlie Turner now as they're heading through that complex section. Jessica Edgar dropped a few positions after that good race start. She's now down there in 5th place, being hustled by James Glenister. James Glenister had some great results last year, of course. The 37 had a win over at Shennington, an experienced driver, really quick, really confident. So expect big things from him throughout the racing. And also one of those drivers that, as the race progresses, so does the performance. I think that's a bit of a trend for James more often than not.
No notifications. So I'm sure that they'll have looked at it. They all look at the starts. Normally, if there has been any kind of start infringement, whether that be standing starts or braking formations, the common one in rolling starts, we would see that notification by now. So we'll leave that one there at this moment. I've been really impressed with Dan McKeon in these races. Dan wasn't with us on Friday for the first day of practice for the very simple reason he was at work. He had bricks to lay and earning a living to be able to go racing. You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know that he's had one day less than everybody else to get into the rhythm around this circuit that we haven't been to for the British Champs for 4 years. And he's loving these conditions, these greasy conditions, into 3rd place now. Right now would be starting inside the top 5 for the final later on today. Well,
just looking at things now, Andrew, it looks like Ella Stevens is just starting to struggle. Charlie Turner really caught up to Ella now to just under 3/10 of a second. Splits up your 1 and 2. Dan McCown right there as well. Charlie Turner, though, really starting to push Ella Stevens now.
So now my next question for you, Nicole Sutherland, local hero to Dunkeswell.
I wouldn't call myself a hero.
How quick does this track dry?
it's one of them, not as quick as a lot of the tracks over the UK, because the tarmac out there, it's not abrasive at all. It's quite
it's very
a smooth surface.
Very good surface.
Because there's no elevation change on the track as well, you don't find that the water has anywhere to run off of.
Yeah.
You know, other circuits around the UK, the likes of maybe GYG, where you've got hills, you get the water running off and then onto the grass. Here is as flat as you like. You know, it's got nowhere to go. So actually expect it to take a little while, but actually I'd say it's starting to...
Seeing it a little bit.
It is starting to form a dry line, but, you know, off of the racing line, it's going to take a little while, and of course it's not breezy up here today.
Yeah.
So that's something else that's going to play into things. So watch out for that breeze as well, making it a little bit longer for the water to clear off.
Charlie Turner definitely putting Ella Stevens under a bit of pressure here, though, with 3 minutes and 35 seconds to go on his 31st birthday. He's having a good run here, checks over the shoulder to see Dan McKeown there in third place. And look, they're searching for the damper bit of track on drivers right now. So I think the drivers are wary of a drying track and all being on treaded wet Lecon tyres for this one. Derek Morgan's had a decent run. He's gained 4 places. He's up to 8th place. He's in a bit of a bubble just between Miles Murphy and Lee Ward. All 3 of those seeded drivers, of course, from 2024. 14 drivers still circulating out there. Also, just to look at the battle between those development drivers. Bryn Kinch, 13th at the moment, doing 50.8. Nino Piccoli is a bit quicker, 50.2, but is some 8 seconds back on the road. 2.5 minutes to go.
You just highlighted it then, Andrew, where these drivers, you know, that dry line is starting to form, and you can notice now in a straight line they're trying to catch a little bit of that water to maybe cool the temperature down a bit, you know, not try and scrub through that rubber too much, and you can definitely see it now forming on your screens. The shades of the tarmac is starting to change. You've got that lighter line forming, you know, where the water has been cleared off, and especially with KZ karts that heavy and that quick going round, they're going to clear it off a lot quicker than maybe some of the other classes.
And the torque going through, particularly the rear tyres as well, in those lower gears where they're punching out of the corners.
And
can you imagine all that?
The front end as well is also so torquey. Look.
With the brake under braking. Oh, McKeown's going to have a go here down the inside of Turner into turn 1. What a mighty move that is from Dan McKeown. Brave. Charlie Turner gave him the width of a Birrell Art and an inch. That was it. And Dan McKeown said, yep, I'll have that, thank you very much. Moved himself up to P2. That will help out teammate Ella Stevens. It will put another point or so on Charlie Turner's tally. I think that's going to switch things in the intermediate classification and give Ella Stevens the lead, unless, of course, Dan McKeown goes down the road and has a go at the race leader with just over a minute to go. So Stevens leads by 2/3 of a second. Does now inherit the lead in the final intermediate classification from these 2 heats for KZ2. Dan McKeown there in second place, Charlie Turner, Ollie Stewart and Jess Edgar completing the top 5. Rush Performance machines, understandable. I'd imagine they've had very limited running in this scenario, going from wet to damp on a drying surface. These new Formula K chassis, they were running on the Maranellos in 2024. Starting to show perhaps because of the Jades, with all of their experience with the Birrell Art machines over the years. The team set up towards Shannington as their home circuit are going to break out and go wide there. Stewart goes through, breezes through into 3rd place. Lovely stuff. So Jade 1, 2, 3 now. And, well, at this stage, could even be a top 2 lockout for them, because that is going to move Stewart from 6 to 5 points. Turner will go from 6 to 7, if I've got my maths correct.
Race leader Ella Stevens now under a bit of pressure by Dan. Really has caught up in the late stages in the dying stages of this race as they head through Hangar. Really being pushed now is Ella Stevens. She's had a little bit of an easy race so far, but has to watch over her shoulder in this last stages as they will see the last lap board. Can Dan McCown maybe pull off a high-risk, high-reward move on Ella Stevens as he did on Charlie Turner previously? We'll head down and through towards the complex section. Nothing just yet by McCown, still sits behind Ella Stevens. Will he get a better run out of the chicane section than Stevens? Stevens really aware that Dan is right there, checks over his shoulder as they head down the mini straight. Nothing yet attempted by Dan, just there is McCown, but not close enough. Can he set something up through Hangar, slides out of the tight left-hander. Not close enough just yet. Ella Stevens looking really settled, isn't panicking there. Just almost gets it wrong going out of Hangar, but covers herself well. And of course they miss that dogleg section. She'll come down and under the start-finish gantry to meet the checkered flag as your race winner for Heat 2. Ella Stevens, great race by the pole sitter. Lights to flag action for her. Fantastic race stuff, and of course is your final intermediate classification leader with 5 points ahead of Charlie Turner, who finished down there in 4th place. But it was Stella Stevens, your E-Plate champion, who is your race winner, ahead of Dan McCown in 2nd. Oliver Stewart for Jade Racing Team finished in 3rd. Turner, like we said, in 4th. Jessica Edgar, good progress to finish in 5th. We then have Miles Murphy, Derek Morgan, James Glenister, Lee Ward and Nat Thomas as your top 10. Ralph Jungling, difficult stuff for him in the Sodi Kart in that race, finishes in 11th place ahead of Bailey Rigglesford, Brinkinch and then Nino Piccoli in 14th place. And of course, Ashley Lewis for rash performance. He was supposed to be starting from the 3rd row of the grid, but didn't actually turn a wheel.
No, didn't on that occasion. If I've got my maths correct, Ella Stevens takes the lead in the championship. 62, 60 and 65. The scores from the first 3 stages of the season for the E-Plate winner from 2024. And that gives her a 2-point advantage over teammate Ollie Stewart, 65, 60 and 60 again from the 3 points awarding stages so far this season. 2 of them at Warden Law and this one today off the back of those 2 heats. Now let's have a look at those tyres. Used is how we would describe them. Yeah, a fair amount of tread has been taken off what will have been new tyres for everybody in that one. But Ella Stevens performs again. Really good stuff. Having a chat there with Jess Edgar, who'll be happy with that 5th place. That performance from Jess moves her up the final intermediate classification to 6th. So it's Stevens, Turner, Stewart, 5, 6 and 6 points respectively in the top 3 in the FIC. That will be your front row for the final. James Glenister drops to 4th, having finished 8th in that one. Tied on points with Dan McKeown, that then goes back to a TQ tiebreaker from yesterday evening. So that'll be row number 2. Edgar, Morgan and Murphy will be row 3 and completes the top 8. Again, also based on those final intermediate classification points, Nicole, they will all receive their next batch of championship points.
Absolutely will, and interesting stuff as well to see what the outcome is of that race start that we saw a few replays of. That's
to be clear, there has been no notification on our screens, so I would take that as they've looked at it and needed to say no further action or no further investigation required. It does stop there, so the question was it a breaking of that line? Well, what we saw in race 1 with Ella Stevens is the front axle most definitely was over that front axle. Through the spray though, the drivers continued round for 14 laps. Jess Edgar holding the lead from Charlie Turner, who was quick in the early stages of this one, but as the track started to dry, those teams with more experience with their machinery for 2025, I think that was the key in that one for the Jade Racing team, simply having more data from all the years they've been running Birrell machinery really told in this one to get the setup right versus Rush Performance, who just of course changed to the Formula K at the start of 2025. Very impressive run though, Nicole, for Dan McKeown in the number 75 to start 10th in this one, finish second, that's a driver we're going to need to keep an eye on for the final, I think.
Absolutely is. Almost got into a little bit of drama with Charlie Turner on the early stages of the race, just went over the back axle ever so slightly, but later on managed to recover from it and did make a very risky overtake, but high risk, high reward for Dan McCown. Looked like he was going to catch up to Ella Stevens and maybe try something, and it was almost a race to the line, but Ella Stevens, your E-Plate champion and your intermediate classification winner, did take the race win in KZ2 Heat 2. Great stuff by the Jade Racing team to finish in that 1, 2, 3 position.
Very good. That wraps us up for the morning and early afternoon part of the day. More racing coming up this afternoon, of course, with all of our finals that you can watch here on your Alpha Live and Karting UK platform of channels. Don't go anywhere, though. We've got the Paddock show coming up after this short ad break. Welcome everyone, Paddock show here at Dunkeswell. Many things going on here as we start with the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. I have a new co-presenter in William Antrobus. We've got Ansel Murray and his dad Richard ready to go with the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. Dan Ashton's 3 minute 10, whatever it is, has been disqualified because I make the rules round here. 3 minutes and 26 seconds from Mr. Piers Pryor at Warden Law is the time to beat. Ansel, Richard, best of luck. 3, 2, 1, start. Go! So the rules of this game are very, very simple, Will. You've got to take the dries off, put the wets on. Have you ever done this?
Yeah, a lot of times, but not with the little machine there. I've done it with a gun, me.
You've done it with a gun, so you cheated. So if you did it, we'd probably see a DNF or a DQ straight away.
It's not called cheating, it's just called using your materials.
Using the materials. So the materials we've got on hand today are from Wera Tools.
A very good brand.
Very good brand. Big thanks to Red Graphics and the team up at Warden Law and Apollo Karts. They've all provided, if you've not seen this feature before, they set it up for us. We're allowing this. It's a two-person job. This is how it's often done in real life. And again, as I say, I make the rules around here, so what I say goes.
Yeah. Too right, it does. Shall we maybe have an interview?
Oh yeah, let's start distracting them. They're in the middle of the... How's it going, Ansel?
Good.
Are you focused?
Yeah.
How many nuts have you got off at the minute?
No.
None at the moment. We're still pressing on. We've got 1 minute in. 2 are off.
3.
Richard, how long's Ansel been doing this kind of thing? Because he looks pretty nifty with it.
Yeah, he's been doing this since he was 4 or 5, when he used to give me a hand with doing our first championships. And it was good to encourage him to get mechanically hands-on, understand what's going on with the carts, and rather than just driving it, and get a bit more idea of what's going on and be in sync with it a bit more.
As I say, not on a weekend like this because it's nice and sunny, but it's often a really important thing. If you're going from dries to wets, wets to dries, it can get a bit chaotic in the middle there. How important is it for young drivers to learn like this?
I think it's very important for him. It's also quite helpful for me because it means that when there's a lot going on, a lot to do, like in a wet, dry situation, I can rely on Ansel to help out. He was quite helpful today when I had to run back and get a new nose cone. I left him to do the wheels and the exhaust, and he just got on and did it.
Fantastic stuff, and pretty good results today as well through the heats.
Not what we were hoping for, but you know, he drove well. He drove well, and we'll go tomorrow.
Good stuff. We're about 2 minutes and 20 in. Will, you've been watching on. What have you made of this all so far?
I think he's doing a very good job here, and I think it could be a chance of beating Piers Pryor.
I mean, it wouldn't be very hard. He was all over the place at
Yeah,
Warden.
he is. I saw that.
But we should remember that Ansel is considerably younger than Piers. Piers has been doing this kind of stuff for years.
I even watched him on Super 1 when I was a young kid.
You can't say that round here. You swore then. But yeah, no. Let's talk about your day. Darth Waft, as we're calling you now, in your 8-ball helmet.
Bandit.
The Black Bandit. No, pretty good day for you.
Yeah, obviously a very good day. P9 in the standings going into tomorrow. 5th in the Super Heat A, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously very good with a P5 and a P9. It's quality wasn't.
Oh, 3 minutes 14.92 is. Well, I say, Dan Ashton apparently did a 3 minutes 10, but I wasn't here, therefore it doesn't count, disqualified, send him to the stewards. Our new Wera Tools wheel change challenge leader, if I not knock the board over. Where's the pen gone? Thank you, Nicole, helping me out there. Ansel Murray with, what was it, 3 minutes, 3 minutes 14.92.
Oh no.
Oh no, indeed. What's gone wrong, Nicole?
Trouble.
So you've got nails. You should be able to get the thing off.
I'm not a mechanic.
There we go. It's off. It's off the thing.
There we go.
We'll take Ansel's name board, and I was going to write the time on it. I'll let you write the time on it, Ansel, of 3 minutes 14.92. And that is a very, very good time indeed. What's the M for?
Minutes.
Minutes, there we go. Right, this is where I do my Jeremy Clarkson bit. And we go right to the top of the board, because I've decided to disqualify Dan Ashton because I can. That is a new leading time in the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. If you want to get involved, if you've watched this and you've been elsewhere in the paddock, you need to get down here for when we have the last race of the day. That's when we do this for the paddock show. For now, though, let's head on and have a little bit of a mosey in with my new compadre, Mr. Andrews, and I'll head on through the rest of the paddock. What do you think of this circuit? Because it's a while since we've raced here at Dunks.
I've personally liked it myself when it was Mansell, as you used to call it, but now it's Dunkeswell.
Well, it was Dunkswell before, and then it changed to Mansell, and now it's back to Dunkswell again with a change of ownership. That's what's happened there.
I think it's a very nice track for me. It may not be some people's favourite on the calendar, but I very much like it.
Good stuff. Mark Baines and John Baines had some good work today. No more camera time. Mark had enough yesterday in the carrot in the box. That wasn't carrot in the box. Definitely didn't copy it off 8 out of 10 cats. Wera Tools spanner in a box. There wasn't 2 spanners in the box today. If you're wondering where Henry is, he's a bit unwell. So he's at our cabin in the woods, resting up. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. I saw things when he came into the comms box today that I never want to see ever again, so we'll leave that one there. This is the part of the show, Will, where we have to find an awning that's not playing music, so we're not going to be going in this Synergy branded one.
We are not,
because we don't want to get it taken off the air. Should we go to the local boys? Should we go to Coles?
Oh, that would be very good.
Look in,
I'm not sure if I'd be
there.
allowed in the tent because of me being
well,
a
no,
Sam Pollock driver.
you're with me, so it's all absolutely fine.
Rules change when you're an interviewer.
When you grab one of these, there's 2 powerful things in this paddock. One of these and a clipboard.
Yeah.
We haven't got the clipboard at the moment, but we'll have a little wander into Coles. Also, hang on, Paddock Pooch. I don't know our dog's name here, but look at Beauty. Oh! James just jumped. I just jumped. We all just jumped. Right, let's head into Coles and going. Who have we got? Who wants to have a chat?
Ooh.
Have we got any drivers in here? Who we got? Maximilian Eberhard in the cart. Are you all right to step in? Max, tell me about your day.
It's been alright today.
What are we currently doing sat in the car? You're not going to sleep like this overnight, are you?
Hopefully not.
I've just been asking Will about this track. What do you think of it from a Mini's perspective?
I think it's a really good track. It's fun to drive and I like overtaking on it.
So, Super Heats tomorrow, what will you be prepping for overnight?
We'll just be prepping for the kart to go fast.
And then the final as well, hopeful for that one?
Yeah, hopefully.
Good stuff. We'll chat to you in a bit. Have you found anyone? Because this is the bit where you normally have to run away and find someone to talk to.
Everyone has left.
Everyone's left?
Yes.
Oh well. Right, we'll head back on out. See who else we can find.
We have got Jack's if you want to go to Jack's.
Yeah, let's go and have a little chat with. I don't think we've been into the Jack's tent for a while. Let's say as long as they're not playing music, we're getting woofed at again. I'll see who we can find.
Luke Bate right there.
Luke Bate is right there. I'm going to give you. This is going to be your moment now, Will. Go and have a chat with Luke Bate.
That's going to be my moment over there.
Oh, who's he
Jared
found?
Fox-Whiteley.
Jared Fox-Whiteley in the corner.
Hello, Jared. How are we? How are we?
I'm alright. How are you?
I'm very good. How's your day been?
It's been alright. Not too bad.
Yeah, that's very good. Where are we in the overall standings right now?
12th overall and then 6th for Super Heat B tomorrow.
That's very good to hear.
Yeah, it's alright.
That's very good. That's very. You could get a job doing this.
Yeah, I'm very good.
Jared was very quick in the pre-round of Sport. He had a good result a couple of weeks ago. Do you
Yeah.
reckon he can pull it back together and pull back through?
He's always been fast, Jared. He's really good at. He knows what he's doing. He came here for the first ever time the other week and he won. So it's very good to see he's got the pace straight away, and he's ready, I think, tomorrow.
Absolutely. Right, we'll head on out and see who else we can find. We'll walk slower as well because I don't want James to fall over. He's got a dodgy knee. I should say as well, apologies, because Henry's not here and Henry's got the buckets and everything. I don't think we're doing the ice bucket challenge today.
Hey, I'll do it on you. That's for sure.
I think we want to try and do it at the end of the show, at the end of the weekend tomorrow.
That'd be brilliant.
That's how we wrap up the
live
weekend.
stream as well.
On the live stream. I think that would be a great. James is shaking his head saying absolutely not, but I'm sure we can get
We
that
can sort something
arranged.
out, can't we?
Right, let's head on down the pad. I'm looking for awnings that are opening. I want to try and get some KZs. We've been waxing lyrical about the KZs because we love them in the box. But from your perspective, Will, as a driver, now as a senior driver as well.
Yes.
When you see those gearbox carts out on circuit, how does it make you feel? Does it make you want to have a go?
I definitely want to have a go. I want to have a go at OK and KZs because
Yeah.
there's the only two classes I haven't done at the moment.
Yeah.
I've done X30 I think it was a few weeks ago. Or
Well, you
last
did the
week.
back to back at
Yeah.
Law, didn't you?
And that went very well. We're now 4th in the standings, and to confirm, I will be continuing the X30 Championship now. And with Fusion Motorsport, it's a very good team, a very good environment, I find, as well, just as good as Sam.
Good stuff. Should we head over here for a KZ? Should we go for a KZ? Let's
Should
go
we
for a
go for a
KZ. Because I think this is a driver that we weren't here yesterday, Mr. Bigglesford. How's the day been? Pretty good results?
It's been okay. I wish it could have gone better. I was struggling with the setup a little bit. But I mean, I can't complain. It's my first time at the British, so 9th place. It's okay.
And fresh off no practice yesterday as well, I think I'm right in saying.
Yeah, I was at college. I wish I'd come tomorrow, or yesterday, but
Is what it is. College comes first.
It is that time of year as well. I know we've had quite a few people in the younger classes having like GCSEs and things like that. You know, how hard is it to balance the two things of the schoolwork but then also keep focused in the mind for the racing?
it's normally okay. But it's just the timings come quite badly this time of the year. But it's okay, normally.
And tomorrow, what are the hopes? What do you think you can do in the final?
We'll be there. That's good enough. We'll be there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of names in front of us. There's a lot of names behind us. So yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
We're happy.
We'll see.
Kicking himself a little bit, but you know he's young but he's done well. proud of them.
That's what it's all about. Proud of the effort for the 192. Well done, guys. We'll see you again tomorrow for the 2 heats and the final for the KZs. Right, we'll slow down again because otherwise James is going to smash into the Motorsport UK truck.
Yeah.
DHR we're coming up on now. How do you deal when you're a competitor of them with the form that they're in? Because they seem to have kicked back into another gear, Will, for this weekend.
It's the same as usual. There's going to be the people who are fast normally, and there's going to be the people who are, you know, there or thereabouts. But Dan Holland, they've got a good team at the moment. But I think at the moment, if we can sort something out,
yeah,
we're there. It's just a little bit more time. I think we need. That's from my opinion.
Good stuff. Shall we head in? Shall we see who we can find in DHR this evening? I want to try and talk to. We talked to some of their older ones on the build-up show yesterday, so we might try and have a go. Hello, Nicole. Hello. You're back all of a sudden. I was going to say
I'm back, but I was on mute.
Yeah, we'll have a go in trying to find some younger DHR drivers because I was just saying to Will.
Thank you, William.
We talked to the older ones yesterday on the build-up show. Have we got any drivers around? Have they all run off? They've all gone. This is what happens when we film the show a little bit later. They're also playing music, and it's terrible music, so we'll have to head back out. That's probably quite a controversial opinion. I've just...
You're not a fan of am I allowed to say Taylor Swift? Yeah,
was that Taylor Swift? I mean, I'm not a fan of Taylor Swift. I thought that was Mariah Carey that was being played, but yeah, definitely not a fan of her either. Nicole, thoughts on the racing today?
Good. Pretty clean, which we like. You know, we had really exciting first laps, and then I just saw a bit of a trend of, you know, things die down in the kind of mid stage of things, and it calms down, and you know, you see your race leader kind of break away.
Yeah.
But that is first day vibes, I'd say, and you typically see that during a first day where drivers are, you know, using a little bit more tactics rather than going all guns blazing. I think tomorrow is going to be a very, very different story.
Indeed. Where do you want to go?
What about into Charlie Turner?
Yes.
Charlie Turner.
The birthday boy, last day as a 30-year-old. I think you found the speed, haven't you?
I wish I was.
Not your 20th birthday tomorrow.
No, unfortunately not.
Speed, it's there. You guys are moving up the order. You're now really pushing the Jade team. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, we're getting there slowly. In the time qualifying session before, the qualifying itself, sim session, we were second. So I thought, okay, we're about 700s off, and then in that session, lost a little bit of time, maybe a little bit myself, a little bit in the car, about 2 tenths. So even though I'm third, it's really, really close to the front. But obviously, it's racing.
Down on the grid then for the first grid walk of the day, and the first grid walk here at Dunkeswell since it was taken over in 2023 for its new era of racing. Rich history here, and we're going to start the grid walk with Lucian Smith, who is sat on the second row of our grid. Lucian, you know, great racing so far for you. Can you tell me, you know, what's the grid been like so far? What's the competition like?
The competition's very high as usual. The racing's been very good and competitive, and it's good that we're up here because last year we were in micro, and it's good that we can fit in at the top of the mini grid.
And Lucian, this is a circuit that we've not been to in a couple of years. I'm guessing that it's a new track to you. What have you thought of it so far? What's the racing like around here?
It could be very tight and it could be very spread out, but the track's pretty flowing and really nice.
Well, we'll see how you get on, Lucian. Best of luck, and looking forward to seeing the mini progress. Like Lucian just said, it was a micro season for him last year, and to be at the sharp end of a mini grid, great progress from him. Great progress as well from Austin Oman, sat in the SPR kart. We've seen Austin on the podium in the BKC before. The Kart Republic drivers have a habit of, when a Kart Republic gets onto the front end and up on the podium, they take that teddy bear onto the podium with them. Austin, great progress from you so far. Are you looking forward to this race?
Yeah, I think we'll do quite well.
Definitely agree. And do you think you'll be taking one of those Kart Republic teddies onto the podium?
Really depends if my teammate does good.
Well, best of luck to you, Austin, and I'm sure that you and Riley will have a good one together. It's time to clear the grid then. We're going to go off for the first final here at Dunkeswell during 2025.
Grid then for Minimax. Grid for Minimax. Murrow and Haynes on the front row. Oman and Smith on the second. Jolly and Spencer on row 3. White and Griffin form up in all Scottish row 4. So for Minimax 950, it'll be 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Second final of the year, and what should be a very open final as well, based on what we've seen so far this season. Drivers coming into the dogleg then, with Riley Murrow on pole position, Edward Haynes alongside on the front row. And we're going to go around again for another formation. That'll give us time to read you through the grid. Oman and Smith on row 2, Jolly and Spencer on row 3, White and Griffin on row 4, Mayer and Emerson McAndrew-Uren on row 5, Roots and Cook on row 6, Rolfe and Reed on row 7, Livingston Hammond on row 8.
Elijah West and Sebastian Behrman on 9, with George Swire and Christian Sanguetti on row 10. 11 we have Benjamin Lawn with Akil Giannone, and from 12 we have Alfie Ward with Josh Cormack. 13 is Maximilian Abrahart with Stanley Stafford. 14 is Maria Roberto with Fraser Anderson.
So, we both run back to the box, as you can probably hear. I was saying before you got back with us, Nicole, expecting this race to be quite an open one. You know, we've seen throughout the course of the season so far things be very, very competitive for this whole field. But this, again, could be one of the key points of the season when we get back to looking through all the results when we're in the summer.
Out of the dogleg section then, on the rolling up lap towards Nigel Edwards, stood on the start-finish gantry. Are we going to go on this time of asking, is Nigel happy with the formation? Yes, he is. So it's Edward Haynes that crosses under the start-finish gantry, loses the lead, and we've got Max Jolly going over the top of Edward Haynes there. That is Oliver Spencer getting caught out. Haynes then, who looked like a favourite for this race, he's out. He's by pit bend trying to get that kart restarted, but we can see a bit of damage to that front Nasso panel. Haynes, absolute drama for the Strawberry driver. He's out. And there's drama for the other Strawberry of Max Jolly because he's dropped all the way down the order. Yellow flags are out towards turn number 1 as they'll head back round once more. That is for the Edward Haynes incident. But what drama, what heartbreak for Haynes after he had 2 lights to flag. Wins earlier on this weekend. Absolutely not the stuff that the Strawberry Racing team would have wanted.
No, and that's going to mean that we will see a change in championship lead as well with Max Jolly. Well, most likely we'll see a change in championship lead with Max Jolly a long way down the order now. 14 minutes to go then. Murrow leads from Austin Oman. A 1-2 on the road for Sam Pollitt Racing. Joshua Griffin, what a heroic drive it's been this week from Joshua Griffin as Alfie Mayer goes down the inside of Emerson McAndrew-Wren. Emerson McAndrew-Wren a little bit in the dirt. He's going to lose out to Tom Reed. So dropping down to probably around 6th or 7th place, but keep an eye on Alfie Mayer. Very good final pace. Recently had a good run at Wackersdorf in the Euro Trophy a couple of weeks ago. Riley Murrow, though, breaking away here from Austin Oman. I wonder if Austin Oman's trying to do a little bit of a rear gunner job for Murrow at this stage of the race. Hopping across the curb go the race leaders. Who's on the move? Benjamin Lawrence on the move, up 10 spots in the first of 2 Coles Racing drivers who've improved massively through this final so far. Up 10 for Lorne, up 13 for Maximilian Abrahart. Harry Radcliffe also on the move, Nicole, up 15 spots into the top 15.
On the move also is Emerson McAndrew-Wren through that complex section as he takes advantage of Tom Reed getting all out of sorts after trying to overtake Alfie Mayer. Emerson McAndrew-Wren then trying to go down the inside once more, gets the move done, promotes himself in front of Tom Reed and Alfie Mayer, heads down into that hangar section, and the next driver that he's got to pick off is Austin Oman, who's been overtaken by Joshua Griffin. Griffin, of course, was out at the first round because of injury sustained at a club meeting. So great to see him at the sharp end of the field, really arrived with some strong pace at round 2 here at Dunkeswell. It's the new era of this circuit, and it's really, really great to see the drivers maximising that and making a strong showing of things. Down the inside then goes Emerson, makes the move on Austin Oman's stick, and will head out of that complex section now in that 3rd spot. Next driver that he's got to conquer is Joshua Griffin in front of him in 2nd. Head down had Emerson, really trying to push forward, duck under that headwind that these drivers are experiencing, and he's getting closer and closer to the number 5 of Griffin. The Scotsman is now going to be under pressure from the driver, originally from the area, the family not far from here, based in Exeter previously. Emerson then heads into that dogleg section, really chasing down Joshua Griffin. What is the difference in lap times between the pair? It's a 50.45 for Joshua, it's a 50.23 for Emerson. So Emerson tenths faster than the Scotsman in front of him. Is he going to make a move work into this second part of the complex session? Not quite yet, tightens things up. Will he get the run down the mini straight and try and go for a lunge? We'll have a look, not quite yet, trying to time things right. Joshua Griffin closes the door to the number 3 behind him. It's the number 5 but versus the number 3 currently, and it's backing the rest of the pack up.
Yeah, it is indeed, and at the moment Emerson McAndrew-Wren trying to make amends for the problems that he had in the final for round 1 at Warden Law, and he knows if he's going to win this race he's got to dispatch of Joshua Griffin pretty quickly. Oh, he's had a look into the dogleg. Brilliant stuff from Emerson McAndrew-Wren, a brave overtake, got the overlap, got the entry to the corner spot on as well. Austin Oman's now down the inside for P3. Tom Reed follows through. Joshua Griffin has to settle in 5th place now. James Roots is a driver we need to keep an eye on as well. The second of those black and yellow global karting machines. The 121 has just set the fastest lap of the race. Roots is up to 6th place, as out is the 182. They're stranded in the grass.
George Swire.
Yeah.
So that is George Swire out. We've had drama at the back of the field for Tooley and DHR because Fraser Anderson and Arthur Farrow have dropped down the order. Your 2 retirements then within this one, Andrew. 2 huge names within the grid, Edward Haynes and Oliver Spencer. Oliver Spencer, birthday weekend for him. It was a penalty at Warden Law to end a dramatic weekend, and it ends for drama here again once more at round 2. Eyes focus once more then on this front group. It is Joshua Griffin that's now having to think about Tom Reed behind him. Reed chases him into this complex section. Really smooth on those steering inputs. He's not putting multiple stabs into that steering wheel. Roots has now arrived. He's been written an invitation to potentially jump into this top 5. James Roots, really strong stuff from him this weekend. One of those names we spoke about a lot within the championship, but at this end of the Minimax field, this is a first for him. Strong stuff for him so far. Fastest driver out there, Harry Radcliffe, sets that purple lap of 49.29, much faster than the grid in front of him. The next driver to him is Coles Racing, Benjamin Lawn. He's almost, he's over half a second faster than Benjamin Lawn. Great stuff by Coles there. Here's an attempted move for that race lead. Then Emerson tries to go down the inside of Rolly Murrow, overcooks it slightly, slides off that brake, and Murrow manages to get the switchback on the exit of the corner. It's between DHR and SPR now as they head down the mini straight and towards the right-hander. Where is Emerson going to attempt his next move?
It could be at any corner based on what he did earlier in the race. He's gone down the inside into turn 5 and right on cue, Emerson McAndrew-Uren. I'm getting almost a bit of deja vu back to Lark Hall last year at a similar time of the season when Emerson got his first victory at this level in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. It gave him so much confidence. He'd had bad luck in round 1 that time around as well. Just seems so driven on by the problems that he had on Sunday at Warden Law, the problems he had yesterday as well. He's taken this race by the scruff of the neck, but he's not got it won yet. 8 minutes remaining. Emerson McAndrew-Uren for Dan Holland Racing is your race leader. Riley Murrow is still there in second place, the first of those 2 SPR drivers. Austin Oman pointing forward to his teammate to say, stay focused, don't defend, don't give this race up yet. We can still win this one if we work together. Joshua Griffin is still there as well in 4th place, has got back past ahead of Tom Reed. Lucian Smith starting to come up through the order, having had that setback in the early stages, Nicole. Ryan White potentially on for a top 10 here. But that group of drivers do need to keep an eye on the likes of Benjamin Lawn, Harry Radcliffe, Alfie Ward, all those drivers who've moved up double digits in terms of delta from where they started. They're looking quick here, potentially running into the top 10.
Feel like we could have just heard a potential retirement coming down the pit lane, Andrew. We'll update you if somebody has fallen down the order. The gap then between Emerson and Riley Murrow, the 2 drivers at the front in your 1 and 2, is just under half a second. But Emerson looking like he's just starting to pull away from this pack in this stage of the race. The 2 SPRs, though, we spoke to them on the grid. That is your retirement then. Sebastian Behrman, who won that GP plate in Micro Max last year at the Kart Masters. He is out. Bad luck for the Jax Motorsport driver, but going back to this fight at the front. Spoke to Austin Oman on the grid. He said, if they can take that Kart Republic onto the podium, as there's a change between those Kart Republics for second, they both have a little to say each other as they head into the complex section. Will Oman take that place back from Murrow? No, he doesn't. Murrow stays there in second. Are they going to push each other now to catch up to Emerson? Oman said, if they get on the podium, it will all depend on what Murrow does within this race. Currently, Murrow is just thinking about himself. He's not thinking about those teammate tactics. What is going to go on? Are they going to catch up to Emerson, or are they going to back each other into the rest of the pack?
Just a quick side there of Edward Haynes, sadly on the sidelines for this one. Real shame for Edward Haynes, in a tough reflection of how this sport can change very, very quickly indeed. Had the perfect day yesterday through time qualifying and those 2 rounds of qualifying heats. It's just not been his finals day here at Dunkeswell. A bit of an update on the championship. Might have been a bit too early to say that there was going to be a new championship leader leaving the Southwest here today for Minimax, as Griffin goes down the inside of Oman for 3rd place. That's because Max Jolly's still in the lead of the championship, 2:29 on the board on the live scores. Tom Reed, though, with that kind of move, might be challenging that. There goes Tom Reed up into 3rd place. It's a good move there from the farmer.
And who has just broken into your top 10 then, Andrew? Harry Radcliffe, up by 21 positions within this Minimax final.
Yeah,
really strong stuff by Sam Pollock Racing there.
Driving absolutely brilliantly up through the order. How high could we see Harry Radcliffe go today. There's Sebastian Behrman watching from the sidelines as well. I'm sure his moment will come later on in the season. We'll look forward to the middle of the summer when he goes to try and win another GP plate at Kart Masters at PF International. 4.5 minutes remaining then. Emerson McAndrew-Wren still leading this race, but under a lot of pressure from Riley Murrow. I've got to say, I'm impressed with Riley Murrow. We saw that fight with Austin Oman. You could have thought, yeah, this is going to be where Murrow starts to fall back, but he's dug deep. He's closed that gap to Emerson McAndrew-Wren to 1/4 of a second. He's pulled Joshua Griffin with him as well through the dogleg. Once again at the end of lap number 13. Still a good amount of time remaining for our Minimax drivers. 4 minutes in total, and the added lap as well. Tom Reed, in terms of taking the championship lead, has got to get in amongst this top three. He's 2 points, 3 points behind Max Jolly as things stand. Where's Alfie Mayer got to in this race? So 7th place at the moment for the SFR Motorsport number 115. Just coming through your shot there in the red and white. Mayer could be well positioned in the championship. There's Logan Rolfe going for an overtake on Benjamin Lawn. That's for 12th position. Stanley Stafford having a really good run as well here, Nicole. The wild cards are noted by having a 6 at the front of the race number. It's gained 12 positions for Global Karting in this race so far, and it's now sitting there in 14th.
Not much more pulling away for the number 3 then in the race lead, because it does look like Riley Murrow and Joshua Griffin are closing up slightly to Emerson McAndrew-Wren. What is the mindset going to be of Riley Murrow? When will he go for a move? Is he going to go for a race move? Emerson, though, head down, ducks under that headwind as they head through the mini straight and down towards the right-hand section that heads straight back into the tight left-hander. So much speed being carried by these drivers, really getting the maximum out of those Mojo C1s. Last heats, last moments for these drivers, so just using as much tyre as is available to them, because it doesn't matter after this, but what does matter is the points, the prizes. Emerson then clips that curve through the dogleg section and heads down the start-finish straight once more as your current race leader. Goes defensive then into pit bend, tries to defend really heavily from Riley Murrow. Is that going to sacrifice his run out the exit of the corner? Looks vulnerable now. Murrow has to concede the place, drops back off and comes off the power just to let Emerson back through and have it. Emerson keeps hold to that race leader. It's backing the rest of the pack into each other though. Joshua Griffin is there, Tom Reed is there, and who has arrived? James Roots.
Yeah, James Roots starting to come through. Got 2 minutes remaining in this one. Emerson McAndrew-Wren has done a lot of hard work so far in this race, but can he hold off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers here at Dunkeswell to take his first final victory of the season? Through the dogleg once again. Over start finish to complete lap number 16. The gap is only 0.2 of a second. Just feel there could be a move coming soon from Joshua Griffin though. Sat in 3rd place. Murrow checks over the shoulder. Griffin half attacking, half defending there from Tom Reed, just to make sure that he keeps his track position there in 3rd. This is good stuff for Emerson McAndrew-Wren. He's starting to edge away, but as soon as we say that, as there goes Austin Oman down the inside of James Roots for 5th place. That little exchange there could have been the key one. So Emerson McAndrew-Wren started to stretch things out at the front of the field now. That's another lap, or almost another lap, ticked on by. This is where he did that stunning move earlier on in the final to put him in this position. 2 laps to go then. 40 seconds on the clock will be run out on this lap, number 18, and then one more after that. And corner by corner, it's looking better and better for Emerson McAndrew-Wren. Further down the order, Stanley Stafford trying to close in on Benjamin Lawn. 2 drivers who've been coming through the field. Maria Roberto is having a good race. Maria up into the top 20, has gained 8 places so far in this race. Soren Gallagher as well, who came back from a difficult Saturday, is up into the top 25. No changes at the front then. 1 lap to go. Emerson McAndrew-Wren has had a much better final so far than at Warden Law about a month ago. but it will not mean anything if he's not able to get round this final lap and return to the top step of Wera Tools British Kart Championships podium. That's a key move. Griffin down the inside of Morrow. Is it good for second place? Yes, it is. Great move there from Joshua Griffin. Can he be on the podium on his return? Great switch back there by Morrow, but it's Austin Oman who emerges from that sequence of play in third. But the key parts of this race, I think, has passed us for Emerson McKenzie-Wren. He's just ticking off the corners now. There's turn 8, just the dog leg of turn 9 and 10 to go. Dan Holland Racing, since the start of this weekend, have been saying they were going to take victories here this weekend. They start with a win in the Minimax 950 final. And after the problems of Warden Law, how about that? To respond, Emerson McKenzie-Wren wins at Dunkeswell and gets his championship bid for 2025 very, very much back on track. He passes the team there, takes their applause. In the end, wins by half a second from Joshua Griffin. And for the 4th time in his Wera Tools British Kart Championships career, Emerson McKenzie-Wren will stand on the top step of the podium, moves himself back up to 5th place in the championship, and shows once again that for many, many drivers, this Minimax 950 championship is very much on. It is going to be a titanic battle back and forth. Joshua Griffin, Austin Oman, both on the podium. Brilliant return from Joshua Griffin. How about that? After the disruption he had earlier in the season, the club event at PF International, that is some way to bounce back. Austin Oman on the podium again for Sam Pollitt Racing. Continues to show himself as the strongest performer of the Micromax graduates. Austin Oman needed a big weekend and has delivered. Riley Morrow makes it 2 SPR runners in the top 5. Tom Reed narrowly behind Max Jolly in the championship points, but it's solid points for Strawberry Racing's driver in the number 10 there in the top 5. James Roots, Ryan White, Alfie Mayer, Harry Radcliffe up 21 places. What a drive there. Just ahead of Alfie Ward, who completes the top 10. Lucian Smith 11th, Logan Rolfe 12th, Stanley Stafford 13th, Benjamin Lawn and Joshua Cook all in the top 15. Leo Living 16th, Max Jolly 17th, but just holds on to the championship lead after the second round. 4 points will be the advantage for Max Jolly, leaving Devon here this evening. Next up, Maximilian Eberhardt up 7 to 18th. Aidan Hammond and Nelson Taylor in the top 20. Nelson Taylor, good drive there for Thule Motorsport, gaining 9 spots. And there, Emerson McKenzie-Wren just takes stock of what was a really mature drive there. Had to fight for that one. Came from 10th place on the grid. What a turnaround after it was in a tough spot 24 hours ago. It's understandably very emotional there, and has really driven his heart out. So just looking at the kart there of the number 3, that is a drive that Emerson can be very, very proud of indeed. A smile on his face, and comes with a pressure as well. As I say, you know, had a very good run on Saturday at Warden Law, and then it all fell apart in the final. Pretty much the opposite here at Dunkeswell this weekend. Here's some of your highlights. This was the start of the race. That was how we saw Edward Haynes leave the race. Max Jolly lost a lot of positions there as well. Real shame for Strawberry Racing. They've got more opportunities later on today, of course, particularly in the junior and Micromax categories, but this was probably their best chance of a race victory here today. Emerson McKenzie-Wren made very, very quick work for a number of his opponents. This was his battle with Joshua Griffin for second place. This move, it's the move for second down the inside into dogleg. I think it's one of the contenders for overtake of the weekend. Joshua Griffin fought back. Good run from Ryan White this weekend on his way to 7th place in this final. This was the one for the lead. Initial move for the lead, trying to get past Riley Morrow, and got it done later on in the lap, and never looked back from there, did Emerson McKenzie McAndrew UN. It was all to the others to see if they could get the pace together, and they never got dropped. But in terms of being able to breeze back on by, the following pack just simply didn't have the pace here today in this final. Dogged drive as well from Joshua Griffin. This was his move. That was the key one for in terms of the race win. But at that stage, McAndrew UN was gone. Joshua Griffin, though, with that move, secures second place and could be very proud of that result. Good driving as well from Austin Oman, just to hold back on the entry to turn number 4. That's what gave him the podium. Big celebration over the line as well for Emerson McAndrew UN. And yeah, it's going to be a good journey home. He's shaking hands there with Benedictas Masiokas and a couple of the other drivers in the micro category. Austin Oman having a chat there. Austin Oman will be moving a good way up the championship standings here this afternoon. Do stick around with us. More racing to come. 4 more finals to enjoy here at Dunkeswell. Seniors are up next, then the juniors at 3:30. Micromax out at 4 o'clock, and then KZ2 to bring us to the close at 4:30. Good crowd here at Dunkeswell today. If you are in the area, in fact, do you know what? We've just had a guest. Stick that on your head, sir. We might need to go down to Nicole in a minute, but welcome to the comms box. I am really happy to say this. FIA Karting podium. We'll come back to you because we've got Nicole down in the pits.
Here we go then. Our Mini-Max race winner is Emerson McAndrew UN. Emerson, you look actually a bit lost for words. Tell me about the race. You must be ecstatic.
Yeah, we've had such a difficult weekend. We've been starting on the outside for most of our heats. We've been falling back and driving back through. So the heats weren't easy. So we managed to get P10 considering we had a 21st and a 4th. And then, yeah, I'm just so happy.
And I saw you came in and you came straight over to your driver coach and, of course, your dad. How much does it mean to both your dad and your family, Emerson?
It means so much just to win. It's helped us in the championship as well. And it's just so good. I'm lost for words.
And after such a good race lead, you must be so confident that, you're in the fight for the championship and going into the rest of the rounds, you're a contender, right?
Yeah, after this round, I think we've gained some points back from Warden Law, so hopefully we can continue the run.
Well, looking forward to seeing if you can do this. Emerson, I think you have one more thing you said you wanted to say?
Yeah, what up?
We'll throw up then to hear from some of the people that make this championship happen, and then we'll be back on the grid for some more racing. Back on the grid then, and this time with our seniors and with Kai Hunter. Hi, Kai.
Hi, Nicole.
Racing so far, you had a bit of a difficult first heat and brought it back within your second heat and your super heat. Definitely, showed some of the drivers who's boss in those wet conditions on the slicks. It was good fun.
Yeah, I mean, I knew once it went wet, I think I would have a pretty good chance of coming through, so I was actually praying for it at the start of the race, and obviously came wet, came through, was really good, so we'll see what this one brings.
And are you a bit gutted that you've changed your suit, have you not? I thought you had a white one on earlier.
Yeah, and it's ruined now.
Because of the rain?
Yeah, and a bit of the paint's come off the curb, so it's now a nice pink colour, so...
Well, pink's a nice colour, so...
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, it's just not ideally white.
Predictions for this race then, Kai, you know, it's going to be a busy one. You've got all of the quick drivers up the front. You've got to deal with the likes of Bartle, Bishop, and of course Matt Higgins, who's had 3 from 3 this weekend. You know, predictions, tell me about them.
I think someone's going to win. I don't know who it's going to be, and we'll find out.
Someone's going to win. We don't know who it's going to be, and we're going to find out. I'll let Kai sit down in the kart then, as the 1 minute board has been shown. Like he said, he had a nice white suit on earlier, but the rain has ruined it. We'll head and just go a bit further down the grid and just talk about some of the drivers instead of to them. William Antrobus is one of those, sporting still the black helmet, not his normal livery, but, you know, it's maybe given him a bit of good luck so far in the senior Rotax grid. Sharp end of the field as well, we've got Charlie Smith in here. Charlie has joined us from the States. He's under the guidance of Callum Bradshaw for 2025 and has had a good showing so far here at Dunkeswell. I won't be in the commentary box for this next race. We've got a special guest up there, somebody that's still blonde, but I'm sure Andrew Mather will introduce who that special person is very shortly.
Welcome back, everyone. I have a new co-commentator. We'll say it again. I'm very proud to say this. FIA karting podium finisher Noah Wolf has joined me, fresh from Valencia yesterday. We'll talk about last weekend as well in Portimao in a bit, but this grid for senior Rotax, it's a stacked one. Second final of the year. Good crowd around the circuit and in the skies as well over Dunkeswell. Let's take you through the grid for what's going to be a 15-minute plus 1 lap race. Wales have the front row lockout. Matthew Higgins alongside Matty Hingley. Harry Bartle and Macaulay Bishop go from row 2. Lewis Gilbert and Freddie Ingram start on row 3 ahead of Jack West and Archie Walker, who won here in the clubby 2 weeks ago. Kai Hunter and William Antrobus go from row 5. It's Joshua Graham and Lizzie Mentier on row 6 as there's problems for Joshua Withcombe. Charlie Smith of the United States is on row 7 alongside Jack Lilly. Kai Veach, VTEC, will be deployed in this one from row 8 alongside the Charmander Ewan Sharman. Neo Clark and William Pemble on row 9. Teddy Pritchard Williams and Joshua Turnbull are going from row 10. Tyler Harris and Guy Cunnington on row 11. Adam Wooden and Charlie Cox on row number 12. Row 13, it's Lewis Goff and Cian Geraghty. Deacon Russell and Pearson Bullock Carter on row 14. Luke Bates and Joshua Withcombe on row 15. Miles Roby and Hugh Moulton on row 16. Completing the 34 runners, it's Harrison Crowther and Jack Baker. Noah, great to have you here in the comms box, and I want to get your driver's perspective. 2 formation laps. You've been in this position. You've been in this position many times. What will the drivers be thinking of right now? What will they be processing out on track?
For sure, they would have been nervous on the grid, as every driver would. But as you start driving around, you're not thinking about the nerves anymore. They'll just be thinking about how they can warm the tyres up, get the tyres up to temperature as quick as possible, and focus on the start ahead.
So it's Andrew Mather and Noah Wolf, who was a champion here in the British Kart Championships back in the day. Now at the very top of the sport. Weather conditions looking better than they were earlier today here at Dunkeswell. And the seniors as well. Obviously, you've got a lot of experience racing, you know, not just in like seniors at this level, at a national level, but international, and now some shifter as well with the KZs. How difficult are these finals when you get to the senior level?
One of the most hardest races you could possibly do, because they're all the best you can get. They've got so much experience, they know exactly what to do, and for sure it'll be a challenging race for every driver.
Here we go then. Matthew Higgins has control of the pace at the start of this one. They'll head into the tram lines. It'll be over to Nigel Edwards to get us going. The lights are out. We are running in the senior Rotax final at Dunkeswell. Good start for Harry Bartle. Bartle down the inside as there's a spinner for one of the DHRs in the background. Kai Hunter's had an absolute flyer as well from row 5. He's already up to 3rd place. We saw him put him in a brilliant performance in the wet conditions on those slick tyres earlier on today, and it's still a little bit greasy out there for the 34 runners. Teddy Pritchard-Williams going wheel to wheel with William Antrobus there. Teddy Pritchard-Williams get his best results of the season so far for that new Origin Motorsport team, but it's Bartle leading at the end of the first lap. Matthew Higgins still there in P2. His former teammate Kai Hunter immediately behind in 3rd. 4th place for Freddie Ingram. 5th place for winner last time out, Lewis Gilbert. Noah, what did you make of that first lap?
It was a calm first lap, I thought, for the seniors, but they're all getting their elbows out. They will get their elbows out later on in the race, I'm pretty sure. But at this point in the race, they'll be thinking about how they can make their moves forward and focus on the long race ahead.
Change for 2nd place. Kai Hunter through past Matthew Higgins, and you really feel for the Hunter Motorsport team leader that he's got the bit between his teeth here today. Wants to get back onto the top step of Wera Tools British Kart Championships podium. As out of the race is the 319. That is Deacon Russell for MLC Motorsport, who does not go any further than the end of lap 1. We're already at the end of lap 2 at the front of the order. As through, there goes Ingram on Higgins. Bit of a surprise here that Matthew Higgins going backwards has looked so dominant so far this weekend. And Matthew's a driver that you've raced before, Noah. You raced in the World Championships in that same final last year. As out is one of the Strawberries there. It's Charlie Smith, the American. He's had a good weekend. Been a big step forward for the driver sent to Strawberry Racing to really grit his teeth here at a national level. As it's got to be that Higgins has got a problem here, Noah, because he's going backwards.
From what I saw, he hit the wall. They must have had their elbows out again. But I've raced him. He's a very calm driver. He knows exactly what he's got to do, as I've said before. I look up to him as a driver. He's very professional in what he does, and he's someone that I would inspire to be like.
Absolutely, and you coming through the order as well, you know, doing a bit of racing event in your time, of course, in ROTAX as well. When you're in like the mini level, you know, what do you try and learn from the seniors, especially in a race like this?
You basically just learn the moves they're doing because they've got the experience. They know exactly how they can overtake, and to see some moves that they've pulled off is incredible to watch, especially when you're a cadet. You really look forward to watching these big races.
So 11 3/4 minutes to go. Howie Bartle still your race leader from Freddie Ingram. It's a Strawberry Racing 1-2. We said they would have more opportunities to win races as the day goes on. There's Kai Hunter, who's gone back a little bit. So something's happened to Kai Hunter, who's also had a warning flag. And Macaulay Bishop in the mix as well. Higgins' pace seems to have recovered. So in 7th place at the moment with Archie Walker directly ahead, and that might not be a bad wheel to follow, considering that we know that Archie Walker's got good pace around this circuit from 2 weeks ago. We're about to complete lap number 5 then. Harry Bartle had a brilliant year, of course, in 2024, on his way to all that success, taking the Junior ROTAX Championship, was no plate winner as well. But when we talk about the junior to senior step, Noah, again, the technology platform, yeah, got more power in the seniors, but the tactics, talk us through what you found when you made that transition from juniors to seniors, of how the racing's different behind the wheel when you go from the younger class to the older class.
They're more aggressive in senior, but they're more wise, so they know how to get their elbows out without having silly moments with other drivers, but they really just mature drivers. They know when to let you by, like if you're quicker than them, they know what to do. And so it's really difficult to get your head around at first because you're always going to be outskilled. But as a driver, you learned it really quickly, hopefully, and yeah, it was a good challenge for me.
Change for third place. Matty Hingley through past Warden Law winner Lewis Gilbert. That was a nice move there for the Ultimate R driver in kart number 311. Matty Hingley, who's not been on a podium for a while. It's been great to have the man from St Asaph's back. Really has been rolling back the years to some years prior where he's been a seeded driver. He's been a runner-up in championships as well. 9.5 minutes to go. The GP plate holder, that's Matthew Higgins, of course, is under investigation. That's just flashed in on our screens here in the box. The 327 under investigation as well. That's Joshua Withcombe a bit further down the order. Who's coming through the field? Lewis Goff is up 12 places. A tricky day yesterday. One of the drivers who stepped up to seniors in 2025. So we have a look at Macaulay Bishop there. He's bottled up behind Archie Walker at the moment. Interesting scenario, of course, for Macaulay Bishop, to say the least. Served that time out, back in, but effectively has no drop scores now. You know, when you're in that position, whether it's you've had a bad round early in the season or in Bishop's case, you've not been at the first round, but you know you've still got a chance of winning the championship. How does that play on your mind, knowing I've got no drop scores in my back pocket?
As a driver, you're always going to be thinking, hopefully I don't have a bad round, so I don't think it'll change much of in his mind. He's a really consistent driver, so hopefully he can stay strong throughout the season.
8.25 minutes to go then. Still Bartle leading by 1.4 seconds ahead of Freddie Ingram, but can he keep this pace up? 46.55 last time around for Bartle. This is the fight for second place on your screens. Ingram, Hingley, Gilbert, and then Jack West, the first of the DHRs. Got to say, I've been impressed with Jack West this year with his move into the LN brand colours, of course. Ingram feeling the need to defend. That'll help his teammate Bartle. It'll allow him to continue to extend the gap at the front of the field. Challenge there for fourth place. Gilbert having to step to the inside. Hingley's going to have a go, though, down into turn number 4. They're rubbing. They're going pod to pod. And there goes Matty Hingley through into second place. Good resistance from Freddie Ingram. Tactical resistance as well for the team. But Matty Hingley had the skill, had the speed to move through, and will now try and set about chasing down Harry Bartle with just over 7 minutes to go. Stacking up behind as well. Matthew Higgins back part of this group. Macaulay Bishop, Kai Hunter, 3 heavyweights in the top 10 there. Gilbert trying to defend. Maybe feeling that today's not going to be the day for taking the checkered flag first, but given that he is a championship contender, he's going to do everything he can to gain these points. And a very shrewd defensive driver. We saw that at Warden Law, of course. It was a big part of his weekend, moving through to take the round. How do you think, Noah, that Lewis Gilbert's going to be playing these next few laps? Because it looks like he's on the defensive.
I think he's going to plan how he can get a breakaway. Obviously, he's a very fast driver as he won the first round. But I'm not sure he'll be worried about the people behind, because they look like they're to be pretty settled in his wheel tracks. So I think he'll be trying to break away as quick as he can.
And if you're one of those drivers further down in this pack, you know, someone like a Kai Veach who's just taken 11th place away from Jack Lilly, do you see this as an opportunity to easily pick up some positions, but on a day when it's a bit greasy out there, is it more a bit of trepidation for a driver?
For sure, as a driver, you'll be licking your lips because they're all bunched up in a pack, so you can make the most overtakes possible. But this is when you require the most talent as such, because you've got to go for them big, bold moves to get the moves done, because it's not going to come easy as everyone's on the white line.
They are indeed. For 5 3/4 minutes to go here. Penalty coming in. It's for the 3:37 of Jack Baker. The Evolution Racing, Dan Holland Racing entry has gained 7 places in this race as Jack, but 5 seconds is going to set him back to the last of the main runners. Pearson Bullock Carter is out of contention in this one. 2 laps off the lead. I think he's pulled into the pits, or might have pulled into the pits for a little bit and then has gone back out for a bit more track time. Here's where it starts to break down then. In that group behind Gilbert in 4th place, side by side there is the 351 of Lewis Goff with the yellow and white helmet going wheel to wheel with Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Harrison Crowther's had a good race so far for SFR Motorsport, made that change since Warden Law, was with Coles Racing. It's now into the top 20. Pearson Bullock Carter was not out of the race. Good news, it was a little transponder moment, as was that Kai Hunter pulling into the pits. Yes, it was. And what do you think's happened there, Noah?
It's hard to say, of course, but probably a mechanical failure. I don't see any reason for him to come in the pits.
No, he's been under investigation. There is Kai Hunter. That is a real shame. Oh, yeah, I think there's some...
Smoking
is the brake locked on there? Potentially. I don't know if Nicole's down in that part of Parc Ferme. Might be able to find out for us what has happened to Kai Hunter. That is a real shame. Kai was absolutely flying today. Was very relaxed in the paddock earlier on. Had a tremendous drive earlier on in the wet conditions. There's been a mechanical failure flag handed out to the 347 of Adam Wooden. So in terms of competition, that is the end of the race for Adam Wooden, who's just pulled into the pits now underneath us here in the comms box. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Harry Bartle has this lead, Noah, but I've just looked at the times last time around. 46.5 for Bartle, 46.16 for Hingley. So that gap is coming down, isn't it?
For sure, Hingley will be trying to make the gap up. He'll be giving it everything because there's the last race at this track. They'll be all going for it, all guns blazing, as they say. But yeah, the gap is coming down significantly, so let's see what he can do.
Indeed. So, gap now down to a second. 46.62 for Bartle last time around, 46.24 for Matty Hingley. This would be some result for Ultimate R if they could take this race victory. But they've got to catch a very, very quick driver indeed in Harry Bartle, who, do you imagine, Noah, maybe has been looking at that gap, it's around 1.52 seconds, is thinking, I'll conserve my tyres. It's not the biggest circuit for tyre preservation because of how smooth it is, but again, you don't want to take too much out of your materials early on, do you?
I don't think he'll be saving tyres as much. I just think he'll be relaxed, not to overheat the tyres, but not really tyre saving, like just to keep the tyres in the working window for later in the race if Hingley does put an attack on him.
So 2.25 minutes to go. Bartle still being caught, but the rate at which he's being caught is coming down. Both Bartle and Hingley have just put in personal bests. 46.42 for the race leader, 46.14 for the chaser here. It's the battle between Corley Bishop and Matthew Higgins. I wouldn't expect this to be the fiercest of battles between the two teammates, especially as they're down in 7th and 8th positions. They know they need to recover some points back here. 5-second penalties just come in for Lizzie Mentier. Another decent weekend for Lizzie. The qualifying pace definitely there now for Lizzie. And the next step will be to look to get the race pace over 10, 12, 14, 17 laps up a bit. But very much good value for her spot here in this final. There is the gap for the race lead. Bartle, Hingley. Hingley now getting into the toe. You imagine around here, he won't be using it at this point of the circuit as they sweep through 5, 6, 7 and then hard on the brakes into turn 8. But we are going to have a grandstand finish here at Dunkeswell. Harry Bartle, who has led this race since the first lap, up against Matty Hingley, who has never won a round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. He's been on the podium before in his career. Could this be the day? Bartle now having to defend through turn 3. This is where Hingley is strong, out towards turn number 4. Bartle moves to the middle of the road, to the right of the road, defends once again into turn 4, has got to get the exit right. That's not bad from Harry Bartle. Matty Hingley has got to use all of his experience to get past last year's junior ROTAX champion into turn 8 once again. Might be 2 more laps of this to go as well, because they're going to cross the line with time still on the board. Hingley looks for one into the dogleg. Bartle is wise to it. Bartle would wish he was seeing the last lap board this time around, but there was still 9 seconds on the clock, so we go again for 2 more. Bartle again has to defend through turn 1. Where is Hindley going to make the move? He's not going to have the opportunity here through 2. But again, Nicole's been telling us all weekend, it's the preceding corner. If you're going for a move into turn 4, you've got to get turn 3 right. Bartle got turn 3 right there, absolutely spot on. No chance for Hindley to get through. Freddie Ingram's catching these two up as well, because of course the pace of the defensive work for Bartle means they're being caught at about 7/10 a lap here. It could be a 3-way battle on the last lap of this race. Big use of curve from Bartle through the dogleg for the penultimate time. Final lap board is out. Hindley has not been able to find a clear-cut opportunity yet to try and get down the inside or around the outside of Harry Bartle. That first Wera Tools British Kart Championship win is so close. Bartle's been in this position many times before in the younger categories, but he's never been in this position in a championship race in the seniors. Good defence once again from Harry Bartle. Out of turn 5, down towards 8. 2 more opportunities, you think, for Hindley. Through turn 8, that's one of them gone. Just the dogleg to go. Can Bartle hold on for a great victory here at Dunkeswell? Off of turn 10, Harry Bartle is going to be your winner by half a kart length. 0.05 of a second. Harry Bartle wins in senior Rotax. And my, oh my, Noah Wolf, what a brilliant piece of defensive driving.
I gotta say, that was a very mature drive. The defensive was amazing, not a fault wrong. As you can see, he won the race, of course.
And what a drive from Matty Hindley as well. You know, he was nearly 2 seconds behind at earlier stages of that race to pull that gap back and push Bartle all the way. He can be proud. It's not a win. It's not his first win in the championship. It is another podium to add to his tally over the years of the modern era. And Ultimate R can be very happy. One of their best results, I think, in the history of their team.
It's a very good step forward for them.
There is your provisional race result then in senior Rotax. Harry Bartle wins it for Strawberry Racing. Matty Hindley second there. A podium for Ultimate R that they can be very proud of indeed. In fact, it's the best result for Ultimate R in their history in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. They've had only one podium before, and it was a 3rd place, so brilliant stuff for them. Freddie Ingram makes it 2 Strawberry drivers on the podium, with 3rd Lewis Gilbert. Another strong score from Lewis Gilbert for Kraft in 4th. Jack West P5, Archie Walker 6th. Unfortunately for Matthew Higgins, his search for another win in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships continues. P7 today ahead of Macaulay Bishop 8th. It's points on the board, but it's not the kind of result that the reigning champion would have dreamed about at the start of the weekend. 9th for Kai Veach. Good drive there from Kai, up 6 spots into the top 10 that was completed by Guy Cunnington, who you saw in the foreground there. Tough weekend for Guy, but it finishes on a high with 12 places gained in that one. Jack Lilly was 11th. Lewis Goff was one of your biggest movers, up 13 spots to 12th. William Pemble, William Antrobus and Tyler Harris completed the top 15. Here's your highlights of that one. Steady start for those at the front, but Bartle on that run, Noah, just able to hold to the inside, and that in the end was the key move, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course, it's easy for him to spot the braking zone because he's got someone ahead, and yeah, it was a great move.
That was the moment where Matthew Higgins tagged the wall. It was really the end of the forward progress for the pole sitter, and Matty Hindley. The one frustration maybe for Matty Hindley, if he hadn't slipped back in the early stages. He started second on the grid and got back to second. But he had to fight his way through all of these competitors. There was his move past Freddie Ingram for second place. If he'd been at the front of that group, maybe he would have had the pace to stay with Bartle or be with Bartle a little bit earlier in the race and have more time to work his way through. This was the battle involving Archie Walker. A solid result for Archie Walker for KR Sport today, 6th place. We're proud of his work over the last couple of weeks. And well, there were other problems as well. Nose cone lost for one of the KRs. That'll have been Adam Wooden, who saw the technical flag midway through that race. Meanwhile, back at the front, Bartle had to use all of his experience from his junior ROTAX years. Raced, of course, at the senior level at the ROTAX Grand Finals at the back end of 2024 and showed what he's all about here. A good, clean, fair race, I thought, as well, Noah, which was good to see.
Yeah, it was an amazing race, nice and clean, and ultimately the driver that deserved it the most won the race.
Yeah, absolutely. So, senior ROTAX, we will next see a little bit of a break till Lark Hall, of course, at the start of July, is when we next have a ROTAX round here for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Noah, now we've got a bit of a moment, although I think we might be going down to Nicole very soon. In fact, yeah, we'll come back to that. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's with our winner, Harry Barkle.
Yes, I am then, Andrew. Harry, great race win there for you, but it looked like, you know, the move was maybe on for Matty Hingley. Tell me, you know, were you panicking a little bit about that?
Well, I obviously got a gap at the start, and I thought that was it from then because it was quite big. And towards the end of the race, he was closing so much, and so I had to defend the last 2 laps, but I think I had it under control.
And that early race lead where you really did run away from the rest of the field within the first 3-4 laps. You know, when you're driving out there in your own air, what's the challenge of that?
Obviously the people behind. You don't want them to catch you, so that makes you want to push harder, but obviously that can make you slow down. So it's a bit of a competition on how slow but fast you can drive.
And then, Harry, you're juggling a bit of double duties in 2025. You're doing a Giannetta campaign alongside the British Kart Championships. Going into the rest of the season, what's the mindset like? Do you reckon you're going to continue to have this progress and this pace?
Obviously, switching from one to the other is always going to be hard, but hopefully we can keep the consistency and battle for the championship. But yeah.
And for all the hard work that Strawberry have put in for you once again, are there anybody in particular that you'd maybe like to say thank you to for this weekend?
Obviously my mechanic, Stu, does his best every time we're here, never makes a mistake, and I can't thank him enough for it.
Great to hear from you, Harry, and well done. We'll see you on the podium later on. We've had race highlights, we've had our post-race interview, we've got more racing coming up. Andrew, what's next?
A little moment to talk to our special guest. Noah, for those who don't know you, raced in this championship, you were a champion, you came through the ranks, now racing at the heights of the sports in the FIA championships in double disciplines as well, both the OK categories and the KZs. How big was your years in this championship in preparing for you where you are now?
It taught me everything that I know now. As a young age, you learn every racecraft, how to manage the tyres, as you say. It's a big thing in Europe. And the racecraft, I learned all the racecraft from here, and I've gone and used it over in Europe and impressed some people with it.
And even last year, you had a go in the senior X30 competition. I mean, I know you'd love to continue racing it, but you haven't got enough weekends in the year to do so. But when you were having that run last year, building up to that first podium last weekend in the OK category, which I know a lot of people here are really happy to see. How did running in the seniors last year, albeit on the opposite side in terms of technical platform, keep you sharp as the season went on and then going back into those OK races?
It just brought me more confidence. As a driver, some drivers drive off confidence, and it's always good to build the confidence back up. As I was the youngest ever senior X30 winner in the modern era, so it just brought me lots more confidence in my racing.
And for the drivers out there in the paddock this weekend who know your name now, as off the back of the results that you've had the last few years, and particularly that one at Portimao a couple of weeks ago, those drivers in the inter categories and the junior categories and even the senior categories looking for that next step, looking to get to where you are now. What's your biggest piece of advice for them?
Ultimately, learn how to manage the race, learn the racecraft, and obviously enjoy racing. That's the big thing with what you do.
And this circuit as well, what's your experience? I've been asking Nicole lots of questions this weekend about her racing experience around here. Was this one that you raced at and enjoyed?
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed it. I was really fast, but the result didn't come, which doesn't matter. You just move on to the next race. But obviously, I was really quick here, so that builds my confidence even more.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Noah. Do stick around. We're going to move to the next race after this short ad break.
Shortly then we'll have our juniors on the pre-grid to go off for their final. But first, let's see how the junior ROTAXs approach this circuit. Eva Morris showed us a quick lap round here earlier on in testing. So Andrew, talk us through it.
Absolutely, let's go on board for a lap here in the dry conditions at Dunkeswell. Hard on the brakes, a little bit of oppo there through turn number 1. This is the technical part of the course, into 2, which immediately flows into 3. The exit from here crucial to make sure that you're on the attack once you get to the medium braking zone of turn number 4. Hard on the brakes, backing the kart in there was Eva through turn 5. Beautiful sequence of corners next as the drivers run through 6, immediately into 7, tightens on exit before 8 on top of you. The last of the big braking zones around this just over 1 kilometre circuit. The dogleg finishes the lap here at Dunkeswell through 9 and 10. That's a lap of Dunkeswell. Let's go back down to Nicole Sutherland, who's with Eva Morris.
Well, I'm not with Eva just yet. She will be arriving very shortly onto the circuit. The army of junior ROTAXs are pulling onto the track for their final, the first final for the juniors in this new era of the circuit. We've said time and time again this weekend what a rich history the track has. You know, it's in the middle of an airfield. The airfield was purpose-built for the war, you know, back for the World Wars. And since the track was built in the 60s, was taken over by Nigel Mansell in the early 2000s, and then was taken over again in 2023. Since then, we've seen so much track improvements, so much improvements to the facilities, to the point you can even watch the live stream if you're in the building, if you're in the toilet. You know, there's no hiding from all the action that is going on here this weekend. We've got our karts pushing past then, and I'm going to try and see if I can catch up with Eva Morris, who was our on-board lap. She has had a little bit of a difficult weekend so far, had a DNF. Try and keep an eye out for her, but I do also want to talk to one of our other female drivers on this grid, which includes Lillian Scarborough. Lillian, a driver from Georgia in the USA. She's here this weekend with Strawberry, but is sporting a Ricky Flynn suit. So I'm going to take a little bit of a walk down to see if I can spot her, which I can. I can see her at the other end of the grid, so assuming she's pushing off from the back end of the grid for this one. And I'm going to go and speak to Lillian, most definitely. Driver that typically competes in the OK category, but has done some ROTAX racing, lifting the kart down then onto the track, and we are going to catch up to her. Lillian, I'm going to ambush you for a quick interview. It's only right since you've joined us all the way from Georgia in the States. This weekend, what have you thought so far?
I mean, it's been fun. Not what I wanted, though. I wish I was further up, but just trying my best, you know?
And you really lit things up earlier on when it started to rain. I know last week you had to deal with quite a bit of rain. Do you actually think that that benefited you?
I do, yeah. I think I'm pretty quick in the rain, so that's one of my strong suits. So, yeah.
I don't know if we're going to be blessed with any of that during this race. It's looking a little bit dark out here, but it's looking like a dry race currently. Tell me, Lillian, the competition out here in the junior ROTAXs, what's it like?
It's actually pretty strong. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be this strong, honestly, when I came into the weekend, but it's been a tough fight.
Tough fight indeed, and I'm sure it'll be even tougher for these finals. Lillian, good luck and good to have you here this weekend. Starting in front of Lillian is our 2024 Minimax champion, our driver that was almost unbeatable in the Minimax class, Albie Friend. Albie, starting at the back end of the grid, definitely not where you'd want to be, but it makes for exciting racing, does it not?
Yeah, I mean, Nick crashed in basically every heat, so I can really only go forward, so hopefully get a top 10.
You know, and you're quite far back, so really you've got nothing to lose, just pushing forward. Tactic into the pit bend then, the first corner, where you've had a bit of drama yourself. What is it? What are you going to try and do?
Just stay out of trouble and try and make up as many positions as possible.
Well, we'll see if you can do that then, Albie. Good luck. Albie, the Strawberry driver, starting off in front of the other Strawberry of Lillian Scarborough. We've then got a KR Sport driver of Matteo Palazzo. Matteo's actually had some really great pace round here so far this weekend. We'll see if we can catch up with the driver. Matteo, pull you over for a quick interview. You've had some great pace this weekend, but maybe not the luck that you would have wanted. What have you thought?
We're P15 overall before the superheat. We finished P5 in it, and we got disqualified for our back bumper being too wide, so it's unlucky, but we'll just look to make some places in the final.
Absolutely, and the competition of the grid then, Matteo, you know, juniors are normally one of the busiest races that we see. You know, you young guns really go for it, make it exciting for us. Tell me, what's the competition like in your eyes?
Well, it's really tough at the front end. Everyone's the same pace, so it's just track possession, how you fight your battles and everything. So we'll hope for some incidents early on and make some places.
Well, great to catch up with you then, Matteo. Good luck. Starting in front of Matteo, going off this side of the grid for interviews so far, we have Ellis Bell. Ellis, the wet race earlier on, did you have a bit of a mechanical issue go on?
We had 2 minutes to do absolutely everything to go from dry to wet. The wheel came off and I didn't even make the start. So yeah, we've had a really troubled weekend, to be honest. We've had issues in every single one. I'm actually happy that we're starting as far up considering what we had.
So was that actually a bit of a mechanical issue? As an ex-driver, I'm assuming, was it wheel nuts weren't quite tight enough?
Yeah.
Ellis, then, last moments for this grid walk, predictions for the race, last words from you. What have you got to say?
It's a 15-minute race. You just get a good start, go from there.
Go from there. 15-minute race then. Andrew, I'm going to throw up to you then ahead of this junior race because we are clearing the grid. Tell us, what are your thoughts?
Thoughts are that... Thank you, Nicole. Thoughts are for this junior final that it's going to be another close, competitive run throughout the whole field. 34 drivers ready to go. This has been the hardest final to make out of all of them so far this weekend for the simple reason we've had 56 entries into the junior category here this weekend. So the odds of making it through have been the slimmest indeed. We'll take you through the grid in a short moment's time once the formation lap has begun. The new mechanics gallery, the grandstand here at Dunkeswell, filling up nicely at the far side of the circuit ahead of this one. The junior ROTAX final, second one of the year. Do keep with us here on the Karting UK and Alpha Live YouTube channels if you're watching on YouTube, and Motorsport UK TV. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland on commentary duties for you today. Board in the air, indicating 30 seconds to go for the start of the formation lap. See Dan Ashton there, just preparing to issue the instruction, blow the whistle, green light to be illuminated to start this one. There is your front row. Cameron Nelson on the left-hand side of your screen will start this one from pole position, and it's his DHR teammate, the winner last time out, championship leader Jacob Ashcroft, there as well on that front row of the grid. On the second row, Albie Lapper and Noah Barham. Row 3, Harry Freeman and Archie Lovett. Row 4, Charlie Wolfett and Ryan Gandour. Row 5, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Jared Fox-Whiteley. Fox-Whiteley pretty quick usually round here, won the club meet here 2 weeks ago. Leon Hasty and Kai Clark, they go from the 6th row of the grid. Cole Denham down there on row 7. Watch out for him coming through. It's Finley Buck on that one as well. Cian Bernard's had a good weekend. It's joined by Harry Taylor on the 8th row of the grid. William Archer and Louis Radcliffe go from row 9. Sebastian Clark and Sebastian Louche complete the top 20. Vlad Tomanchuk had a good run at Warden Law, needs a big one here to score well at Dunkeswell. Starts on row 11 alongside Alfie McBain. Benjamin Baker and Charlie King start on row 12. Row 13, Ellis Bell lost a wheel in the superheat. He's got Oliver White for company on that row. Matteo Palazzo and Marta Kovahidze of Georgia starts on row 14. Albert Friend is alongside Shane Chandaria. Big heroics from Chandaria to make this top 34. That's your top 15 rows. Jake Flewitt, Jack Collinson on row 16. Lillian Scarborough and Zane Quaker make the final. 34 runners in this one. Nicole rejoins me in the box. How's it feeling out there? It stopped raining, of course. Everyone back onto slick tyres, but quite moist in the air, I imagine.
Well, I'd actually say that the rain is going to hold off for us. It's
Yeah,
a lot brighter than it was earlier on when it did start raining. I think these juniors are going to be blessed with a dry race. The atmosphere down there, though, Andrew, you can only explain it as being really tense because you've got some drivers really out of position further down in the order, the likes of Albert Friend, who we spoke to during the track walk. Here we go then, they'll head out of the bus stop being led by Cameron Nelson and Jacob Ashcroft. Are we going to go? Are the lights going to go green for the first time for the junior ROTAXs? They'll head under then, and it is a false start. Not happy with the formation then is race director Nigel Edwards stood on the start-finish gantry. Juniors will have another opportunity to get themselves into order and give us an opportunity to have a quick catch-up. I've not seen you. There's Noah Wolf has been in here.
Yeah, no, he's doing a good job there. No,
Yeah.
It's good to hear from him, and well done once again on that breakthrough podium at the FIA Karting Championships at Portimao 1 week ago. At the front of the order, Cameron Nelson and Jacob Ashcroft. This is going to be a really, really good battle, I feel. Yes, teammates, but both want to be the top driver in Dan Holland in the junior segments here this weekend.
I think when you get to finals time, there is no teammates.
Yeah.
It's one of those, you know, you leave everything out there on the circuit, and it truly is every man, every woman out there on the track for themselves. And you're going to see that between the likes of Nelson and Ashcroft, who are going off your first row ahead of Albie Lapper, and then the other DHR in the top 4 of Noah Barham. So it is DHR, you know, you've got a group of karts in there that will maybe try and push forward in the first couple of laps, but after that, don't expect to see any team games going on. Will we be going this time as the drivers head out of the dogleg section? Are we going green and racing? Yes, we are. Heads down then. Cameron Nelson, good start by him. Reactions on point going into pit bend, leads the way. It's Albie Lapper, who's also had a good start, slots himself into second position ahead of Jacob Ashcroft, who's dropped down into 4th. We've got Noah Barham then in the top 3. Have lost a few drivers at the back end of our grid. That's Albie Friend, who's had drama again at the start of the race for the 3rd time this weekend. Friend has had a terrible one.
Yeah, not good stuff there for Albie Friend. I think the whole second half of the field were a bit slow out of turn number 3 there. So I imagine, yeah, there's one kart stranded behind. So I imagine there has been some form of incident.
I think we've lost Leon Hasty. I say that with a big question mark. But I can see a kart going round slower at the back end of the grid. We'll confirm as they go under the start-finish gantry, but we have lost a fair few at the back end of our order.
Yeah.
Nelson, Lapper and Barham are your top 3. It looks like we have lost the likes of Luca Holmes-Ballack, Leon Hasty, the O-plate driver, we have lost. We've also got no Oliver White circulating round there now.
Yeah, Charlie King, I think, was also involved. Charlie King's fallen down the order. Does mean that some drivers have had a huge start up through the field. Finley Buck, Cian Bernard, Harry Taylor, all have moved up 7. Louis Radcliffe, Sebastian Clark, it seems 7 places up is the place to be. Unless your name's Benjamin Baker, who's gained 10 spots. All of those drivers up in the top 15.
Cameron Nelson then still leading the way from Lapper in P2, the 229, doing a good job so far in the early stages of this race. Barham sat there in 3rd ahead of Jacob Ashcroft. We've got a retirement pulling into the pits then. That's the Strawberry driver of the 228. So that is that is Luca Holmes-Ballack. I can't get my words out.
That's a real shame for Luca because he had a really, really good superheat. Looked like he'd turned the corner in terms of getting the points on the board. But, you know, that's the game sometimes in motorsport, not to be today here in the final at Dunkeswell. Jacob Ashcroft, difficult start, starting on the outside there, grid 2. Do you think he'll be happy at the moment? Championship leader sitting there in 4th?
No. At the end of the day, Jacob Ashcroft is a grand finalist winner. I don't think after a result like that you're going to ever be happy with anything other than a P1. Him and his dad Barry will be thinking about that championship lead, but you want those trophies at the end of the day. He's a racing driver and he's going to want to take pots home. Sits there in 4th place though, chasing down Noah Barham just in front of him. This is turning into a bit of a train then between your top 6, and it's still Cameron Nelson that leads the way from Lapper. Archie Lovett has been given a 3-second penalty out there then. Lovett sat in the top 6. He is behind Harry Freeman, but that will drop him down considerably. You know, he's got a that's going to put him to about 12th position, so around about where Charlie Wolfett is currently sat. Wolfett there fighting it out with the likes of Harry Taylor, the other DHR driver who's having, you know, a lot of progress going on during 2025. We've had a really strong breakaway then from our top drivers at the front end of the order, really are pushing themselves away from the rest of the field, from the likes of Finley Buck. Matteo Palazzo, who we spoke to on the grid walk, is currently your fastest driver out there. He's gone up 6 positions to get himself into 21st. So that work he said to me he was going to put in, he's definitely achieving that so far within the first 5 minutes of this race. But it's a long one. We're still over 10 minutes left on the clock. You know, don't count anybody in the second half of your order out. The likes of Benjamin Maker, who's gone up by 10 places within this race so far, and is your only rookie in the grid.
Is indeed. It's done very well to make it through to this final. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Jacob Ashcroft, 47.44. Well, that's just been taken away by Jared Fox-Whiteley for Jack's Motorsport. So pace is still good out there, as down the inside goes Harry Taylor, back in his standard normal helmet colours of purple and yellow. Now that the sun's back out, that was a good move from the 253 back into the top 10. As things stand, Ashcroft would still be your championship leader, with Albi Lapper potentially moving up to second place. This would be a huge result for Albi Lapper. Hasn't had a podium before in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and I'm sure Nanny Babs is now screaming at the screen saying, no, don't you dare, not a commentary curse, not today. 10 minutes to go though. Albi Lapper doing a really, really good job here to hold off Noah Barham. And that's going to be the biggest hurdle though for Albi Lapper in terms of getting that podium here today. Oh, down the inside, Harry Freeman. Jacob Ashcroft has to steer out of that one to keep himself in the race. I was about to say, for Lapper, I think the biggest worry of getting in that top 3 is probably that DHR trio of Nelson, Barham, Ashcroft, because they've looked so good through every single free practice, every single heat so far. On paper, you would expect perhaps a lockout of the podium for DHR, but we've watched too many of these races over the years, Nicole, to know it doesn't work that easy sometimes.
Can only agree with you there, Andrew. You know, at the start of this weekend, until the start of our finals, it did look like DHR were your ones to beat, but within this, I'd say Strawberry have really lit things up. They did it in the seniors with Harry Bartle, and Albi Lapper is in there now in that second position, really hustling the back of Cameron Nelson. So it gets to the stage in the weekend where actually you can't count out any team. Just because they were strong throughout the heats doesn't mean it's going to be the same thing in the finals, where different characteristics of racing come into the play. The likes of the fact that these tyres now are really used, and how these drivers out there are going to be dealing with that, and which drivers can deal with it the best. You know, currently you've got your top 5 are the ones that are doing that. Albert Friend then is your driver under investigation. Had some drama earlier on in that opening lap, but is up by 5 places from where he started in the race to get himself into 24th. He's now chasing down the likes of Ellis Bell, who we also spoke to earlier on. Ellis had that drama with the rear wheel coming off after that quick change to the wets earlier on. Now we've got an incident then. That's Bernard and Taylor getting caught out with each other. It looked like Taylor there just went over the front of Kean Bernard with the rear end of the car. You can see Bernard there just twisting his wrist, seeing if maybe he's a bit hurt on the wrist. He's still going round. I don't know if he's going to pull in because of that, but that was a close one between Taylor and Bernard.
I wonder as well, is the steering column out? Oh yeah, the steering wheel's completely out of alignment. That again, a real shame for Kean Bernard, the British and South African driver. Represented the United Kingdom in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy last year, was on for best result of the season so far. But that moment there with Harry Taylor will take that opportunity away. 7.25 minutes to go then. Cameron Nelson has edged out from Albi Lapper here. But Noah Barham is staying with Albiolapa. They're keeping this formation quite tidy right now. Lillian Scarborough, meanwhile, has received a 5-second in-race time penalty. But I've got a feel for the likes of Lapa, Barham, Freeman, Ashcroft. If they start seeing that 0.68 second gap to Cameron Nelson either not reduce, as Cian Bernard is in the pits, there's Tristan Bernard as well, having a bit of a look at the steering wheel. I think that is done for the day. I expected this. Right, moves ongoing as Ashcroft's going to fight his way through and into third place, because Lapa's pace at the moment is good, but it's not the kind of pace that's going to reel with a bunch of karts. You know, more than one engine, better than one engine. They're not reeling Nelson back in. They need someone else with maybe a bit more pace at the front of this group to reel that race leader in.
Yeah, it's getting a bit busy now as we've got Harry Freeman just trying to defend slightly from Barham. Barham's now under pressure by Archie Lovett. Archie Lovett, has he made the move? Yes, he has. So it's a change and drama coming out of pit then. That's the 251 is buried in the barrier coming out of Hangar. So that is Sebastian Clark that is now out of this race. So expect things to get a little bit confusing for these drivers as they head down there and see those yellow flags. No overtaking will be permitted, because I'm assuming they will meet some yellows down there, because that looked like a big impact for Clark.
And that's a really tricky spot of the circuit for marshals and track workers to recover that. So I think they're just trying to cover this with local yellows, which is an understandable route to take to try not to disrupt the race. 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Cole Denham, new fastest lap of the race, the 46.9. There is a move between the SPRs, as that was Jack Collinson getting involved. No, it wasn't. It was Sebastian Louche, Kai Clark, Louis Radcliffe all in around 11th, 12th, 13th place. 5 minutes to go, Nicole. The sun's coming out.
It is indeed. Things are heating up, and they have cleared that cart out of Hangar then. So the 251, that cart has been moved. The barrier's still got a little bit of damage done to it, but great work by our team of marshals out there. We were just talking about one of our retired drivers, Cian Bernard, out there. Just want to highlight to the audience at home, you know, such a shame for Cian, but also such a shame for his brother Tristan. They come as a pair, those two, you know. Tristan actually gave up racing to give Cian the opportunity, so give the family, you know, the chance to focus on Cian, because, you know, maybe he just wanted it a little bit more. But those two, you know, Tristan loves pushing Cian forward and being the mechanic, and I just wanted to highlight that on the commentary, just, you know, to wish them both well after that really unfortunate retirement.
Sadly, end of the day for Ellis Bell, the 246 has been called in with a mechanical flag. It might be for the front fairing. Oh, it's not the front fairing, it's the NASA panel, and I can absolutely see why that's been called in. The bottom bracket, well, isn't really a bracket anymore. It's not holding that NASA panel in place, and that's dangerously close to the front left wheel of Bell's machine. So could repair it, could get back out on circuit, of course. But that is going to be the end of a competitive run for Ellis Bell here today. Back at the front of the order, so the gap, it's holding at 0.6 of a second. Albiolapa's pace is matching that of Cameron Nelson, there or thereabouts, but they're not closing in. But there is still time, with 3¼ minutes remaining, that if they can start chipping away, we're talking a tenth and a half a lap. If they can find that, they can still reel Nelson back in here. Through the first turn once again. Albiolapa checks over the shoulder. So desperately wants to get that podium. Be a big result for Albiolapa, who at times had a bit of a difficult 2024. Ellis Bell still circulating round. Needs to be coming in, really, because if you ignore that technical flag, the next thing that's going to come is going to be a black flag, and that can come with further ramifications. Harry Freeman's not given up the chance of a podium here today either. 278 in fourth place. Big step forward for Freeman this weekend as well. Was 13th through the heats at Warden Law. Did make it, of course, to the final, but was only 33rd, as there is Cole Denham, going for the move on teammate Noah Barham. Noah Barham, who's faded out of this race. A bit of a surprise for me. But they've still got the lead of this race, Dan Holland Racing. One win apiece so far this afternoon between them and Strawberry Racing. There's still a chance for other teams as well. Still a chance for KR Sport in this race. Still a chance for Sam Pollitt Racing as well there with Archie Lovett. I mean, it's a slim chance, because we shouldn't forget as well that Archie Lovett has that 3-second penalty from earlier in the race for what I would imagine is a starting infringement. Black flag has now been shown to Ellis Bell with less than 90 seconds to go on the clock here. Not what you'd describe as a classic so far in this junior Rotax final, but still not decided. I've got to say, Albie Lapper digging really deep here. If it's to claim this podium, he is starting to drop Jacob Ashcroft. Jacob Ashcroft having to think about Harry Freeman and holding on to this third place. Archie Lovett still not too far behind there on track. Other drivers who've come up through the field. Harry Taylor up 6 spots. Louis Radcliffe up 7. Matteo Palazzo isn't quite your biggest mover at the moment. 14 spots gained for Palazzo. The biggest mover, you ask, is Zane Quaker, as into the pits pulls one of the SPRs. That's Sebastian Louche in the 2:36. Sadly for Sebastian, the end of the race comes after 17 laps here of Dunkeswell. 30 seconds to go. Got to feel that this is Cameron Nelson's race. He's got a good lead there. Ellis Bell returns to the pits. Day done. NASA panel very much broken. And yeah, it's been a really, really tough day. Cameron Nelson potentially here on his way to a first ever Wera Tools British Kart Championships win. He's been on the podium before. Made a big breakthrough at the back end of 2024. There's an almighty scrap going on between Freeman and Lovett. Denham trying to get through as well. This is for 4th place on the road as we're on the final lap now of things here in Junior Rotax at Dunkeswell. Ashcroft is back, attacking Lapper here, trying to make it a 1-2 for DHR. Down into turn 4 they go. Can Albie Lapper hold on for a first podium at this level? Cameron Nelson is on his way to a first win and a big statement in the championship. Didn't have a good time of things at Warden Law, but has answered back the critics, showing again the kind of pace that we saw at the Rotax Grand Finals in 2024. Cameron Nelson wins in Junior Rotax at Dunkeswell. Albie Lapper is on the podium for the first time in these championships, and Jacob Ashcroft continues his strong run of results. Not a win today, but third. 2 DHR drivers on the podium, but none of them could live with the pace today. Driver number 8 there, Cameron Nelson, seeded driver from last year, of course, but going from strength to strength here in 2025. And in the championship season, it's going to go long through the summer, heading to Lark Hall next, of course. Rounds at Wilton Mill and PF International to come throughout the course of this season. Keep an eye on Cameron Nelson. After setbacks at Warden Law, he is back in amongst the big points. P1 for Nelson. Albie Lapper can be very, very proud of that second place. That is testament to how much hard work Albie Lapper has done in terms of his single lap speed, getting qualifying right, the racecraft right as well. Brilliant stuff there for the driver from Kent. Third for Jacob Ashcroft. 4th for Archie Lovett, but a 3-second penalty will be applied, which will drop Lovett down the order a bit. Still solid points for the 288. Cole Denham, 5th, moved up 8 spots in that final. Harry Freeman, Noah Barham, Finley Buck, Jared Fox-Whiteley, and Harry Taylor all in the top 10. Louis Radcliffe, Kai Clark, Matteo Palazzo, William Archer and Vlad Tomenchuk in the top 15. Albie Friend up 13 spots in that race to 16th. Was under investigation earlier in the race that we should note. Next up, Zane Quaker. Good drive there from Zane Quaker. Nice to see Zane up in the top 20. 17 places gained from the back of the field. If that race was twice as long, Zane would have said that he would have won it. Charlie Wolfert in 18th place. Alfie McBain and Oliver White all in the top 20. Benjamin Baker was the only rookie to make it through into the final P21 today. Leon Hasty, difficult race for the O-plate holder, 22nd in the end. Lillian Scarborough, 23rd on the road, but did have a 5-second penalty. Shane Chandaria continued to move forward after a great run in the super heats. Chandaria up 6 to 24th. Jack Collinson, good driving this weekend from Jack after his setbacks at Warden Law. Is back in amongst it, and the driver flying the flag for Latvia via Hartlepool, 25th here today. Charlie King, Ryan Gandor and Mata Kobahidze all in the top 28 finishers in total. Ellis Bell was black flagged after not coming in for a technical flag. Sebastian Luch, Sebastian Clark, Cian Bernard, Luca Holmes-Ballack, all retirements from that race. Jake Flewitt as well didn't go far in this one. But there's your winner, Cameron Nelson from Wales. Can be very happy with his work, looking to build on 8th place in the championship last year. Having a little chat there with another one of the winners from earlier today, Harry Bartle. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then for race number 24 of the weekend here in Junior Rotax. The start, you see Nelson switching across there, covering off any attack from Jacob Ashcroft. That allowed Albie Lapper down the inside towards the back of the field. There was dramas. That's how we lost Albie Friend. That's also how Ellis Bell's nose cone came undone. This is what happened. I said that the second half of the field was delayed through turn number 3. That was why. A real pile-up, and Leon Hasty was involved in that. Not a happy scene there for Luca Holmes-Ballack, kicking the side pod of the cart there after earlier promise in the super heats. That was Ellis Bell's NASA panel that was off. Oh yeah, Cian Bernard did take a hit there, not just to the steering wheel but to the shoulder. I think the rear right of Harry Taylor there might have just clipped Cian's helmet, so I hope Cian is okay. That is how the 251 of Sebastian Clark left the scene. Great work by the marshals and track workers here at Dunkeswell to get that resolved with just local yellows. No need for the slow procedure in this race. Albie Lapper continued really brave defence, didn't over-defend, didn't make himself the immovable force. And with the pace of Cameron Nelson, he looked good money there in second place. It never really seemed like those behind were going to give the big push right at the end to try and move Lapper out the way. A well-deserved podium for Lapper, and a first win as well for Cameron Nelson, who will be going down to shortly. In fact, we'll go down to now with Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you then, Andrew. And with our race winner then, Cameron Nelson. Cameron, that must have actually felt like one of the longest races of your whole career so far.
Yeah, it was pretty long, to be fair. Obviously, Albie behind me at the start. That would probably made it the longest, but then when we were by ourselves, it was quite good.
And tell me about the kart then, Cameron, because you look so settled out there, and you really squeezed the most out of the engine, out of the kart. The setup that's been put into it, spot on, would you say?
Yeah, it's been great all weekend, to be fair. Obviously, it went dry yesterday, wet today, and then dry again for the final. It's been really good, thanks to Jamie.
Jamie, as in mechanic Jim Dizerer?
Mechanic Jim Dizerer, yeah.
And then Cam, other than the work that Jamie's put in, the TMs, who's been looking after you this weekend?
Obviously, Lee Malotti as my TM. He's been great all week. Jamie, and then Louis Westover on the data, and Dan.
And tell me, Cameron, you had your teammates of Noah Barham and Jacob Ashcroft behind you. Jacob was your championship leader going into this weekend and going into the final. Did that add a little bit of pressure to you in the early stages where you were so close to each other?
I wasn't really too focused on them. I was more focused just keeping the lead, obviously, with Albie behind me. I just focused on that. I wasn't too bothered of them. Obviously, he is championship leader, but didn't phase.
Well, great to hear from you, Cameron, and congratulations on a final win. We'll let you go and celebrate with Jim. Well done.
Thank you.
We'll head up then back to Andrew because we've got our Micro Maxes up next.
We have indeed. Micromax UK, they're out on the grid at the moment. 20 drivers ready for their final. This should be a lot of fun for our drivers. Before we get to that, though, let's go for an ad break.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from ROTAX parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're gonna need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Attention goes back onto our youngest drivers here at Dunkeswell for the second round. It is our Micromax UKs, one of which is Dean Bahal, who is sat next to me. We've seen some great progress from Dean throughout the weekend, and we've also seen some onboard footage of him. You can rewind the stream to catch up with that, especially to those drivers who are going to be here, you know, over the next couple of months. Watch Dean's lap because it was a good one. And we're going to speak to Dean about what he's thought so far about the weekend and about the grid. Dean? You look like you're having fun out there. You had a bit of a tricky race with some of the rain, but are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's been great. Yeah.
It's been great then. And tell me, Dean, you are one driver that really can overtake. You know, I've seen some impressive stuff from you over the past couple of years. Is that going to be the case within this race? Are you going to show us some more of that?
Of course, I love the overtaking. It's my favourite part, and I'll try my best.
And tell us a little secret then, Dean, about the overtaking. How do you pull it off? Because you really do show us some special stuff.
Wing it, you know, a bit unpredictable.
Just wing it because it's unpredictable. Great to hear from you, Dean, and good luck, and looking forward to seeing some of those overtakes that you are looking to pull off. Starting in front of Dean, we've got Ralph Martin in the 62. Had a really good start to this weekend, has this driver. I'm just going to crouch down as the cameraman just works his way around me. Good progress this weekend, really strong stuff. For the final, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling confident. I'll try and get to the front and be the best people up the front.
And do you think that actually you could go for a race lead and go for a race win?
I'll try it. I don't know though.
Well, we'll see if you can try it. We'll head back up then to see our youngest drivers here this weekend really show us what they're made of.
All set to go then for Micromax UK, their second final of the year for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. A big prospect in store for SFR Motorsport. They've had a very good season so far with Benedict Asmasiokas in particular. They have a front row lockout for this 15 minutes plus 1 lap race. There is the scene overlooking the new grandstand here at Dunkeswell, one of the many improvements and new features here at this circuit since the buyout, since the new owners came in 2023. And we're really looking forward to this one. Let us know who you're supporting as well. Hello to Kerry Probert, who's cheering on Alfie Garrett in this one. Hello to Isaac Barker as well. Hello, Isaac. Cheering on Albert Farrow as well. Keep your comments coming in and your messages of support on the Alpha Live channel and on the Karting UK channel. If you've not subscribed already, do it now. There is your grid then. Front row lockout, as we say, for SFR. Alfie Garrett alongside Benedictus Masiokas. LBJ Stubbs starts on the inside of row number 2 and is joined by Strawberry Racing's Ralph Martin, who's looked very quick this weekend. Row 3, Dimitar Uzanov and Harris Barber. Row 4, Din Pahal and Otto Amy for Coles. Row 5, Albert Farrow and Dax Farah, much improved this weekend. Performance for Dax Farah. Charlie Page and Sebastian Crawford will start on row number 6 ahead of Chloe McGill and Arlo Gamble on row number 7. Ansel Murray, fastest driver in the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge, starts this race from row 8, is joined by Freddie Walker, and then bringing up the rear of the field, Will Wainwright and Ethan Lloyd on row 9. Oliver Woodall and Archie Gupta in her first Wera Tools British Kart Championships final, only her 3rd ever race in the UK. There's been a lot of racing in the India ROTAX Championship and in the UAE as well. Great to have another new driver on the grid here this weekend. Hello to Miroslav, cheering on Masiokas. Benedictus Masiokas, who enters this race as championship leader. Hello to Susanna, cheering on Otto Amy as well. Otto's had a good weekend so far. Extra formation lap, so you're not missing anything from a competitive standpoint at the moment. Nicole Sutherland rejoins me here in the box. Cloudy skies over Dunkeswell, but a dry circuit all set to go here for Micromax UK. Over to those 2 SFR drivers on the front row. Alfie Garrett in the number 47, the O-plate holder Benedictus Masiokas, who won the final at Warden Law. What are we going to see here? There's Nigel Edwards on the button, ready to get us underway for this final. We are green and racing in Micromax UK. Good start for both the SFRs at the front of the order. Albert J. Stubbs had a bit of a wobble there, but got the grip, got up the inside and has taken 2nd place away from Benedictus Masiokas. Dian Pahal on the attack. Dian Pahal already up to 4th. Make that 3rd. Brilliant stuff from the RCE driver there. Taking through positions onto the podium, but here comes Masiokas back again, wanting to retake that 3rd place on the podium. It's been a bit of an unfortunate start for Ralph Martin. You can see the number 32 there down the order in around, I reckon, 11th or 12th place is fighting with Charlie Page. But great start, Nicole, for Alfie Garrett from pole position, continuing the form that we've seen so far this weekend.
Great start as well for one of our female drivers out there, Chloe McGill. She looks like she's picked up some positions early on within the race, started a little bit further down the order. She's also out there for SFR alongside her teammates Alfie Garrett and Benedictus Masiokas. So yeah, Chloe McGill has made up 6 places within that opening lap. Ansel Murray, who we saw in the Paddock show get that good result in the tyre changing competition for Wera Tools, he's also on the charge, up by 9 places to sit in 6th. And it is that battle for about 6th position that's really going on. Here we have then Chloe McGill trying to have a look at Farrow in front of her, but loses the position now to Dimitar Uzanov. Back to the conversation about your front runners. Garrett, Stubbs and Benedictus Masiokas. Stubbs is in there now.
Yeah.
We saw this from him at Warden Law in the Water Swift category.
We did.
Really lights up at the end of the day. He did a similar thing at Wilton Mill, and he's showing us once again for SFR, this is where it counts. This is the stage where everything actually matters. And he's there now, right there in P2, pushing around Alfie Garrett. And crucially, is splitting apart those 2 SFR drivers who have towed each other around pretty much all weekend.
Have indeed. Dax Farah's under investigation for something that's happened out there. Unfortunately, down in 18th place. I think the results will not tell the full story for Dax Farah this weekend. It's been really good to see. From free practice on Friday, Dax regularly up in the order. Yeah, probably that consistency is the next step for Dax Farah to convert that pace into the big results, but it has not gone unnoticed in this commentary box that Dax Farah has had a good weekend. Through the dogleg then to complete the third lap of the race.
A few positions lost then for Dimitar Uzunov, who I've got to apologise to because I did mistake him for Ralph Martin on the grid walk, but it was Dimitar that we caught up with, and he gave some good insight and very much looked excited for this race. Within this one, having a bit of a tough start, is being hustled for position. Ansel Murray has overtaken him now for that 8th position. Ansel Murray up by 7 places. Another driver joining us from India this weekend alongside Arshi Gupta. She's down there at 19th place. She's also flying the flag for India within this grid. Eyes back on, though, this battle for the race lead, and who has arrived now? Benedictus Masiokas has caught up considerably to the likes of Albie Stubbs and teammate Alfie Garrett. That is going to bring the Harris Barber into things as well. Harris Barber is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. They head down then into pit bend once more. Albie Stubbs on the timing, looks like he's in the race lead, but he is sat there in 2nd position. Just a bit of a timing issue, so it is Stubbs that was in 2nd position, and I take that back because he goes down the inside of Alfie Garrett now. It was also like the timing had manifested the position change for us. Stubbs is now your driver that leads the way.
Yeah, and I think as well what's impressive here is that Albie's taken a big step forward. Obviously, he's with Sam Pollitt Racing now, which is one of the places to be in this paddock at the moment. And there's Masiokas down the inside of Garrett to take the race lead. In fact, Masiokas is going to go for the race lead. So he'd gone up into 2nd place, nearly had the race lead off of turn 8 there. But Stubbs now with Sam Pollitt Racing. It was this stage last year where they started winning races. Are they going to win another one here? Well, if they are, they're going to have to beat these 2 SFR runners. And here comes Harris Barber as well, up into 3rd place for Strawberry Racing. Albie J. Stubbs down to 6th. Dian Pahal on the scene. That's a very good move from Dian Pahal at the first opportunity. And that's the driver in the number 23 up to 4th.
Masiokas, though, see it time and time again for him. He really lights up in the later stages of races or after a couple of laps. Sometimes takes a little while just to get into the flow of things, but he looks like he's found that rhythm now, and this is one of those tracks where you need that rhythm. Lap times out there, 54 seconds by Albie Stubbs, your race leader, but typically you see these drivers in the late 53s if they're one of those quicker drivers up the front. Benedictus Masiokas now is your fastest driver out there on the circuit, still holds that purple lap. The previous lap, though, was a 53.53 set by him. Doesn't look like he feels any pressure from Harris Barber, who's jumped up into 2nd position ahead of Alfie Garrett, so Straubs are now on the charge. Harris up by 4 places within this final, really making it count and, proving that thing we've said a couple of times this weekend. High risk, high reward, and one of the drivers that looks like they're maybe going for a bit of risk is Dian Pahal, trying to hang it round the outside of the 47 and makes it work. Goes into Hanger Bend then as your driver in 3rd position, ahead of now Garrett and Stubbs.
And now the job is to keep pushing forward. If you're Dian Pahal, there's a bit of a gap there, a bit of real estate to drive into behind Harris Barber in 2nd place. I tell you what I'm enjoying to see from Harris Barber as well is like the newfound confidence, which I think kind of kicked in halfway through the meeting at Warden Law. That belief of, yep, there's a chance there to overtake, go out, do it, get the move, get the position, then move on to the next one as, Stubbs and Garrett get into one another there through turn 3. And unfortunately, Albert Farah had nowhere to go there. Ralph Martin takes advantage of the situation, goes up 2 spots. Alfie Garrett, it's just slipping away, I feel, in this race for Alfie Garrett. But again, it's been a really big step forward for Alfie Garrett this weekend. Fastest through timed qualifying, winning in those heats as well.
Looks like Stubbs is a little bit shaken up within this stage then, Andrew, because he's just dropped back into the clutches of Ralph Martin, who's on a good run of things now. Ralph, one of your few rookie drivers within this race. Is the move going to be on into pit bend? Yes, it is. So now Ralph Martin overtakes Stubbs for that top 4 spot. Leads this second pack of karts then. It's still Stubbs that's within the fight. Stubbs, mechanic is Sam Budget, and one of those mechanics out there that's got a lot of experience and can actually push that onto a driver and, you know, help to pull them along. When we were talking about Cam Nelson earlier on, it helps these drivers so much when they have a mechanic that's experienced in racing themselves or is experienced in winning with a driver. And I definitely think the setup that Albie Stubbs is being given this year with that mechanic is really helping to push him forward.
Things at the front starting to change. Harris Barber and Dian Pahal have been doing some very good stuff the last couple of laps. They have reeled in Benedictas Masiokas. Top 3 now covered by half a second. Dimitar Uzunov was going for an overtake there as well. I think trying to get past Stubbs for P6. Now, the interesting thing for me, Nicole, is you've still got 6.5 minutes on the clock here. Ralph Martin's been pretty quick in clear air so far this week. He's had a bit of bad luck perhaps in some of the races, but we know that the number 32 has good speed this weekend. Do we see these three, all on different teams as well, of course, different entrants, do they work together or do they fight? Because if they fight, I think Ralph Martin could be with them pretty quickly.
Well, I would definitely have to agree, but looking at the way that Harris Barber is driving that Strawberry OTK kart now, I definitely say that he's going to be having a look very shortly. He is faster than the driver in front of him, Benedictas Masiokas, by just half a tenth, and I could see one of the Strawberry TMs on that grandstand signalling to Harris. It's one of those things, these teams have codes, and sometimes it looks like they're doing the YMCA on the side of the track. They're not. They're actually communicating with the drivers, and I'm sure Harris is probably being told what the gap is to Dian Pahal behind him when he needs to go for that move for the race leader of Benedictus, and I think it will be shortly. Harris is looking really strong within this one, and you can tell that Benedictus is aware of that because he's starting to just hug that white line slightly more, starting to look over his shoulder as they head down towards the dogleg section. Is it going to give Harris an opportunity as they head down the start-finish straight and towards pit bend? We will find out. And what is the gap between these two drivers? It is now under a tenth of a second, and Benedictus Masiokas, this is the stage. He looks a bit nervous out there, he's checking over his shoulder, and he's starting to defend there, and that's cost Harris Barber now because Dian Pahal has taken advantage and overtaken into second position.
Lovely stuff from Dian Pahal there. There was a gap that's actually triggered a little bit, I think, by the defence of Benedictas Masiokas, that Harris Barber was forced to go to drivers right there. Pahal stepped down the inside. These three are quicker than Martin at the moment. They're all in the mid-56s. 56, 53.6, 53.5, 53.4. Meanwhile, Ralph Martin at 53.7 last time around. Fastest driver on the circuit right now, Albie J. Stubbs on a 53.2. So I tell you what, Uzunov, Garrett and Stubbs might not be out of this. That's some useful pace at this stage of the race, as all Masiokas and Pahal fighting into turn one there. This might be the opportunity for Harris Barber to at least get back up to second place, as there goes Pahal down the inside and takes the race lead. Barber sweeps round the outside, gets on the power out of turn 3. Harris Barber now leads here for Strawberry Racing. What a result this would be. This would close the gap in the championship as well to Masiokas, who would still hold the lead in the championship. But that was brilliantly brave stuff from all three drivers, Nicole.
Harris Barber there just I'd say he read those two drivers like a book through that complex section. Really good at right, did the Strawberry driver, and that's benefited him because he will come under the start-finish gantry as we hit 3 minutes 20 as your new race leader and up by 5 positions. Strong stuff from Harris Barber then. Will he continue to, pull away from the two drivers ahead? I would say not, because Dean Pahal, we spoke to him on the grid walk, he is a driver within the Micro Maxes that can overtake.
Can indeed. Harris Barber heads into turn number 4 once again. He's had some good results this season, as behind there's a good old swabble going on between Garrett and Pharaoh. And you've got Stubbs in there as well. Dimitar Uzunov has been able to weave his way through to the front of this pack. For Harris Barber, 3rd on the podium last time out at Warden Law for event 1 of these Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Once again, there's a good scrap going on. Ralph Martin has now, actually no, yeah, Ralph Martin's been caught by this pack and has dropped back into it. So Dimitar Uzunov now up to 4th place. Martin there in the black helmet trying to hold off Garrett. This is good stuff from Alfie Garrett. He's fighting back now, as there's a switchback move from LPJ Stubbs. And is there a little bit of rain? There's spots of rain on the commentary box window. Is this going to be one final twist for the Micromax UK drivers? The youngest drivers in the paddock are now going to have to deal with wet conditions at some parts of the track, not all parts of the track. Turn 1 is where the rain is the heaviest, is what's being told in our ears, but there are definitely spots of rain over the start line. What is the pace like? Barber still holds the race lead, but this makes overtaking even trickier now. When you go deep on the brakes, easier to snatch a wheel. Pahal's gone for the race lead. Great stuff from, again, Dear Pahal. Oh, as Masiokas and Barber both go for the same piece of Devon at the same time. Is that the moment that's going to give Dean Pahal this race? 1 minute to go. But is the rain coming down harder? It's occasional spots of rain. They're bigger spots of rain than earlier on in the day, but the rate at which they're falling doesn't look to be increasing too much at the moment. May have stopped, in fact. The rain may have stopped out on circuit. 2 more laps. Dean Singh Pahal. For event after event after event, we've been saying that this young driver has had such good heats, but it's been the finals that were the Achilles heel. Barber's gone down the inside of Masiokas for P2, takes P2 back. That's good news for Pahal. Holds up the 2 chasing drivers a little bit. Dean Pahal for the Richardson Engineering team. We're not on the final lap yet. Still got 1 more to go after this, but this could be a mighty, mighty result for the Sikh driver through turn 8. Masiokas is having a go again at Barber. They seem intent on fighting for 2nd place, and 2nd place only today. This is allowing Pahal to stay clear. 1 more kilometre for Dean Pahal. Over the line is again another fight for 2nd place between Masiokas and Barber, and every time they fight, this helps the race leader. This helps the race leader to stay clear. Masiokas down the... It's a brilliant scrap, this, for 2nd place. Masiokas takes it again, and it could all be important for championship, of course, as well. These top 3 drivers are going to be your top 3 drivers in the championship come the end of this race. And I reckon are going to be going long through this championship here in Micromax UK as the star drivers. But Dean Singh Pahal, this race result has been a long time coming. Last year was a breakthrough year for Dean Singh Pahal. 2025 is the year Dean Singh Pahal becomes a Wera Tools British Kart Championships round winner. Wow! For the first time on the podium, you will not see a bigger celebration this season. And for the RCE Richardson Engineering team, it's a win as well. As we say, every single time it's come to the final for Dean Pahal the last 12 months, something's happened. Something's gone wrong. And this time, here at Dunkeswell, it went right. And with some brilliant overtaking. across the course of those 15 laps. The rain couldn't stop Dean Singh Pahal today as well. And that will elevate Pahal to second place in the championship as well. Drivers head into Parc Fermé and we'll take in and take stock of everything that's happened across the course of those 18 laps. But wow, that is a really, really special. Every single race win is, of course, a special result. But for Dean Singh Pahal, that is a moment that he will never forget, to take the biggest victory that we've seen from Dean Pahal so far to date. There is your provisional result from the back of the field at the back of 2023. Stuck with it, and in 2025, 18 months on, is now a round winner. Sheer perseverance and talent winning out there. Benediktas Masiokas and Haris Barber on the podium as well. Dimitar Uzunov and Ralph Martin in the top 5. Alfie Garrett, Ansel Murray, what a day for RCE. Ansel Murray up 8 places in that final, finishes P7 as well. Albert Farrow P8, Otto Amy P9. Albie J. Stubbs completes the top 10. Sebastian Crawford 11th. Charlie Page 12th. Chloe McGill, Ethan Lloyd, Arlo Gamble, Dax Farah, Oliver Woodall, Will Wainwright, Freddie Walker and Archie Gupta. And this is going to be good. This is going to be one of the best celebrations we have seen in the modern era. Because as I say, this is a dad and lad duo that when they joined this championship in 2023... had to go all the way from gaining experience and, you know, those early races, keeping it on the track, looking to break into the top 10, taking it step by step by step, never stopping, never giving in. And finally, Dean Pahal is a race winner, a round winner in the British Championships. Who knows what is next? As I say, that result moves Pahal up to second place in the standings. Benediktas Masiokas is your championship leader, retains that championship lead. It is, as things stand with the results provisionally, 15 points for Masiokas over Pahal. Barber a further 3 points back. Alfie Garrett as well. What a star this weekend. Alfie Garrett has been 4th place in the championship, leaving Devon as we head up north. We go across the border to Scotland for the first weekend of July. Dimitar Uzunov is 5th in the championship, Charlie Page 6th, Albert Farrow 7th, and Ralph Martin 8th. Let's have a look at some highlights. These are going to be some pretty good highlights as well. This was the race start. Good start for Garrett, good start for Albie J. Stubbs as well. In second place there. Difficult start for Ralph Martin, fell down a few positions in the early stages, but even here, Dean Pahal getting involved with things. Good start for Chloe McGill as well. Chloe raced through to 13th place today. That was a side-by-side moment with Dimitar Uzunov. Ansel Murray as well can be very happy with the weekend, both on and off the track. Really good performance in the rear tools wheel change challenge yesterday. Stubbs, to say, very bright start, had the race lead. Masiokas and Garrett came back, and it was a resumption of the 1-2 for the SFR drivers. The number 62 of Uzunov continued to move up through the order. Haris Barber was there as well. Haris Barber moved up to second place. Alfie Garrett, just that middle phase of the race, didn't quite go right for Alfie today. But Alfie can take a lot of confidence from what he's achieved this weekend to move forward for future events. This is when the top 3 really started to entertain. Pahal up to second place. This was a close moment between Masiokas and Pahal down into turn 1, but positions didn't change through that. Pahal down the inside, loved to go for the move in turn 2. Confident on the brakes. This was brilliant as well from Haris Barber around the outside. There was another great scrap going on with Uzunov, Farrow, Garrett, and others. Ralph Martin in this group towards the end of the final. Another switchback from Alfie J. Stubbs. That was the key move though. Pahal down the inside again into turn 2. That clash between Barber and Masiokas kind of set the tone for the rest of the race. The last 3 laps or so with Masiokas and Barber trading second place back and forth. And Dian Pahal takes a race victory, one of the best celebrations. Look at the scenes there on the mechanics gallery. True joy from both driver, father, teammates. You know, that is going to be a very, very popular victory and a very warm podium later on this evening. Let's head down to see what our latest winner in these Wera Tools British Kart Championships has got to say. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
He is your latest winner indeed, Andrew, and it's such a well-deserved win for Dian Singh Pahal. Dian, it's been a long time coming, but you've finally done it. You are a final winner.
Yeah, it's great. I've been waiting a bit. Have loads of hit and misses. The O-plate was very close. The O-plate 2 years ago was very close. One Lord British was close. It's great.
And tell me, Dian, you know, it wasn't an easy win because you had some rain going out down on the track. How did you manage to deal with that and continue, you know, to drive out there at the front?
So at first I didn't notice the rain. I was like, oh, it's raining. And then I carried on driving dry lines, and then it didn't really affect the track.
And then, Dian, going into the rest of the championship, such a good race win. And do you think you can do more of the same as we go into round number 3?
Oh, yeah, for sure, definitely.
Well, we'll see you on the podium later on, but for now, I'm going to let you go and celebrate with your dad, Cully. Congratulations, Dian.
Thank you.
Great race results for our young drivers. Then we'll let Dian run off and go and celebrate. We'll throw up to an advert from some of our championship partners, and then it's more racing because we've got our KZ final yet to come.
Back here at Dunkeswell, last race of the weekend. It is the KZ2 final. I'm very, very pleased to be joined in the commentary box by a young man who will be able to tell us every little detail of what's going out for these drivers. The reigning British O-plate holder in this class, Noah Wolf. You won that at Shennington earlier on in the spring. What are you expecting? You've raced these drivers. You've raced them this season as well. What are you expecting here from this final in the KZ2?
I'm expecting Ella to be really quick. She's a very fast driver, as you say, but Charlie Turner's been looking really strong with his racecraft, and his starts have been looking amazing. And the second row looks really challenging with Oliver Stewart. He's a very, very fast driver, and he's a very well-packaged driver. He gives you every ability on the track, so it'll be a really interesting race to watch.
It will be indeed. 15 minutes plus 1 lap to decide things here for KZ2, and a little bit of rain in the air as well. It's a tense. Put us in the shoes and the helmets of these drivers. You know, you've built up through the weekend. You've had all that practice. You've had the qualifying, the heats this morning as well, and you now got this final with this rain in the air. What does that feel like?
Very tense. Some drivers will be loving it, some drivers will be hating it, but it's not going to affect too much because you've got to drive what you're given at the end of the day, and they're going to do the best with what they can.
And your experience as well, you know, you're now racing with these machines in Europe as well. You're off back to Valencia next week for the FIA karting, the opening round for their European Championship. How different, if different, are racing on a circuit like this versus the ones that you're racing out next week?
There's not a huge difference. The tracks in England are more tight and twisty. The tracks in Europe are more fast and flowing. The racing is really, really different. In England, there's a lot more aggression and stuff, so it'll be a good race to watch.
Let's take you through the grid then for the final. Race number 26. Ella Stevens starts on pole position. Charlie Turner and Oliver Stewart will be on the 3 wide front row. James Glenister starts 4th on the grid. Dan McKeown, really impressive performance in the heats earlier on in the wet conditions. The semi-wet conditions is P5. Jessica Edgar on a new chassis this week as well for Jade Racing Team, starts P6. Derek Morgan and Ashley Lewis are due to go in the top 8. Lee Ward and Ralph Youngling complete the top 10. Miles Murphy a little bit further down the grid than I was expecting, so I think something's happened during the second heat, but P11 for Miles. Bailey Rigglesford starts 12th on the grid. Nat Thomas, Nino Piccoli and Bryn Kinch complete the 15 runners for the second final of the year in KZ2. After this race, we will be at the halfway stage of the season as well. We'll be off to Glanigors the weekend of the 13th, 14th, 15th of June. A weekend where I'm normally in a bit of France watching some sports cars go around. I'm not doing that this year. KZ2 at GYG is just the tonic to pull me away from that usual pilgrimage to Le Mans, and Kim Bolton as well in August, in early August. There is the other venues for this year. So the field coming towards. What are you trying to do if you're in these positions? What are you trying to do in these final few moments, Noah, before you hit the grid?
Make sure you get the car into neutral. That's a key thing on the start. Make sure you get everything working. Make sure the engine is clear with all the fuel. You don't want to flood it because you can get a bad start. Make sure you're focused on the lights, and it's a great feeling because once you're on the biting point on the clutch and you're on the brake, the kart shakes and you see everyone shake around you, and it feels like the lights are on for ages, but yeah, ultimately it's when they go out.
Here we go then. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Dunkeswell, KZ2 finalies go. Very even start across the front row, but it's going to be advantage Ella Stevens into turn 1. Good start as well for James Glenister, trying to move through, but it's Charlie Turner who's been able to hold on to second place. Ollie Stewart's in there as well, P4 at the moment. Derek Morgan's had a decent start, going wheel to wheel with Ashley Lewis off of turn number 2. Ella Stevens has the early lead though. What was your take on that start, Noah? Looked pretty even across the front row, and a good one for Ella.
An amazing one. They were all really even at the front of the grid. But Ella's pace, she'll be hard to catch now.
She will be indeed, but Charlie Turner's going to give it everything. You'd imagine here was 3rd in the final. The last time KZ2 raced in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships round around this place, that was 4 years ago. The 2021 visit. There is Oliver Stewart as well. It's a bit of a slide for Dan McKeown coming through turn 3 there. Championship lead will change hands, of course, relative to Ward and Law, because Timo Youngling not here this weekend in a racing capacity. He's been racing with you, Noah, in Valencia the last few days. That meeting that wrapped up yesterday. What's it like, you know, as a driver who's done a lot of direct drive, done a lot of ROTAX, a bit of X30 as well, you know, out in the paddock. They're looking at the KZ2s. What are they like that first initial time you go in one?
It's a surreal feeling. You don't feel in control because there's so many gears you got to go through. It baffles my mind when I go in it how late you can brake with the front brakes, and ultimately these karts are insanely quick. They go from 0 to 60 in 2.9 seconds. Like, that's the power to rate ratio of an F2 car. It's insane.
How many gear changes do you reckon that they're probably doing around this on average? I think we said about 30 when we were at Warden Law.
Yeah, it'll probably be mid-30s, I would say.
So Ella Stevens continues to lead this race. James Glenister, though, is one to keep an eye on. Has just put in the fastest lap of the race of this final so far. Sun's coming back out as well. Temperatures going back out. Well, it's 17 degrees air temperature right now. There's Ashley Lewis as well, who didn't run in the second heat earlier on today. We're all on wet tyres for that second heat. So tyre performance back here on the slicks should be pretty good. There's Miles Murphy coming back through the order. Miles now up to P9. Dealing with Lee Ward there in the number 8. Lee Ward back for another year. Gap between the leaders, 0.3 of a second. Very nip and tuck between Stevens and Turner. 41.62 for Stevens last time around. 41.59 for Turner. Noah, of course, you know the Jade Racing team very well. What's it like to run with them, and how do they go about their racing business?
It's a dad and lads and brother business. Their family business. The wife's involved. Everyone's involved. It's very family orientated, which works in a really nice dynamic because you get to experience all the emotions with them. It feels like you're a family together, and ultimately, when you're most comfortable with the team, then you're most happy.
Big move there from Oliver Stewart down the inside of Charlie Turner. How key could that be in this race? It puts Jade Racing Team into a 1-2. It gives Ella Stevens a bit of a gap now at the front of the field. Charlie Turner has his own rear gunner, though, in the shape of James Glenister. Saw these two have a good scrap at Shannington last year. What can the Rush Performance duo do? It's got to be said. It's been a great performance from Rush Performance this weekend. They have definitely stepped up. Oh, it's out of the race is Bryn Kinch. Bryn Kinch retires on lap number 5. Good to have Bryn back this weekend. Not sure what's happened there with Bryn's machine, but it will go no further, unfortunately, in this final. Change for third. Glenister through past Turner there, Noah.
Yeah, we didn't catch the overtake, but I'm sure it was a good one.
What are these drivers like to race against as individuals? Obviously, you had a really good battle with Charlie at the O plates. Have they got different styles, different manners of going racing?
Some are more aggressive, of course. Charlie is one of the more aggressive drivers, which makes him so good as he's British champion. He's a really hard driver to beat, and looks like some drivers are getting the better of him.
Miles Murphy down the inside of Derek Morgan. This is for 6th place. And the Demon Tweaks back to more racing entry through. Miles Murphy wants to get at least back in the top 5, I'd imagine, here today. You'll notice, if you're just joining us, that he's running with the newer Kart Republic developed NASA panels. And in fact, that's a question for you, Noah, because you've got a very good amount of experience with both a direct drive, or albeit with the OK category, and then now with the KZs as well. We're seeing that commonality of the NASA panels. I'll be honest, I'm very sceptical about their efficacy in the direct drive world, but here in KZ where things are a bit quicker, do you find those aero shapes giving you a bit more benefit?
At some tracks it can help with the front. The team are telling me that the front is better, but honestly, as a driver, you don't really feel the difference in the aero. It's more what you do to the setup of the car.
Yeah. I think we've got a replay that we can have a look at one of the overtakes earlier on in this race. This was the Glenister on Turner move for third place. Oh, quite a forceful one there between the teammates, but Glenister through into the podium positions. Miles Murphy on the attack again. Currently the fastest driver on circuit as well is Miles. 40.97, the first driver to break under the 41-second barrier in this race. So fighting with Dan McKeown here. Dan, who wasn't able to practice on Friday. Miles was, and through goes Miles Murphy into 5th place. You know, Miles, such an experienced hand at this game as well. It must be a pleasure to race against him.
It's amazing to race against people like these. They've built their career, they're really fast drivers, and Miles is one of the best drivers there is on the grid.
8 minutes to go then, plus 1 lap. If you're just joining us here, it's the KZ2 final at Dunkeswell, second final of the year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for this short circuit gearbox championship. Ella Stevens is your race leader by 2/3 of a second over teammate Oliver Stewart. Stevens narrowly leading the live championship points heading into this race, so as things stand, Ella Stevens would lead the points table at the end of round 2. Oliver Stewart would remain in 2nd place, so gains 1 position on Timo's Youngling, loses 1 to Ella Stevens. James Glenister wasn't at Warden Law, so is looking to get a first podium of the year in the British Champs. Charlie Turner 4th, and then this battle here between Miles Murphy, the number 5 seed from 2025, and Dan McKeown in kart number 75. Changes further down the order. Jess Edgar's having a bit of a tough race, unfortunately. Has slipped to 13th behind Nat Thomas and Lee Ward. Ralph Youngling has gone a bit missing in this one. And there he is in the number 25. It's back up to 9th place. Not quite sure if there's a problem there for Ralph, because he was up the order, further up the order in the dry conditions yesterday and at the start of the day here for the first heat. An update on Nino Piccoli. I don't know if you've met Nino yet, Noah. I think you'd like him. He's been out of the sport for 24 years. It's a dad and lad effort. They've come back in because, you know, his dad is a bit more experienced than he is, and they've not got all the time in the world to do it. He'd never driven in the wet in a KZ2 before today, and his aim is not to finish last, which he has achieved. And his pace at the moment as well, again, not bad, not far off the top runners, holding under 1.5 seconds off the pace of Stevens at the very front.
That's impressive. That is very impressive, I can say. It's not an easy job to be that close to people. It's very competitive, and some of the best drivers in the world here.
Ashley Lewis on the move. He's done the move on Ralph Youngling for 8th place, with Bailey Rigolsford not too far behind there, another one of the privateer runners in KZ2. I had a chat with Derek Morgan as well back at Warden Law ahead of the first round for this championship, of privateers being able to do KZ2. From when you've been racing, you have been part of a team, but when you've been stepping in and looking at the accessibility of KZ2 as a technical platform, what would you like to see more privateers running in it, Noah?
KZ2 is a very difficult kart class to mechanic. I think it'll be very difficult, but if the dad has got enough experience, why not?
Have a go with it. 5 minutes to go then. Ella Stevens continuing to edge out this lead at the very front of the order. 0.85 is the advantage now over Oliver Stewart. Could be a battle soon for 2nd place, because James Glenister has just banged in a 40.88, a new fastest lap of the race so far. We're watching on our screens Ralph Youngling versus Bailey Rigolsford. And Ralph, obviously similar to Timo and yourself, Noah, you know, younger drivers, lots of experience in the single speed categories, moving into KZ2. What was the first thing that attracted you to running in these karts?
The speed. That's the one thing I gotta say. The speed in this is ridiculous. They're so fast, and the gears come at you so fast. Sometimes it can get out of control, but when you're in control, it's honestly the best thing you'll ever drive.
And how long would you say it took from that first drive to going, okay, I'm starting to get the hang of this now, this could be something that I could do and be competitive in?
To be properly competitive, it took me a few days because it's so hard, like on the body as well. I'm still physically recovering from the weekends, but I would say a good few days and I was there, but it's different for everyone, of course.
Do you find with the gear shifting as well that there's slightly different muscles that you end up using versus when you're back in the OK or back in a ROTAX or an X30?
Yeah, one example is the front of my neck definitely hurts a lot more from the acceleration.
Oh, really? I would have thought it was right around the back of your shoulder, but the front of your neck?
It's the front of the neck because in direct drive you're more on the sides of the necks, but in KZ it's the acceleration that kills you.
Battle for second place, James Glenister up against Ollie Stewart. Ollie Stewart fighting really hard here, not only for his second place, but this could be key for the team, because all of this defending is allowing Ella Stevens to break away and not be caught by the fastest driver on the circuit right now, which is James Glenister, who's gone quicker, the 40.76 last time around. The Lecan tyres holding up well. Everybody's getting quicker and quicker out there. Ella Stevens has just put in her fastest lap of the race so far. Oliver Stewart getting into that aerodynamic position, knowing 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. There's a potential here for Jade Racing Team to record a 1-2. Now 2 drivers on the podium at Warden Law, of course. Weren't quite able on that occasion. Oh, Glenister gets caught up in the middle of turn 3. Have to work his way back towards Oliver Stewart over the next couple of corners. Charlie Turner still running in 4th place, by the way. Bit of a lonely 4th place, about 1.5 seconds behind Glenister, but nearly 2 seconds clear of Miles Murphy. Miles Murphy pace at the moment 40.97, so he's closing in a little bit on Charlie Turner, at least based on that last tour of Dunkeswell. Less than 2 minutes to go then. Ella Stevens. I tell you what's impressed me with Ella's development over the last few years, Noah, and again, you know, when you've been racing with Jade as well, you may have a different reference on it. It is Ella's consistency with pace, particularly in the second half of races. Last year starts with the Achilles heel. She's clearly got those sorted now, from what we saw 10 minutes or so ago. But when we get into this phase, you know, she did a 40.8 2 laps ago. She's then just put in a 40.81, so she's able to hit her best pace and then do it again and again and again. How hard is that to achieve in these KZ2s?
In the KZs it's incredibly difficult, and it's a proper effort for her, and it's what makes the best drivers. If you can perform consistently at the front, that's what makes the best drivers in the world.
Less than 60 seconds to go now. The lead for Ella Stevens, 2.23 seconds. What would be a really big victory for her and for Jade Racing Team. She's won races before, of course. That's why she's the E-plate holder in the Shenington Super Prix meeting last summer. She has the right to hold that plate for 12 months, and I don't know, may well be trying to defend that one later on in the season. 25 seconds to go. Enjoying the coverage. Do make sure that you've left a like, subscribe for Alpha Live and Karting UK. Another personal best has just gone in from the race leader, Stevens, with a 40.77. Ashley Lewis has just gone green on the sectors as well with a 40.92. Is there in 7th place. Oliver Stewart seems to be holding James Glenister at like that proverbial arm's reach, not having to work too hard. Do you reckon James Glenister might have taken a little bit too much out of his materials in the first half here, Noah? Has he got any more?
For sure he'll give it a go. We'll have to see what happens, but Ella's mechanic is looking really, really anxious at the minute, even though she's got a big healthy lead, so it's entertaining to watch.
2.5 seconds the lead then for Ella Stevens from this duo here, Oliver Stewart and James Glenister. James Glenister is giving it some right at the end here. Oliver Stewart checks over the shoulder, sees the proximity of the former runner-up in this championship. But what a weekend it has been for Jade Racing Team. They have maximised every opportunity they've had so far this season. They know that bigger challenges are probably to come, because Rush Performance have been on form as well. Ella Stevens wins in KZ2 at Dunkeswell, and on the line, Glenister got second place by 0.03 of a second. Oliver Stewart on the podium again for the second round in a row. But for Ella Stevens, It's potentially a breakthrough win. She takes the lead in the championship. We'll head to Wales, we'll head to Gleneagles in mid-June, knowing that she can now win races in this championship. A perfect display across the weekend. She has been at the top of the timesheets from the very first free practice earlier on Friday, and she has delivered a superb run of races here today, taken the final, and will be on the top step of the podium. Noah Wolf, what did you make of that?
Flawless race for Ella there. The pace was amazing, the consistency was amazing. You can't fault her efforts, really.
Into Parc Ferme, to Jade Racing Team, Birrell Arts there on the podium again. As I say, last time out at Warden Law, it was second and third. Today here at Dunkeswell, first and third. But those blue and red Formula Ks of Rush Performance have stepped up. They had a tough time at round one. They've started to get on top of the package here, round two. What could we see from them when we go to GYG and Kimbolton later on in the season? The E-plate on top, though. Stevens from Glenister, from Stewart, Charlie Turner, solid points there. Not quite able to repeat the podium that he did here 4 years ago, but fourth place, that's a decent score for the runner-up in 2024. Miles Murphy fought back to P5, was your biggest mover in that race. Dan McKeown, a strong sixth. Ashley Lewis, Derek Morgan, Bailey Rigglesford and Ralph Youngling all complete the top 10. Lee Ward 11th. Jess Edgar had some good pace this weekend. Wasn't her final, though. In the end, P12 for Jess. Nat Thomas, 13th. Nino Piccoli in 14th place. Narrowly missing out on getting into the 41s, but the pace is coming along for Nino in the number 53. One retirement from that race, which was Bryn Kinch. But for Ella Stevens, what will Ella be thinking now, do you think, Noah? You know, that first win of this championship season on the board, and knowing that kind of all eyes are going to be on her now as championship leader.
All the confidence now in the world for her. I'm sure she'll keep building on this. She's got the championship lead now, and as long as she doesn't make any more mistakes, she'll be a good run for it.
Let's have a look at a replay of the race finish, because it was very tight on the line between Glenister and Stewart. Oh, look at that. Less than half a kart length on the line. 0.03 seconds for Glenister and Stewart. And fair play to James Glenister, because it looked, 2 laps to go, 3 laps to go, like he'd had his attack and it hadn't worked, but he had something in reserve there just to have a go at Ollie on the last lap. Ella Stevens having a quick congratulation there from Miles Murphy. And a chat with Fraser Glasby, one of the championship photographers. He's doing a lot of great work on the social media. Before the highlight, we'll go through the highlights now. Let's have a look at the start. This very even start, as I say, that's probably the best start I've seen Ella have in a KZ2 race. I say that was her Achilles heel this time last year. So all the work that she's put in with the team get that right, clearly working. And after that, Noah didn't really look challenged. Charlie Turner was chasing on in second place, but fell back as the race went on.
Yeah, they couldn't really catch her towards the end of the race, which means they had to squabble throughout themselves for second place. But it was a good race to watch. As you see, a brave move there, late on the brakes, which was a good move.
Absolutely. Miles Murphy fought his way back through from 11th on the grid, got into the top 5. Ollie Stewart's holding off James Glenister for a long time in this race. That would be the key battle towards the end. Ashley Lewis, difficult weekend for Ashley, but again, it can be encouraged by the fact Rush Performance are building speed with this Formula K package that's new to them in 2025. This was one of the key moments for the Stewarts and Glenister battle. At this stage, it really was game, set and match for Ella Stevens. That was Timo Youngling on the grass coming down the pit straight. Ella Stevens taking the win, and then right on the line there, Glenister takes second place from Stewart by, what was that? Probably the front fairing and the pedals, the difference between Glenister and Stewart there, but they'll both be on the podium here this evening later on. If you are at the circuit, if you can hear us around the circuit PA, do stick around for the podium. Before we head down to Nicole, I have a message from our esteemed colleague who's not well this weekend. Henry, just wanted to say big thanks to the ambulance crew who helped him out with what he's been dealing with this weekend. And yeah, I will echo that. All the staff here at Dunkeswell, it's been brilliant to be back for the first time in 4 years. The marshals, the team behind the scene in the office, the track workers, everything's been really, really good this weekend. But I can see an interview ready. Thank you, Noah, for your time here in the box. Good luck next weekend in Valencia, but we're going to head down to our race winner, Ella Stevens, talking to Nicole Sutherland.
Yes, she is then, Andrew. Ella, stellar stuff from you out there. It was so impressive. Tell us, what was it like when you were driving around? Because I bet it felt like a long race.
It felt like the longest 50 minutes ever, yeah. I managed to get a really good start, and luckily I just managed to keep it there the whole time, so it was a really good race.
And you're our first female to win a British Championship in 2025. You know, great result for, you know, all the girls out there watching and for yourself. But in this grid where you're against so many drivers that are so experienced, the likes of Charlie Turner, Oliver Stewart, who's jumped back into the grids after being in single-seaters, such an achievement, wouldn't you agree?
It is such an achievement, yeah. I'm very happy to represent the women in motorsport.
And then thinking more about, you know, the rounds to come and the championship, what are your thoughts on that? What's the mindset?
Hopefully to win it this year.
Well, hopefully we'll see you win that, because you are an O-Plate champion, you're a round 2 champion, and maybe you'll be a British champion. Ella, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations to all of our drivers then this weekend. That is it for round 2 for our ROTAXs and KZs. Stellar stuff by all of our drivers. Some thank yous out there then to all of the drivers and teams who have competed this weekend, to Jag ROTAX and ROTAX for putting on this show, Motorsport UK and all of their staff. We've then got our championship partners, the likes of PWR, Marsh, Demon Tweaks, Kart Sim and of course Wera Tools. All of this wouldn't be possible at all. The stream that you have watched has been produced by Alpha Live, so thank you to the Alpha Live team as well. It's been Andrew Mather in the commentary box. We've had Noah Wolf in there as well, don't forget. I'm Nicole Sutherland. We'll see you next time.